Oh, dang, I didn't get to do my my intro video. Can I do that real quick? Media assets. Not yet, not yet. It's okay. I'll work on it. But good afternoon. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another stream on Valor Media Network. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I love waking up every single day, Monday through Friday, and bringing you the news. I also like breaking down the world's hottest online and alternative media political debates and conversations, and also calling out and bringing to task the most nefarious actors in our public discourse. So I'm very happy to be with you fine folk this morning, and I hope that you are doing well. Just let me know that you're live in chat by just saying hello or liking the stream. Liking the stream, of course, is always appreciated because it lets other people know that we are live so they can come and join the fun. So without further ado, or with some further ado, once I see some people live in chat, I will bring up the news and we'll start going through what's happening today. So let's go ahead and add it to the stage. Tempers flare as few Republicans hold in-person town halls, which actually sounds good to me. Now, CNN, I know that a lot of people, not a lot of people, but some people in chat might find them to be the progressive, liberal, establishment media news. However, if Republicans are actually getting called to task for their support of what I would call policies in the Trump administration, I would actually as a good thing. So let's go ahead and read and see what's going on. Republicans face frustrated constituents at town hall meetings Tuesday, offering a glimpse at the building anger over Donald Trump's sweeping overhaul of the federal government among portions of the electorate. And in the face of it, the deference GOP lawmakers continue to show the president. In Iowa, Senator Chuck Grassley was repeatedly urged to stand up and push back against the executive branch. We would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? One man asked Grassley. Well, now clearly that's a Democrat supporter, but at the same time, that doesn't mean he's wrong. In Georgia, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene her highly scripted event marked a dramatic departure from town hall held by the Senate's most senior Republican. Instead of taking questions face to face, the far-right Trump ally mocked the critical questions she received, which she had required be submitted in writing. What a coward, right? If you guys want to ask me crazy questions, then you can go ahead and do so in chat, and I'll be happy to answer them. Asked by a questioner why she was supporting tech billionaire Elon Musk in the Department of Government Efficiency's slashing of Medicaid, Social Security offices, and libraries, Greene responded, "Unfortunately, you've been brainwashed by the news that you're watching." No actual denial, no actual refutation of what's being stated, just a general appeal to this person being insane, despite them actually just reading news reports that establish these things as being true. Members of Congress are at home for a 2-week recess, and in the opening days of lawmakers' break from Washington, many in the GOP have so far heeded the advice of party leadership and declined to hold in-person meetings. But on Tuesday, both Grassley, the 8th-term senator, and Greene, the firebrand Trump loyalist, held public events. Though weeks removed from eruptions of anger at town halls earlier this year, the lawmakers at times faced similar ire over Trump administration's effort to slash spending and shrink the federal workforce. So yeah, this is kind of not that crazy, honestly, when you fire hundreds, potentially thousands of federal employees, not based off of performance, but just because of random budgetary cuts that don't actually seem to be going anywhere. It would actually be one thing if the budget cuts. Can one of y'all type in chat, just because we do seem to have a dozen people here already, but I haven't seen any chats yet, and so I want to make sure that my system isn't broken. So if one of you fine folk at home could say hello, that would be fantastic. And also remember to like the stream. But the point is that if you dismiss vast swaths of the federal workforce, Chase, testing. Thank you kindly. I do appreciate your enthusiasm, and I do appreciate your feedback. Philip Coffey says, "Hey, glad to be here. Good to see you again, Philip Coffey. I'm sorry I disappointed you with my traditional takes on the family. However, it's good to see your fine face again." All right, now we got him coming in. Jeff Lewis, afternoon. Shirley says, good morning and good afternoon to wherever you are and wherever you find yourself. Okay, good to see you. Lurking and gaming, excellent. Chase says, got you, bro. And good morning, guys. Lurking and gaming, very based. We'll just check in every now and then and be sure to like the stream. Well, anyways, The point is that I'm happy that the Trump admin is actually having to answer to their constituents. Obviously, with Doge slashing hundreds, if not thousands, of federal positions based off of nothing that we can actually understand. And then also, they're not returning the savings to the taxpayer, right? Like, if it would be one thing if you were a fiscal conservative and then you were excited because all these federal cuts were happening, and then the Trump admin was actually saying like, hey guys, we balanced the budget. But if you actually look at what's been happening as far as like month-to-month spending by the federal government, it's the same as it's always been. And then not just that, it seems like the Trump admin is finding new ways to spend that money, namely in defense. So they're talking about cuts to Medicaid. They're talking about cuts to Medicare. They're already slashing employees at the VA, the Veterans Affairs Office. They've already slashed Department of Forestry, but they're not actually returning that money to the people. They're just spending it elsewhere for their friends and sycophants. So Candace Gray says, I was horrified that Green's police group tased a citizen. I wonder if we're going to have video of that, just because it seems like maybe not in this one, but in the other one there was a video. So I wouldn't mind taking a look at it to see what's going on. As a former law enforcement officer, don't know if you know that about me, but I am a former law enforcement officer. Effectively, we are that's actually good, Philip Coffey. That's really good to hear. No worries, you got me and my wife into Warhammer. We're square. That's beautiful. That's one of the most wholesome comments I think I've ever received. So anyway, sorry, now I actually need to focus on the content. That was really wholesome and fun. The tasing. Okay, so with law enforcement, okay. So there's difference. They call it response to resistance. They used to call it escalation of force. But what it means is what a law enforcement officer can do to you and why. So the things that we used to be trained in the academy was ask, tell, make. Now, in reality, it's like ask, tell, and then make. But the concept is, let's say that you're disrupting a public meeting. However, you're interrupting the public meeting in such a way where it was already agreed upon by the host of the venue that there would be like predictable questions, right? And so you're interrupting somebody else's opportunity to talk. Well, the owners of the venue, whether public or private, can ask law enforcement to trust that person from the premises if they're causing a disruption. So a law enforcement officer can walk up to you and they can say, hey, listen, they asked you to leave. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to leave. And then at that point, if you say buzz off, then we can say, okay, I'm going to ask you to leave again. You say buzz off again. Then we're like, okay, I'm ordering you to leave. As soon as you hear a law enforcement officer say, I'm giving you a lawful order, what they're actually doing is they're establishing a legal pretext for them to go hands-on with you. Because if you receive a lawful order and then you refuse it, then at that point, they can go hands-on. And with passive resistance, where you're not fighting them, but you're just not doing what they told you to do, they can go hands-on with you and they can pepper spray you. Now, if you start yanking away, that's called active resistance. And at that point, they can tase you. Of course, with lethal force, they can shoot you, but you have to pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others in order for them to shoot you. So if you're fighting cops in the future, go ahead and keep that in mind. This news story actually says protesters stun gunned removed by law enforcement. So let's see if this video actually has what we're talking about.
What did you do?
I saved her.
Last of Us is really good.
At a town hall held by Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene in Cobb County, Georgia, at least 3 people were physically removed by police officers.
Stop. Are you really doing this? Stop. Are you really doing this?
Hackworth police said 3 people were arrested.
Yeah, if you grab...
You grab me.
Yeah, don't do that.
You're going to jail at that point. If you grab an officer by the chest, you're going to jail.
Officers
they
used
got a
stun
take
guns
10,
on
nice.
at least 2 men
That's
as
a new
they
taser.
tried to remove them from the building. It was not immediately clear what they and a woman removed from the event were protesting.
You can head out. The protest is outside. Thank you very much. Protest is outside.
The congresswoman continued to address the town hall during
So I'm actually going to show you guys the Taser 10 because why not? All right. When you wait for the pre-stream lobby, it doesn't automatically switch over. Well, Sean, that's just because I had to change it. I accidentally went into the room of another stream. And so, yeah, I had to change it. Candace Grace says, thank you for the explanation about the rules of engagement stuff. Yeah, of course. Let me show you that because one of the officers actually had a Taser 10. And by the way, when I see a dozen officers and they can't tackle and restrain a single person, then that actually is an indication to me that those cops are very poorly trained or very poorly coordinated. But I'm going to show you the Taser 10. It's actually a very cool new technology. And what used to happen is tasers used to have 2 prongs. So what would happen is you would get hit with one prong, but then not the other. And so you wouldn't get a connection and then it wouldn't stun. Another thing that would happen is sometimes the CO2 cartridge would fail entirely. And so as a result, the prongs wouldn't even shoot out. And so with the Taser 10, what they did is we actually watched this on stream the other day. There's a CO2 cartridge back here, but there's actually 10 different chambers that are more powerful than the original. And so what happens is if one of these darts misses, you can just keep firing. So you'll actually see right here, this guy already, he had to do this video shoot multiple times. Yeah, good morning, Jack-o'-lantern. Good to see you. But look at this. So the prong is going to connect with this guy's elbow. Boom. He already has an old taser mark right here. Then there's going to be one that connects to his thigh and his other thigh. And so effectively an electric shock is going through his shoulder, down into his chest and his abdomen, and then down into his thighs. Same thing with this person. What's going to happen, I forget where he gets hit, but effectively the 2 locations, you have to imagine a Charlie horse between the 2 hit locations. If you don't know what a Charlie horse is, it's where your like muscle locks up, where you effectively have a muscular spasm. That's what it feels like. So he's got one in the stomach, and then I think he's going to have one in that thigh. He effectively has a Charlie horse from his lower stomach down into his upper thigh. So yeah, that can hurt. But the point is that guy did get tasered, although a dozen officers should have been able to handle it. Dude Man Sue says, like the stream, and I agree with Dude Man Sue. You should like the stream because it's free and it helps us out. Krista Hines says, first live stream, but loved you guys before. Hey, everybody. Hi, Krista. Hopefully we're tame enough for you to enjoy it. I hope you enjoy the pre-recorded content that we've already been posting to the channel. Now, this is the same thing. This is Chuck Grassley. They were already talking about it in the previous news episode, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one. NVIDIA. This is going to be important for all of you nerds and me as well, since I'm a computer nerd. NVIDIA takes 5.5 billion with a B hit as U.S. clamps down on its Chinese manufactured chips. NVIDIA says it will take a $5.5 billion financial hit after Washington placed fresh restrictions on the export of its H20 artificial intelligence chips to China in the latest escalation of a growing battle for AI dominance. Its shares plunged in response. The H20 chip, released just last year, was specifically designed to accommodate stringent U.S. exports controls to China and allowed NVIDIA to continue selling to the country. The model has less computing power than the more powerful H100 AI chip, which has already been banned for sale to China. The H20 is believed to have contributed to DeepSeek's successful development of its ChatGPT-like reasoning AI model R1, which was said to be trained at a fraction of the cost of American equivalents. The development stunned the tech industry and sparked an AI revolution in China. So that stinks, obviously. I wish we could have a more collaborative relationship with China. I think these tariffs are dumb and that Trump is actually hurting us all at this point. But our tech sector is one of the most important sectors, and their ability to dominate global markets is wildly important. So I'm not sure where NVIDIA is based out of, but we'll go ahead and check that out real quick. But the point is that, some of these problems are not preventable. Like you have to try to prevent China from stealing our IP. That's totally fine. But some of these problems are preventable, like when we're causing tech items to go up in price because we're tariffing the crap out of the base level components and also our suppliers. Google, we're already on Google. Where is NVIDIA based? Santa Clara, California. It is an American multinational technological company. Okay, so who owns NVIDIA? What country owns NVIDIA? Because I feel like they have like a Taiwanese operation, right? NVIDIA. It's American. Okay, cool. Yeah, then shooting ourselves in the foot is probably not great. Moving on to tariffs. I'm just going to read the title on this one because, again, it's kind of dry. Trump's tariffs could make it harder to get certain generic drugs. This is one of those secondary and third order consequences that I don't think Trump and his administration are particularly good at considering. That's very annoying. Why Trump is relishing his duel with Harvard and other elite schools. This will probably be a little bit more culture war and therefore a little bit more sexy. I'm only eyes wide open, so thanks for the work. Oh, well, great, Krista, great. Well, QC John says, good afternoon, Connor and chat. Good to see you as well, bud. Sean Kaplan says, weird tariffs on China are the only ones that make sense to me. Vis-a-vis the intellectual property theft. Yeah, exactly. If we want to view, I don't think we should view China as a rival, or excuse me, as an enemy. We should view them as a rival. So they're someone who we shouldn't invite open war or conflict with, or peeing matches with in reference to actual things that can get people killed. However, we should be protective of the intellectual property of the United States and its allies. So we're not just giving our military and economic rival technology that let's face it, they're going to try to steal it anyways. Trump doesn't know Bayer is EU. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Trump is ignorant on many things, I think, is the easiest way to put it at this point in time. Now, this is going to be interesting because effectively the federal government has subsidized higher education in a variety of ways, including like grants. And because that's overseen by the executive side of the government, Trump is now messing with their money. And so the elite institutions have to decide what's more important, federal grant dollars or their principles. So let's see what they're saying. Harvard University is such a perfect foil for Trumpism that it's a wonder it avoided the MAGA maelstrom for so long. But the nation's oldest university is now going head-to-head with a White House that sees few limits on its power, which it wants to use to shatter elite societal pillars. Harvard President Alan Garber decided not to bend to the administration's demands to change its policies, declaring that the university would not surrender its independence or its constitutional rights. A university more used to producing presidents than defying them thus set off one of the most important clashes yet between President Donald Trump and an establishment institution. Those without an Ivy League pedigree often mock the snobbery of the country's most prestigious seats of learning, whose degrees open elite circles off limits to most Americans. And when Trump portrays the esteemed academics of Cambridge, Massachusetts as far-left activists pushing woke policies on race and gender, he's not working in a vacuum. Millions of Americans agree with him. Polls show rising distrust of higher education institutions, especially among Republicans. But Trump's assault on the country's top colleges goes beyond an issue that will excite his political base. Administration heat on top universities is part of a broader effort to challenge senators on what it regards as liberal power, which also includes the courts, the federal bureaucracy, and the media. After remaking the Republican Party and the Supreme Court, Trump hopes to extend his populist ideology to higher education as a way to challenge belief systems that conflict with his MAGA creed and to shift the country hard to the right. Trump is not only taking on top academics and what surveys show are their left-leaning faculties, his immigration crackdown has stirred a culture of fear on campuses. Some students have been taken off the streets by border agents, while hundreds more have had their visas canceled on the grounds that their views are damaging to American foreign policy interests. That sense of repression threatens to stifle the atmosphere of open debate that animates a healthy university. So this is the whiplash that I am repulsed by. I'm not going to lie. So I actually had a debate. You don't have to agree with me at all. Hello, Poopy Pants. Good to see you. Be sure to like the stream and welcome aboard. Nice handle. I'm going to go ahead and show chat that. Poopy Pants. But so if you were to talk to me 10 years ago, I would have told you that the college elites overvalue their credentialism and education way too much. And I'm going to admit it's partially because I had friends who went to New York, who went to, CUNY, to Ivy League schools, who did this and that, and they got snobby as through school. Also, as they went through school, they got giga progressive. And so we just didn't see like super eye to eye on a whole bunch of things. And so as a result, we just got into political fights all the time. And I felt like they supported some things that were politically toxic to the United States of America. However, I feel like regardless of whatever origin story that you yourself, kind of tell about the origins of MAGA, I think that this is an overreaction to that development. I think the sober reaction is always in the center, or mostly in the center, where, yeah, we should check elite institutions and say, hey, you're going crazy with this progressive thing. You're going a little crazy with this particular take on trans stuff. You're going crazy with this particular take on immigration and open borders. However, to yank their funding and then attack their very capacity to express themselves without fear of retribution, I think is different. As a matter of fact, the difference, I had a argument with the lawyer Pisco about Mahmoud Khalil. Believe it or not, I actually do think that Mahmoud Khalil should be deported for his association with CUAD, which is an organization that endorsed the October 7th, 2023 terror attacks. However, I think that anybody who expresses a general criticism against the state of Israel or a general criticism of its military operations in Gaza, I don't think that comes anywhere near close grounds for deportation. And yeah, so that sucks. It sucks that my anti-far left instincts are being capitalized on MAGA in order to make the country a worse place. That sucks. Moving on to our next news story, a judge in Abrego Garcia case says that there's no evidence Trump admin is following her orders, which I think is going to be interesting because eventually she could probably hold these people in contempt of court. So the federal judge overseeing the case of a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador said she would allow for expedited fact-finding to help her figure out whether the Trump admin is complying with her order that it facilitate his return from one of the country's most notorious mega prisons. I do need evidence in this regard because to date, what the record shows is nothing has been done. U.S. District Judge Paula Zenas said in a tense hearing Tuesday afternoon in Greenbelt, Maryland. Zenas said she was unsatisfied with the sworn statement she's been getting each day from Trump admin officials detailing what the government has been doing to carry out her directive. She wants discovery, she told a Justice Department attorney, to determine whether you are abiding by the court order, my court orders. Zenas said some of the discovery could come in the form of depositions taken by attorneys for Kilmar Abrego Garcia of the admin officials who have been submitting the daily sworn statements. Going to be 2 weeks of intense discovery, the judge said at one point. Once we have a record, we'll take it from there. The hearing was the latest in the dramatic standoff between the judge and the DOJ attorney, Drew Ensign, who at different points either stonewalled Zenas, arguments that she swiftly rejected or cast doubt on. The judge appeared visibly frustrated with how the case has unfolded since last week when it landed back in her court after the Supreme Court largely endorsed her order that the administration work to bring Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported on March 15th, back stateside. So here's the arguments. I'm going to give you an overview. I've been following this case very closely, okay? Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been in the United States since 2011. He does not have a criminal record in the United States that we know of. He also does not have any gang-affiliated tattoos that we know of. He was caught in 2019 looking for day labor outside of a Home Depot. He was wearing a black jacket and a black Chicago Bulls hat, which was viewed by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement folks as a dog whistle that he was a member of MS-13. Asking why an MS-13 gang member needs to do day labor and hasn't had a criminal record in 8 years, don't ask me, but also don't ask ICE because they don't have a good answer for you. They used a confidential informant in order to corroborate the fact that he was some like lieutenant or captain or sergeant in the MS-13 like West Side New York gang or something like that. But effectively what ended up happening was that's it. They have a confidential informant who says that. But besides that, Abrego Garcia hasn't been in New York. He's never lived in New York. He might have visited. I have no idea. But there's no other corroborating evidence. There's no accusations of human trafficking. There's no accusations of drug trafficking. There's no accusations of violence. There's no accusations of shooting. There's no accusations of stabbing. And so as a result, the Abrego Garcia effectively has just been accused of being an MS-13 gang member just for wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and also having a random confidential informant say he was. There's no other evidence presented. And so as a result of this flimsy evidence, in 2019, originally he was held in custody, but then he was released, and I think he was applying for asylum, although his initial application was rejected. He had a credible fear of the 18th Street Gang back in El Salvador. And so as a result, there was an order to not deport him to El Salvador. Well, what does a Trump admin do? They look at his record. They see the minimal statement saying that he's associated with MS-13, and then they deport him to Sacat, which is effectively the El Salvadoran version of Guantanamo Bay, where he is currently sitting without a trial, no due process, no capacity to leave, right? And he has a wife and 3 kids stateside. He was somebody who was working for a sheet metal union. As far as like a law-abiding citizen, even if he is an illegal immigrant, he is in all other aspects a law-abiding non-citizen, I guess is the way to say it. So all of the people who are surrounding Kilmar Abrego Garcia are effectively saying, you took an innocent man, you deported him to Sokot, which is effectively El Salvador's Guantanamo Bay. He has no opportunity to leave. So as a result, you need to bring him back to the United States and get him out of Sokot. And what's happened so far is President Bukele, the president of El Salvador, has accused him, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, of being a terrorist, no evidence presented. Donald Trump, his state attorney, and other sycophants, no offense to my chat if I'm getting a little spicy, but Charlie Kirk, Will Chamberlain, Pam Bondi, who's that other guy? Stephen Miller, a whole bunch of Trump cultists have continued to call this guy an active member of MS-13. And then they say that MS-13 in general engages in crime. And they've used that as a pretext to hold this guy without trial, without due process in a supermax prison in El Salvador. So just on a human basis alone, okay, I'm not trying to depress you this early in the morning, but look at this guy, right? If he is an MS-13 gang member and they prove it, they're like, hey, here's all these there's all this actual evidence of him being an active member of MS-13. I'll change my tune instantaneously. I'll say, you know what? You guys are right. Thank you for showing me the evidence. As a result, he does deserve to be in Sokot. But if they never present that evidence and they make no efforts, excuse me, I'm sorry for sneezing in your ear. I have very manly sneezes. But if they make no efforts to return him, and they ignore the Supreme Court of the United States, and they ignore a federal district judge, I think it's okay for left-leaning people to accuse these people of being fascist, authoritarian, monstrous jerks. That's me putting it very politely as I possibly can. I could start using profanity, but I'll refrain from it, assuming that you guys are at work and you don't want to hear me start being profane. So, yeah. These guys are authoritarian, monstrous, cultist, zealous bags who have screwed over as far as I can tell, an innocent man guilty of the sole crime of coming to the United States without permission. So, Sean Kaplan says, poor guy stuck there at least 4 years. Those Sokot documentaries show he's going through hell right now. Yeah. I think there's like 60 people to a room. And by the way, guess where all the 18th Street gang members and all the MS-13 gang members are? They're inside Sokot. So the people that he specifically had an order from the federal government, like, hey, you can't go back to El Salvador because it's dangerous there. El Salvador has become less dangerous over the past decade because they detained everyone with alleged gang affiliations and put them in Sokot. But the one place that he got put in is Sokot. So literally, like, the one thing that the federal judge, if they had deported him to Guatemala, and he was staying with friends and family in Guatemala, I'm not going to lie, I probably wouldn't care about this story. If he had been deported to even El Salvador proper, the country, but he had been immediately released from Sokot because they didn't have any evidence that he was actually a gang member, then I'd be like, that sucks. But, you know, I don't lose any sleep over it. The fact that he's stuck inside a supermax prison for just wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and a black shirt and being accused by a CI, but that CI's testimony was never initiated, I actually think that's like horrific. It's horrific that we did that to a human being for a discernible, valid reason. Krista Hines says, I'm a stay-at-home, need adult language sometimes. Okay, good, Krista. I'll be happy to provide as the stream goes on. And there's definitely reason for all the feelings. We know and feel what you're thinking too. We got you. Well, Krista, awesome. Awesome. All right. I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that. What happens is we start out slow. I'm usually on my best behavior. And then as we view like increasingly like infuriating content from various political figures, I get a little bit more spicy as the day goes on. So I'm happy you're with us for the ride. So this is an important story, even though the news cycle is probably going to move on from it pretty quickly. Suspect in arson at Pennsylvania governor targeted the governor for his views on the war in Gaza, warrant says. I will obey TOS. I will obey TOS. Yeah, exactly. That's me. Like every second of the stream, I'm like, you know, I'm that meme of the guy who has all the veins popping out of his head. Let me show you. I'll show you this guy. Veiny forehead meme. Every day I log on and I'm not allowed to say, you know, slurs and profanity. This is me. This is my face. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I love hanging out with you guys. We have a good time, but sometimes it feels that way. So the reason why this story is... Hi, Joda Boy. Good to see you. The reason why this story is important, let's read some and then I'll tell you why it's important. So I already read the title. Cody Bomber, the man accused of setting fire to the Pennsylvania governor Josh Shapiro's residence, allegedly told 911 operators he targeted the governor in part because of his views on the war in Gaza, according to a search warrant obtained. The warrant said Bomber called 911 early Sunday morning after the fire at the governor's residence and said Shapiro needs to know he will not take part in his plans for what he wants to do to the Palestinian people. CNN has not independently viewed the search warrant. However, a spokesperson for the Pennsylvania courts acknowledged the warrant in an email Tuesday evening. It was not released by my office or court admin, the spokesperson said. Once we have anything that is docketed, we will send them out immediately. CNN has reached out to the Dauphin County District Attorney's Office and the Pennsylvania State Police. According to the Penn Live report, Bomber also told 911 operators needed to stop having my friends killed and that our people have been put through too much by that monster. The warrant notes that Bomber's intonation and cadence sounded like he was possibly reading from a script. So here's the thing. That, you know, you can be, I don't care if you're in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I'm not going to lie. I'm mildly more Israeli. As a matter of fact, you're probably like pro-Israel. You're probably going to see that in the Dave Smith content later on in the day. However, that being said, I am totally sympathetic to people who just view the collateral damage and the mass slaughter in Gaza, literally like what, 40,000 people in the past 2 to 3 years. And they say, okay, October 7th was messed up. The terrorist attacks were messed up. The alleged assaults were messed up. The executions of civilians and all that kind of stuff was beyond messed up. But bombing Gaza to the point that 80% of the buildings are knocked out obviously isn't going to help anyone. So I'm sympathetic to the mildly pro-Palestinian people who are saying that Israel's taking it too far now. I'm okay with that. That's a perfectly okay experience. What I'm not okay with is there's this character named Noah Samson. I did content on him earlier in the week, and he's like a far lefty. He did this thing effectively calling out Ethan Klein, who is a popular Jewish streamer. And he said like, oh yeah, Ethan Klein, you know, he loves genocide, this, that, the other, even though Noah Samson 100% like, or excuse me, even though Ethan Klein criticizes Israel all the time. And so Noah Samson effectively says, yeah, like we can't just do protests anymore. Yeah, this is the video. The YouTubers who back to genocide. He says like, oh, well, we can't just do protests anymore. Protests aren't doing anything. We need direct action. Okay. And so when he's saying direct action, he means this. This is exactly what he means. And so while he deleted the segment from YouTube that showed him calling for quote unquote direct action, so he can't be like reported for TOS purposes, I would say that if he comes out in the future full-throatedly endorsing political violence, I think that stuff should be reported, right? It's one thing to say like the state should do X, Y, Z. It's one thing to say, I understand if people do X. It's another thing to endorse this and say that this is completely acceptable. That's effectively what Noah Samson said. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. Woo! Poopy Pants says, sooner may end us in an El Salvadoran gulag frowny phase. Nah, I'm good. I'm a citizen. I'm white. I'm very boring. I'm very milquetoast. I'm a center right Republican. I'm just never Trump. I just hate Trump with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. And so I'll be okay. I'll be okay. If you're like a communist or something, you might want to reel that back in to like social democracy or something. Seraph says, hope not, lol. Yeah, me too. Me too. If I'm wrong, then we're all go to the gulag. Okay. So I'll see you guys in the gulag. Doge trumpets unemployment fraud that the government already found years ago. You don't need to know. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I'm not going to bore you with the paragraphs. But effectively, this has been consistently the Doge thing. They say, we found billions of dollars of fraud. And then 2 days later, they amend it to like, oh, we found like $2 million that we can save. and it's because of this like clerical error. You know, we can save by changing from color copy ink to black copy ink, and then they amend the story. But they've done it so many times over and over and over and over and over and over again that I'm just bringing this up in order to tell you that if Doge is touting a massive fiscal conservative victory, one, you need to be immediately skeptical. And then two, you need to dig into it if you're arguing with someone, because they're full of baloney 90% of the time. All right. That point made, point taken. A jungle route once carried hundreds of thousands of migrants. Now the local economy has crashed. This is one of the things that I would actually view as potentially a good thing, even if it denotes a underlying humanitarian crisis that is actually incredibly bad. But I do just want to read this because this is interesting, and I'm going to show it to you on a map as well. Via Caleta, Panama. The face of U.S. President Donald Trump flashes on the flat screen TV that Luis Olea bought with the money he earned ferrying migrants through the remote Panamanian jungle during an unprecedented crush of migration. The Darien Gap, a stretch of nearly impenetrable rainforest along the border with Colombia, was transformed into a migratory highway in recent years as more than 1.2 million people from around the world travel north to the United States. They brought an economic boom to areas that are hours, even days, from towns or mobile phone signal. Migrants paid for boat rides, clothing, meals, and water after grueling and often deadly treks. With that bust of wealth, many in towns like Olea's Via Caleta in the Comarca indigenous lands abandoned their plantain and rice crops to carry migrants down winding rivers. Olea installed electricity in his one-room wooden home in the heart of the jungle. Families invested in children's education. People built homes and more hopeful lives. Then the money vanished. After Trump took office in January and slashed access to asylum in the United States, migration through the Darien Gap virtually disappeared. The new economy bottomed out, and residents newly dependent on it scrambled for options. Before we lived off of the migration, 63-year-old Olea says, but now that's all gone. All right, Grassroots Hegemon, $5. Ah, the Darien Strait, our ancestral American homeland. Well, let me show it to you guys, okay? I want to show it to you on a map. So here's my thing. I feel like this is like a neoliberal appeal to economics, where like a smart progressive or liberal in a major urban area could be like, oh, the poor people of Via Caleta in the Darien Gap, they no longer have as much money as they once did. For me, though, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of the opinion that I'm not like an immigration hardliner. I kind of make a joke. There's a movie called Full Metal Jacket in which sorry, I should probably pull this over here so I don't dox myself again. Darien Gap map. Google Maps. Let's do Google Maps. There's a statement made in the movie. Just give me Google Maps. What's your problem? So let me zoom out so I don't dox myself. And then I'm going to scroll. Panama. Here we go. He says, using racial slurs, a character in Full Metal Jacket says that inside every Vietnamese person, there is an American waiting to crawl out. So here's me in Central Florida. Here's you, presumably in the United States. Here's Mexico, which is a kind of violent place, but there's nice places in here, right? Now, it used to be that just plenty of productive Mexicans wanted to work in agriculture and construction. And so it was very stereotypical that we would just have tons of Mexicans coming to the United States. And if you look at this entire area of the Southwest United States, this is routinely, all of these states routinely have a Hispanic population above 25%, right? I'm sure if I checked out each one of these states, they would be between like 20 and 40% Hispanic, right? Now, in history, we started with the 13 colonies. We used manifest destiny in order to spread west. We bought the land from the French because they weren't able to maintain this territory called the Louisiana Purchase, for those of you who are rough on history. And then this entire area of the United States was technically controlled by like New Spain and Mexico. And the problem was, if you actually look at the census in 1850, there were only 2,000. I swear to God, I've Googled this multiple times. On a census, there were only 2,000 new Spanish settlers in the state of California. Could you imagine California being like controlled by 2,000 human beings? There's a town in Bithlo in Christmas, Florida, that I used to live in that has 1,500 people in it, and it's maybe like 5 square miles. So Mexico saying that they owned all of this because they had 2,000 settlers in it was not enough. So the United States offered to buy it. Mexico said no. We offered to buy it. They said no again. And then we were like, okay, we're going to start a war with you. So what we did is we annexed Texas. We used border skirmishes with Mexican forces as a pretext to go to war with Mexico. We took the entire Western United States, and then we actually marched down into Mexico City and then effectively forced them to sign a peace treaty conceding all of this land. That was the birth of the Western United States, for those of you who don't know. And then down here, we have Venezuela, we have Colombia. There's a guy named Simon Bolivar, who was the person who abolished slavery in northern South America, I guess you would call it, in Colombia and Venezuela. And Simon Bolivar started an army of indigenous and people loyal to him in order to fight the Spanish loyalists. And so he was almost killed dozens of times, but he effectively started a war that gained the independence of South America. And so Simon Bolivar is a hero to the South American people. And he had this idea of Grand Colombia, which was effectively going to be northern South America. And it was going to be a united state. Well, eventually it broke up into all these subsequent states. And then, of course, Colombia is famous for its very beautiful women, but it's also famous for drugs. And then Venezuela has the largest proven petroleum reserves, but they're also a socialist state. And they were like I call it monocrop. It's not really monocrop, but I can't think of the better term. They base their economy around petroleum, but they are reliant on cutting their petroleum with other petroleum because theirs is so dense. And so when they went socialist and they nationalized petroleum, the United States cut them out of the world market. And then they became kind of like George Bush called it like an axis of evil. But between Iran, Venezuela, China, and Russia, those are the only people who kind of resist American hegemony, right? So, yeah, there you go. Very, very, very brief geopolitical history on how the Western Americas came and Central and South America. But if you look right here, this is what we're talking about in reference to the story. The Darien Gap. If you are Venezuelan and you're escaping a collapsed Venezuela, you want to go here. If you are from Colombia and you want to escape the gangs and the drugs, you want to go here. If you're from South America and you want to cross into the Americas, then that's where you want to go. It could kill you. It could kill you very easily. However, if you're fighting to get to the United States, that's the best way to do it. So, Grassroots Hegemon said straight denialism. Very true. Me as well. Seraph702 says, then we sent the Marines to Mexico City to the Halls of Montezuma. Exactly. For those of you who don't know, the Marine Corps hymn has from the Halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. And so the Halls of Montezuma was when we fought the Mexican-American War, and the shores of Tripoli was when we fought the Barbary pirate wars, in which we fought Ottoman pirates who were based in North Africa. So for those of you who think that we weren't globalists, like we might not have been globalists, but we were 100% internationalists. In the first 75 years of our existence as a country, we invaded Mexico and we fought battles in, let's find Tripoli. Tripoli, Lebanon. And we fought battles in Tripoli. So look how far away, to all the American isolationists, look how far away we fought this battle, right? I thought there was a Tripoli in Libya. Yeah, Libya. I'm pretty sure it was the Tripoli in Libya, not Lebanon. But that's okay. Either way, you get the point. This is very far away from the United States of America, and yet our interest still drove us to conflict in these places. So, Grassroots Tetramon says, Thomas Jefferson, 5th most based president. Indeed. Indeed, sir. All right. End of geography lesson. But the point is, I'm not totally sympathetic to the economic bust in this location. However, I am sympathetic to people who are looking for a better life. And I think that the United States should become the greater United States of America. And we should effectively be one economic and security entity. Then CCTV video shows moment of blast in Russia's Palm Sunday attack on Ukraine Sumy. This is a little depressing, but I promise to move through it quickly. This was on Palm Sunday, so this was last week. Trump is allegedly negotiating with the Russians. The Russians are allegedly already under a ceasefire. And under the ceasefire, they're supposed to stop bombing civilians and civilian infrastructure. And yet on a holy day, on Palm Sunday, they bombed a civilian location that ended up killing like 36 people, including young people. So
thanks to our momentum
that's a
of discovery, Dana-Farber has played a foundational role in more than half the cancer drugs approved by the FDA.
Wanted peace,
so people aren't just
they wouldn't be
living with
putting,
cancer,
they wouldn't be doing crap like
they're
this.
living beyond it.
Занималась своей работой непосредственно. Потом был выбух, упала на колени. И после выбуха я...
Well, I mean, I guess that's really it. Oh, nope, there it is. Good Lord.
Я бачила, що там почали люди бігти, з крова, ну, голова пробита, ранений почали. Мы выскочили помогать им. Слева, со стороны пиццерии.
Okay, so word to the wise. All right, this is there's another term for it, but effectively what I would call it is a double tap, and you need to worry about this if you are ever in war. So for the few members of my audience who are excited about the prospects of a civil war in the United States of America, if you're fighting artillery, you need to know about this tactic, okay? So what they do is they do an initial shell. All right, that was the first bomb strike. It hit out here, wounded a whole bunch of people. Well, what they know is that if they hit a target and there's wounded people at that location, then there's going to be people who come in order to help move the dead and the wounded, right? So what ends up happening is they hit the location a second time in order to hit the people who are helping the dead and wounded. So my recommendation, as horrifying as it is, don't all collect in the area that got hit. Send in first responders who need to respond, like the EMTs and the cops and all that kind of stuff. Let them, because honestly, it's part of their job, let them risk their lives. And then if you do take the risk of running into an area that was recently artillery striked, then get the people that you need to get and get out immediately. So grab people and run. And the whole point of that is, one, so the people who are wounded can get out hopefully safely. But number two, you don't become collateral damage by falling prey to this nefarious tactic. So that's my advice for hopefully the future insurgent warfare that we will never have to fight. Moving to the next story, Trump DOJ sues Maine over refusing to comply with ban on transgender athletes in high school sports. That's just, you know, read the headline basically. And the reason why this story frustrates me is because Pam Bondi actually had, especially in Republican circles, had a decent reputation in the state of Florida, where she was viewed as like an aggressive state attorney who was willing to do what needs done. But in my opinion, she has become a tool of Trump and a Trump sycophant, zealot, and shill. That's why she's on national television lying about Kilmar Abrego Garcia's criminal history with no consideration for the truth whatsoever. And I have to say, what I find particularly repulsive about all of our leaders who are currently like lying openly on national television and doing lies of omission and commission is they're often cloaking their actions in Christ. That's actually one of the things that frustrates me the most. These are the kind of like, I'm not a religious literalist, but I am somebody who takes like spirituality and God and the nature of reality and mystery very seriously. One of the things that turned me off from the church was Christians who would go to church, you know, let's face it, most of them went on Christmas and Easter, but even the ones who went every single week, but they did not absorb an iota of the moral information from Christianity. Those are the people who legitimately turned me off from the church, was the fact that there was just like reckless, indulgent, self-righteous hypocrites all over the place. And I would view lying about a working class man in order to deport him to a supermax prison and then lying about his criminal association so you can keep him at the supermax prison as so contradictory to anything in the Bible. Effectively, I can't say anything else, but effectively, I hope God judges them harshly. I think that's the nicest way that I can push it. Join atheism, Connor, the Cool Kids Club, says Christian Valeris. No. Absolutely not. No offense, but we'll go ahead and pull this up. Atheism fedora meme. Okay. This is the spiritual animal of atheism. The spiritual animal of atheism is the fedora. All right. So you got to be agnosticism, in my opinion, like agnostic deism, where you understand the underlying morality and nature of the creative and ordered force of the universe, while not necessarily believing in a personal God who cares about every iota of your. I don't think God cares about what I ate for breakfast this morning, right? I don't think he cares, right? However, no, this is the spiritual creature of atheism. So hard pass. All right. Krista Hine says, we are just game tokens. Also, I feel the same about religion tied with politics. It's just gross. Yeah, 100%. And like, I have no problem. So let's say that Pam Bondi came out and she said, you know what? I believe wholeheartedly in the mission of the Trump administration to reduce or eliminate illegal immigration. And I do wholeheartedly believe in, deporting illegal immigrants. However, we move too fast and we hurt an innocent man. And so as a result, I am actually going to drop all of the political narratives around this situation. And I'm going to help this wrongfully incarcerated man get out of prison so we know that he's safe and sound. He won't be coming back to the United States. We'll go ahead and put him in Guatemala with his family. If he comes back, he's going to be deported again. And also we'll help the family or whatever relocate to Guatemala. However, we're going to get him out of prison. We're just not bringing him back to the United States. I would still see that as an infinitely better tact than what they're doing right now, which is effectively letting an innocent man suffer because they made a mistake and they don't want to admit that they made a mistake. Right? That's crazy pants. Seraph says 702, lol, it's on back order. Christian Valera says, strange, didn't get my mailed fedora yet. Have to talk to HR. We'll get it for you, buddy. As soon as we're rolling in cash, as a successful streaming channel, I will make it a priority to send you a fedora. Grassroot Tetramon says, Christian Valeris, I'm sorry, all we have is the cute little pinwheel hats. True. Now, Grassroot Tetramon has already been a fantastic financial backer of the program, so I do not want or need any money from him, but I do want to shill a little bit. I want to thank you for being here and hanging out with us. I want to thank you for being here and appreciating and reading the news and my editorialization and all that kind of stuff. However, if you have not liked the stream, please go ahead and move your cursor over to the side and click the like button. It does let other people know that we're live, and as a result, they can come and join us. Also, if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, if your bills are paid, if you have a 401k, if it's slightly recovering because Trump suspended his tariffs, then super chats are always appreciated, but never required. Your viewership is more than enough because we get beautiful, beautiful ad revenue off of it, but of course, super chats help. So, parasocial love to you and yours. Let's continue with the content. UK's top court says definition of a woman is based on biological sex and excludes transgender people. I'm just going to go with the title again because this is the fight that we're having right now is what is sex and gender. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that my perspective on this is that sex is an obvious fact of existence, right? If you have small gametes or large gametes, that's going to be determinative of a lot of your physiological secondary sex characteristics is what I think they describe. If you have, sorry to the stay-at-home moms, but if you have boobs or if you have a vagina or if you have a penis and you have testes, that is going to determine a lot of your physiological reality. Now, that being said, I think that there are absolutely people for environmental and genetic who are not quote unquote born into the wrong body, but who have a tremendous amount of distress because they feel like they were born into the wrong body. And so the question is, what is the resolution? Do you let them go through puberty and then maybe acclimate to their body through like psychological stuff? Or do you aid them in transition where you give them puberty blockers at an appropriate age, and then you help them physically transition through facial feminization surgery, through, bottom surgery, through top surgery, et cetera, et cetera. And the truth is, I just don't know. Okay. I don't know. And so if I was dictator of the world, and of course you should want that because I would be a much better dictator than Donald Trump. What I would actually probably do is I would differentiate sex and gender. I would literally put 2 buttons on the, or 2 locations on the passports and the state IDs, and I would put sex and I would put gender. And so as a result, with sex, male or female, we know that effectively what you're saying is you were born with testes or you were born with a uterus, right? And then with gender, you know, man or woman, then we kind of know, like, okay, well, you like to socially express as a man or as a woman. And so as a result, if you have a trans woman and you're a doctor, or you have a trans woman and you're a TSA agent, you don't have to go through the embarrassing to you and probably embarrassing to them fight over, like, well, you kind of look like a male, even though your passport says female, right? You don't have to have the fight. You know that they're a male, so they might have some secondary sex characteristics that look a little masculine, but you also know that they identify as a woman, and you should probably use she, her pronouns if you're so inclined, and you should just be polite, right? It's not that hard. In my worldview, it's not that hard. I understand it's harder for other people, but it's not hard for me. Krista Hines says, no apologies. I literally just told my girl's baby grows in the uterus, not the belly. I make sure she trusts her body. Yeah, exactly. And Krista Hines, just to maybe overshare, but share anyways, I think that girls in particular, but adolescent people in general, experience a certain amount of discomfort with their bodies, particularly when they go through puberty. It's natural. And so when you kind of inculcate the culture with, well, maybe I was born in the wrong body. Well, guess what? When I was 12, I would have told you I was born in the wrong body. I was tall and gangly and skinny and pimply, and I wanted to be a 6-foot Giga Chad covered in muscles, no acne, and, you know, and basically have like the perfect life. So immediately at the age of 12 or 13, when I was skinny, tall, gangly, and pimply, should I have started going on testosterone in order to build more muscle? Should I have started doing some kind of, you know, extreme skincare product in order to eliminate acne? And my answer would be no. It's like sometimes you just got to wait a few years and then you'll grow into your body and then you'll feel more acclimated. So now that's not going to be true for everyone. That's not going to be true for trans people necessarily. However, I think that we need to differentiate people who just need to go through the trials and tribulations of puberty and adolescence versus the people who actually have a genuinely persistent and damaging psychological disorder that manifests in like physical uncomfortableness that actually harms them. We need to be able to draw a line between these two concepts somehow. Seraph702 says, in my opinion, man isn't gender or sex, it's species. Well, I agree with you that it's mankind, you know, or, you know, it's humankind, right? I'll be okay with that. But yeah, it is. I agree with you, but I'm trying to make it simple for the passports. Okay. I'm trying to make it simple. Grassroots Mon says, yes. Well, good. I'm happy that we have another area of alignment. Jonah Boy says, I should be a space marine or a kaiju, have superpowers at least. Agreed. And Grassroots says HGH all day. Yeah, 100%. That's what we need. We need gender affirming care, but for 12-year-old boys who feel like they should be space marines. That's what we need. I'm joking. If there's a trans member of my chat, know that I'm joking. I'm not trying to poke fun at you. I'm just screwing around because it's an interesting topic. Okay. So don't be offended. Now, in our little bit of wholesome news, every time that I see like a story about an animal, I kind of like to watch it because it's normally very cute. Okay. So last time, I think we saw like a baby chimpanzee who was born via cesarean section, a C-section, so to speak, and was just like cuddling their mother. And it was just a very cute chimp. It's not so much about the visual as it is about what it says about the like moral virtues, which I know is hard to assign to animals, but I'm going to. The moral virtues of elephants instinctively. Watch this. So San Diego undergoes an earthquake. Watch how the elephants react. And if you can't watch because you're just lurking, don't worry about it. I'll describe it to you in a second. Elephant family values. Exactly, actually, yeah. So for those of you who can't watch, all right, what happened was San Diego underwent a kind of minor earthquake. Wasn't that bad. It was just like a shake or a tremor. But what happens is almost immediately the elephants, the elephants are also tan, so they're kind of camouflage. So I just full screened it. But the elephants run into a defensive formation where all of them are looking in different exterior angles so they can all look for an incoming threat. And then as the tremors settle, what happens is the calf, who is the youngest member of the tribe, they all line up like butt to butt in 4 different directions with the calf in the middle. That way, if God forbid a predator was attacking during this like weird moment, then they would all be protected. And so what I think this is cool about is, I know morality, like good and bad, is often assigned to like human beings because we have like moral agency. However, I think that animals also have a kind of moral framework where there's animals that perform better and worse in instinctive situations that can be evaluated as good or bad. And so elephants are pretty like strategic or deep thinking animals. And so the fact that they want to herd their young, protect their young, and get into a defensive formation in order to defend their young, and they do this instinctively, I think that's awesome. I think it's cool. I think it shows that we share more in common with animals than we like to often think about. Now, I'm still going to eat some chicken and eat some fish later on. But at the same time, I do think it's cool that animals do have agency, right? Circle the wagons, protect the children. Exactly. Like I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not being cute. They literally have, I shouldn't say literally, I should say they actually have very similar instincts to human beings. It's pretty cool. It's pretty dope. Then they made a phalanx. Exactly. They made an elephant phalanx. Sultan Al Fahim says the culture. Yeah, they have like it's an animal culture, but they still have a culture. Krista Hines says stampede or lions. Right. They could be getting ready for like a buffalo stampede or for the roar of lions. So yeah, that would be pretty stinking cool. But what we're going to do now, we have friends of the channel named Wick. Wick is a host of a debate show called Wick TV. And then we also have Lactoid, who is a libertarian lawyer out of the Northeast, and they debated Russia and Ukraine. And it was a spicy segment. Oh, Grassroots, thank you for the donation again. I feel like you're mocking my universal human growth hormone idea. Am I, or do I agree with it completely? I'm just not fully caught up on the concept. But the question is, America first, Ukrainian war, debate, the culture war with Tim Pool. We got Wick TV, we got Lactoid. I'll come back and do an intro momentarily, but I do need to use the facilities real quick. So I'm just going to pull up, I don't know, should we pull up like cats being cute video or something? I think that'd be fine. Cats being cute. Fun. How about that? Cats being funny. Here we go. We got an 8-minute video. I'll be back way faster than that. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, but I need to use the restroom. So, Christian Valeris, that's a spicy one. Good God. Christian Valeris says, Lactoid is your local Russian propagandist man who enjoys the phalluses of other men. That he said something like that, for those of you who can't look at chat, but he said that very aggressively. Unlikely animal friends. I mean, that's sounds like good stuff. But we're gonna watch the funny cat compilation while I run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into the Ukraine debate. We'll probably watch that for, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. We'll get the highlights of it, and then we'll probably move on to Dave Smith and watch that. Obviously, Dave Smith is a bigger character, so it'll probably be more accessible content. But I do want to watch Wick TV and Lactoid debate because I have talked to them both previously. And then, of course, I was on Tim Pool recently. So, all right, let's watch cat babies real quick. I'll turn the volume and go use...
Whoa! How about some tofu, Carl? Tofu. 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 Tofu.
I just need a hello.
Yes, it's the best day of my life. It's happened. Milo. Milo, why? Oh no!
Seriously?
All right, I'm back. What did
What
I
do you think
miss?
about it? I'm not getting in the middle of this. I'm not getting it.
Cats. They're like little ninja jerks. Clumsy guy. Oh, geez. Oh, you guys had fun while I was gone. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Let's get back into it. So let's do a little introduction. I'm going to go full cam, I think, just because I think on the VODs it looks better. So, hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. Today, we're going to be watching friends of the channel, Wick TV and Lactoid, debate about the Ukrainian war. They did so on Tim Pool, and I'm pretty sure Tim Pool actually jumps into the debate and gets a little bit spicy. Tim Pool specifically, has been criticized in the past for being way too pro-Russian, pro-American isolationism. And so I'm actually very interested in order to contend the ideas that he's going to be espousing in this debate. Should be a decent watch. And so I'm excited to break it down for you fine folks today. Without further ado, let's watch our friends. How do I get you on screen? Add a stage. There we go. Without further ado, let's go and check out our friends introducing themselves and hopefully the opening salvos of the debate. I will be pausing intermittently in order to take notes and break it down. Let's go.
So here, look, Ukraine has been unjustly invaded by an aggressive force, Russia. This isn't the first time Russia has invaded other countries. They did it in Chechnya. They did it in Georgia. They did it before in Ukraine in 2014, and they're doing it again now. The idea that if we suddenly withdraw our funding, if we withdraw our forces, if we decide to just, let Putin have this little bite now, that he will somehow stop, is ludicrous. It's naive. Putin will not stop. He must be stopped. We have a situation where we are and should be funding more money into Ukraine, because that money doesn't just go to Ukraine. It goes to American jobs in American factories, building American weapons to fight America's enemies and support America's allies. We made in 2024 $316 billion selling foreign weapons selling our weapons to foreign countries. This dwarfs the numbers that we've given in aid to Ukraine, and this demand spiked in 2024 by 26%, in part because we have shown ourselves, at least to some degree, to be a reliable ally. And so Poland, the Netherlands, other countries want to take and help rearm. They're up in their GDP, but there's more money out there than there is stuff. So we have an
Let me make sure my volume's maxed.
opportunity now to rebuild our industrial base and use Ukraine as a way to do that, because there's other conflicts coming. We have a trade war with China coming up, right? Trade wars can often turn into something a little bit hotter, and it behooves us to be prepared for that. And I think Ukraine is a good reason to do so. That's my argument.
Yeah, I mean, my argument's pretty straightforward. I think we've been sold a lie when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We've been sold this tale of a David versus Goliath, this fledgling democracy that's being threatened by this massive authoritarian power, when the reality is the truth is much more complicated. I mean, here we are $200 billion later, and all we've managed to buy for ourselves is about 500,000 dead, probably more at this point. Another 500,000 wounded, some critically, probably more at this point. This was all done in service of a power structure in Ukraine that's becoming increasingly authoritarian, a power structure that was founded upon a illegal and unconstitutional coup that disenfranchised millions of people in the East that we just don't seem to care about. We didn't seem to care about it in 2014, but it's the direct cause of what's going on now. And on top of all of that, Ukraine is losing, and Ukraine continues to lose every single day, despite the fact that we're dumping money into it. And last time I brought this up, you know, you and your comrades kept hammering, well, Kursk, they have Kursk. Kursk is gone, right?
No, it's not.
Ukrainians have lost Kursk.
They have not. They still have forces in Kursk today. Not as much, right? Not as much of Kursk, but today.
They have a single-digit percentage fraction of what they had, and the Russian forces are moving into Sumy. I'm following the war every single day. The Russians make gains every single day. The Ukrainians lose ground every single day, and we're dumping money into this dumpster fire.
Let's start here. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
Well, Russia has always wanted to be to regain Ukraine. So Putin has said many times in his.
So actually, let's go ahead and break this down. Well, we make 155 mics like we used to make Model Ts. True. That's not a problem for me, by the way. Like, that's not a problem at all. So I think that what's going to happen, this is my prediction, is that Wick is appealing to a fiscal conservative narrative that so the fiscal conservative narrative that oftentimes critics of the Ukrainian war say is that we spent $200 billion and this is a waste of money that causes a waste of life, right? And so what Wick is cleverly trying to do, but I think that he thinks he's too clever perhaps, is he's trying to appeal to their sense of like fiscal responsibility by saying like, hold on, we're actually paying Americans to manufacture American weapons to sell to our allies in order to defeat our enemies. Now, I would hold on to the moral argument over like the fiscal argument, but I do see what he's trying to do, and I do think it's creative, even if I think it won't work. Now, the other thing that he said, though, is we should be putting more money into it to support. Yeah, same thing. Now, we can use it to rebuild our industrial base and then appealing to fiscal practicality. I'm going to say that he kind of cleverly appealed to the fiscal conservative talking point of like, well, we spent too much money on this war. But I think that a lot of people are going to find this repulsive, that effectively he's saying that we should rebuild American domestic manufacturing on the corpses of Ukrainians and Russians, right? There's a general, even people who are pro-war, or pro-military industrial complex, or pro the Ukrainian war, or pro-Israel and the Israeli-Gazan conflict. Anybody who's sober, who has made contact with actual war, you know what it is, which is effectively like a horror show, right? Now, killing jihadists, I'm okay with, but that doesn't change the fact that jihadists are effectively radicalized zealots who were once members of their community. Their daughters, well, some of them are daughters, but their daughters, their sons, there's nephews, there's nieces, and then also the collateral damage that occurs. So I think that the audience, predictably, I would say, is probably revolting against Wick's lack of moral calculation when it comes to the civilian dead and also the dead warriors in this conflict, because it is a lot. It is 500,000. So Lactoid's opening says, we've been sold a lie. I don't think we've been sold a lie. I think that there's a difference between the propaganda that you say on nighttime news versus what you say for people who are actually studying the conflict. So just because an event is increasingly more complex the more you look at it, doesn't mean that the general narrative is a lie. He says it's a David versus Goliath fight. Well, it is a David versus Goliath fight. Ukraine is a legitimately smaller power that wasn't taken particularly seriously in a military event. You can find Russians endlessly talking about how they're going to unban me, coward. I'm going to ban you now. What are you talking about? Like, are you joking? Sorry, 1 second. My dogs are asking to come in. So, Rezi, hey, Connor, if you say unban me, coward, I'm going to ban you again. So you can try like another opening gambit. You could say, hey, what's up? You banned me because I was being spicy because of this thing. However, I would actually like to talk to you about X. So if you take that approach, then maybe I'll be sympathetic and maybe I'll talk to you. However, if you open with unban me, coward, then I'm going to ban you. So try again. Try again. I'll give you like 20 seconds to type it out while I let the dogs in the room. Try again, Rezi. Or not. My chats haven't been showing up for a bit. Wanted to say good job on the Destiny President. That's it. My chats haven't been showing up. Oh, okay. Jesus, Rezi. You have to understand, there's so many. So Rezi, I'm not saying it's Resivir. It could be Resivir. I have no idea. But the truth is that people, schizophrenics, not you necessarily, Rezi, there will be people who will create, okay, cool. There will be people who create alts and then they'll start schizo posting in the chat. For instance, yesterday when I was talking to Vegan Gains and I was doing a debate, there was like 20 different profiles that were all spamming in the chat, like Vegan Gains is a better creator, you should kill yourself, like over and over and over again. And so I was like, you know, banning those accounts or whatever. But then one of those accounts, we were talking about adding a mod, and one of the accounts that was spamming stopped spamming, asked to be made mod. That way they could ban other people in chat. So you kind of have to be careful, like in those situations where schizos can come into chat and start drama. So I'm not saying Rezi he was talking smack, he was being silly, totally fine. I would just say, you know, I'm on the guard, right, a little bit, because there's some crazy people out there. Getting back to the debate, though. An illegal and unconstitutional coup. I don't think Lactoid cares about revolutions that are in the name of liberal democracy. He lives in America. He's a libertarian. He loves freedom. He loves the free market. He loves this. He loves that. So if he loves all those principles, why are those principles not universal? Rezi says, no, it's okay. You can call me a schizo, chat, or chill, bro. Okay. All right. My bad, Rezi. You got me revved up. My bad. So he's talking about all these things, but he's like, they've becoming increasingly authoritarian in Ukraine. Well, if we go back to the American revolution, aren't we going to find like authoritarian things that we did during the time of our revolution that were necessary during a time of war and crisis? And so I feel like that's an ahistorical analysis, but you know, we could probably actually talk to Lactoid at some point and just kind of do it. But we'll take notes for now and just watch the debate. They have a territorial foothold in Kursk that's very small. This is true. I lean more towards Lactoid's position. I'm okay with saying conflict map now. I'm okay with saying that the Ukrainian foothold in Kursk is very small, because originally what happened there, Kursk, this area, okay? So what happened was Ukrainian forces, in order to distract Russian forces, they took this crossroads in the city of Kursk. And so what they did is they cut off major highways from Bryansk, from Creole, from Moscow. Moscow's up here somewhere. Moscow. And so what it did is it forced Russian forces to move around the occupation of the major highways, right? They had to go further east in order to get to the south. And so that's fine. That was like a smart move on behalf of the Ukrainians, which I presume was eventually so they could trade the area of Kursk for Kherson. However, what's happened since then is the Russians took that correctly as an insult to their national sovereignty, and the Ukrainians effectively spitting in their eyes. And so as a result, they made it a military mandate to take back the territory of Kursk. And so the Ukrainian armed forces have been reduced to this very limited territory of Russian territory, whereas there's even Russian incursions into Ukrainian territory that almost completely offset the foothold that they have in Russian, in Russian occupied land. So that's where, for me, I accept Lactoid's assessment, even if, even if Wick TV's statement is true, right? His statement is true. I think Lactoid's assessment is more accurate. All right. Brooklyn, I agree. It was VG fans. Nyla, yeah, they were so rude, but it's okay. Like, I actually think that it was probably 2 or 3 schizos, because what was happening was there was only 2 or 3 different messages, and they all spam the same message repeatedly over and over and over again. And then once I banned that, the same message would pop up under a new account. So I think they just have a bunch of alts ready to go, and they kind of like do it as like a troll operation. And so they just keep doing it until they get banned. So yeah, no problems. But anyways, moving on. Let's see what else they have for us.
Interview with Tucker Carlson, and in speeches and in other statements, that he wants to regain the imperial power of Russia, to establish greater Russia. And Ukraine, in his mind, is part of that project. He believes that they are ethnically Russian, that Ukrainians don't exist in a real way, and he just wants to bring them into his fold, right? That's his belief structure, and that's why he's doing this. This nonsense that people will say about, like, oh, it's NATO expansion, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. It's not. Putin has been very clear. He's doing this because he believes that Ukraine doesn't exist, and Ukraine is part of Greater Russia, and he'll have it back.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of American propaganda version of whenever the enemies are going to,
that's what Putin has
whoever.
said.
Well, no, it's more complicated than that. As I think we're going to visit a lot here, a lot of the claims here that are being made are more complicated. There's more gray area than I think you're giving credit for. The reasons for the war in Ukraine are complex, and there's many of them. But some of the main issues are the disenfranchisement of millions of people in Crimea and the Donbass, and really the east of Ukraine, that happened in 2014 when there was a unconstitutional, unpopular coup that took place. It's not a distraction. That matters. If we care about constitutional order and we care about democracy, we can't just ignore it when it benefits our enemies.
Even if I grant you this.
One last thing. NATO expansion is also, of course, going to be one of the major factors. A few days before the invasion, a demand was made, don't let Ukraine join NATO. That demand was ignored. It's up to them. And then a few days later, the 2022 invasion happened.
It is up to them. Why wouldn't it be up to them? If we're going to, let me ask you this. Do you think that a country's sovereignty matters?
I think that a country's sovereignty matters to an extent. To an extent. I think
let me ask you a question. If the Colombia protesters, right, the ones who supported Hamas and things were like, you know what, and they're citizens. I'm not talking about the student visas and things like that. The citizens of Colombia were like, you know what? We hate America. We want to be part of Hamas now. We want to join Gaza. So we're going to vote to join Gaza. Do you think that would justify in any way, shape, or form Hamas coming in and attacking America in order to liberate the Colombian protesters who have decided that, oh, we want to be part of Gaza now?
It's disanalogous, and I'll explain why. A better analogy would be, let's imagine if Canada had an unconstitutional coup that was undemocratic and was against the will of the vote that had just happened, let's say. And there were parts of Canada that were thus disenfranchised because, like many countries, certain areas tend to vote for certain candidates more than others. And then on top of that, this new illegal government reached out to Russia and attempted to join SISTO and attempted to put Russian missiles on the border with the U.S. As a great power, it is myopic to think that the U.S. wouldn't do anything. The tanks are rolling in the next day. We were willing to end the world over the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, despite the fact that we had invaded Cuba in the Bay of Pigs just a year prior. There are certain lines that great powers red lines that they have. And one of them is, and Russia's made it clear, Ukraine, for many reasons, is one of the red lines here. They made that clear before the invasion, and they've made it clear since.
The question I have is, why Ukraine? What about literally any other country?
Well, I
about
do
Burma?
think we should. I do think we should support Taiwan, for example, as another country where I think we should draw a red line.
Yeah, this is actually already becoming a pretty interesting moral, philosophical, and political argument. I'm happy that we're digging into this. So I think Wick's view is that I don't think that these views are contradictory, and I'll try to explain how. Regaining Imperial Russia, Ukraine as a buffer state against other Western European and Eastern European nations. Plenty of Russians do not believe that Ukraine is a legitimate state. Sovereignty matters, and so therefore Ukraine should be able to choose its own destiny. The false annexation of Eastern Ukraine, he basically says that just because there were ethnic Russians in Eastern Ukraine and Crimea who voted to become a part of Russia doesn't mean that those votes are legitimate. And I can sympathize with this. However, I think that there's historical analogs that Lactoid is pointing to that are accurate. So Lactoid says that because of the Euromaidan revolution, which I guess he's saying it happened in 2014. I would have to double check my years. But because of the revolution in 2014, this was actually unconstitutional and an unpopular coup. I don't know if it was popular. We'll check that in a second. And then that NATO expansion can absolutely be a reason for Russia to be concerned, because we've had territorial anxieties about people in our own hemisphere vis-a-vis, I don't even know if I'm using vis-a-vis correctly, but in reference to the Cuban Missile Crisis, which actually is like, this is an interesting argument, because I think that it can stand the logic test of, well, haven't we already done the same things? And if we analog this to either Mexico or Canada, wouldn't we be doing the same things? So let's go ahead. I'm going to pull up a map, and I'm going to show you exactly what these guys are talking about. Ukraine maps, because this is the heart of the issue. Okay. So if we look at Russia and we analyze it from a historical perspective, they have this vast, underdeveloped, frozen wasteland that's rich with minerals, but they still technically own, right? And then all of their eastern holdings north of Mongolia, there are ethnic Russians who live here, but it's a very, very small, very small population. And there's also indigenous folks who live in these cities as well. And so as a result, Russian, which majority of their population is in St. Petersburg and Moscow, a majority of their political interest is not in the East and not in the North. That's just historically true. And so if you look at even imperial and monarchic Russia, they had the Tsars, right? The Caesars. These were allegedly the people from Constantinople who escaped the Ottoman invasion and then fled into Russia and then reestablished the Roman Empire. It's kind of like a bullshit story, but it's a story that they cling to, so I'm not going to disabuse them of it. But they effectively say, like, we are descended of the Roman rulers of Constantinople who fled the Ottoman assault, and so they took over Russia, and that's why they use Tsar. Tsar is actually a derivation of Caesar. And so they do view themselves as a powerful European country that is simultaneously European and also its own thing. And so if you look at their incursions and recessions over and over again, then what happens is they invade these territories repeatedly, and then they recede from these territories repeatedly. And that's Russian imperial and communist history. And if you look at it topographically, there are some mountainous regions here that are kind of buffery, right? But through Poland and through Belarus and through Ukraine, you actually have pretty topographic, easy access to Moscow, which is the heart of their power. Likewise, St. Petersburg is immediately across the ocean from Finland, which is one of their rivals, and then Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which are some of their tributary states, right? And so the way that Russia kind of views the world is during the post-World War II occupation, they rightfully occupied Eastern Europe. They rightfully occupied Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Czechoslovakia, I guess at the time, the former Yugoslavia, Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, because these were buffers for which they could establish their security, right? And so what's happened is a recession to the point that Belarus is their only remaining ally. Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and now Finland are all part of NATO. Therefore, if they try any of their incursions into these territories, they effectively start a war with all of Europe. And so that really only leaves Ukraine. And then Eastern Ukraine, this is the map of Ukraine that's recognized kind of by the international community before the war. However, Donetsk and Luhansk, which are right in these territories right here, are majority ethnic Russian. And so they're breakaway provinces that Russia has annexed. And then also this is Crimea, which is one of 2 warm water ports that Russia has. And therefore, any Russian military adventurism has to come from this warm water port. Here, their port in like St. Petersburg and their port in, this is Russian, actually, believe it or not, Kaliningrad. These are subject to the frigid winters of the Baltic Sea. This you can operate year round. And then believe it or not, their second major warm water port was Tartus in Syria, which is why they were fighting for Syria so aggressively. And so the whole point of this is that you can say that they don't have cause to be alarmed that a defensive alliance is immediately outside their border. However, I guarantee you Russians don't think that way. They do think that they're being baited. They do think that they're being put into a trap. They do view Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia as only a stone's throw away from a hostile army being able to destroy Moscow. And therefore, they take that territorial anxiety and they apply it to Ukraine. So interesting stuff. Decent geopolitical analysis. I agree with Wick more, but I think Lactoid is arguing it competently.
And we should not let imperial powers come in and start taking chunks. And the reason why is because it's in our interest. And these are the key words. Ukraine is in our interest because Ukraine is connected to a lot of European countries. We have Ukraine isn't just the only country that borders Russia. You have Estonia bordering Russia. You have the Balkans, right? And you have, now Finland and Sweden and things, but they weren't part of NATO before the invasion. But this matters because the reason why a lot of countries in 2004 joined NATO was because they foresaw this Russian imperial aggression that was coming. They were worried over their sovereignty and they wanted protection from that. So if we abandon Ukraine, what that does is it sends a signal to our allies that are our actually allies, the NATO allies that we have, that, you know what, if it costs too much, then maybe we're going to abandon them too. And that creates a very dangerous situation.
But Ukraine is not an ally of the United States.
Ukraine can be, and I think it should be.
Sure, but that's not what I'm asking.
Because
it's not. And so it's understandable what you're saying, that if, say, Lithuania saw an incursion from, Russia brought troops into Belarus, and then, or Kaliningrad started launching incursions through the border of Kaliningrad.
Yeah.
But Ukraine's not an ally, nor are they a member of NATO, nor the EU. So for what is the reason the U.S. intervened in this regard?
Again, because it's in our interest.
What are those interests?
Sure. One of our interests,
the military-industrial complex. That was one of the things he mentioned, is creating American jobs. It's a way that we can.
That is
on
the
military-industrial complex.
Absolutely. That is one of our interests. But another of our interests is create stability in this region. Because if Ukraine falls, like we talk about the cost of supporting Ukraine, we got to talk about the cost of not supporting Ukraine. What happens if we abandon Ukraine and Ukraine falls? What happens to our interests? What happens to the cost to American consumers? Trade, we have about $1 trillion, a little less, a year with Europe in trade. And if that is disrupted, right, it just hurts our wealth at home.
What would disrupt that?
So, for example, if Ukraine falls, a lot of our European allies will see us as unreliable. And I'll give you an example of this happening. When Trump canceled...
I think Wick is over-explaining a little bit. So this could be, dashing rogue. I agree with you. So smothering an imperial power in its crib is in our interest. I mean, I agree. So actually, let's go over this real quick. So Tim says, why Ukraine? I actually wish I was a part of this, and I would love to come back in order to debate Lactoid or Tim himself on the Ukrainian conflict, because I feel like, while, again, I agree with Wick. I agree with Wick more than I agree with everybody else. I think that he's not willing to bite bullets. Maybe he hasn't considered them. I'm not sure. But he says, Ukraine is not an ally of the United States. Well, we might not use that in the militarist term that we're like engaged in an official military capacity to degrade Russia, but we've said as much. We've said part of the reason why we're willing to support Ukraine militarily is because Russia is one of our international allies, and degrading their military capacity makes them weaker by comparison. We've said that. And the colloquial definition of ally is a state formally cooperating with another for a military or other purpose. And we are 100% cooperating with the state of Ukraine for a military or other related purpose. That definitionally. So just because we don't have like a formal declaration of alliance in the Ukrainian conflict doesn't mean that we're not an ally of Ukraine. Just use it colloquially, right? And then this is the thing that I wish that Wick would jump onto instead of appealing to all the economics of Europe. I understand that he's probably trying to appeal to the economic sensibilities of Tim Pool's audience, but I just don't think it's necessarily worth it, right? So why not talk about liberal democracy? Part of the Euromaidan revolution was the fact that I forget if it's like Poroshenko or whatever, but the person who was elected into power in Ukraine was originally promising that they were going to push to become a part of the EU. They were going to try to be a part of Europe. They were trying to culturally integrate and economically integrate. And then what happened was he got backdoor pressure from Russia, and then he revoked a bunch of that stuff. And then he said, actually, guys, we're going to go ahead and be more friendly with Russia. And so the Western Ukrainians revolted, and they started doing protests, and they started getting shot because they said, no, we don't want to go back to Russia. Russia has screwed us over tons of times. Russia tried to assassinate our president in the early 2000s. Russia has already encroached on our territory. Russia has already invaded its neighbors. We don't want to be a satellite of Russia anymore. We want to normalize our trade and cultural relations with the rest of Europe. And so that violence did lead to a riot and a revolution that saw the elected leader of Ukraine flee to Russia because he knew he was safe there, right? And so what Wick is saying about, all this stuff is great, but almost all of the moves that Zelensky and the post-Poroshenko government has moved is trying to get economic, social, and military ties with the United States and Europe. He's fulfilling the promise that Western Ukrainians wanted in the 2000s and the 2010s. And so we should be supportive of a fledgling liberal democracy. We should be trying to increase the reach of the liberal hegemonic order. We should, be okay with the military industrial complex, like getting some benefit out of it. But that's not the moral reason, right? So the moral reason is the moral and economic reason is what I said. Wick does say that the Ukraine is the gate to Europe. That is understandable. 2004, many people joined NATO because they feared just such an occurrence. That's also accurate. So again, I agree with Wick more, but I think he needs to slow it down, make it more concise. I'm guilty of not being concise myself, so that's a pot calling the kettle black. But he needs to slow it down, make it concise, and not just appeal to hard economics. He also needs to appeal to principle and virtue. Even if the audience is saying like, no, principle and virtue don't matter. Of course they matter. Christian Blair says, no, fudge dim fool. The dude that took money from people who were essentially working for Russian intelligence cutouts don't get to play dumb or ask questions. I mean, he literally does. He has his own podcast, so you're wrong. Sorry, but you're wrong. Poroshenko wanted closer ties with the Eurasian Economic Union as opposed to the EU. Yeah. And I'm assuming the Eurasian Economic Union was more like China, Russia, Iran, all that kind of stuff. We can take a look at that. Raymond Smith says, sounds like the Republicans in here. Well, guess what? I'm like a neocon, right? So I think that invading all of the Middle East and North Africa was probably bad. I think destabilizing all of the Middle East and North Africa was pretty bad. We need to be more realistic about our power and the limits of our power. However, yeah, like I'm a center-right Republican who hates Trump. That's literally who I am. So hold on. You said the Eurasian, what did you say? Eurasian Economic Union members. So Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia. Yeah, dude. You can either be economic allies with Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia, or you can be economic allies with Western Europe. Which one are you going to pick? I'm just going to tell you, even if I think that Europeans are a bunch of cucks and they're culturally and militarily weak, I'm still picking the Europeans every single time because they obviously have advanced technology, advanced cultures, advanced language, advanced this, advanced that, advanced education. They're an incredibly developed series of polities. And so even if you think that they're militaristic cuckolds, that doesn't mean that they don't have social, economic, and even some militaristic power.
Briefly paused the aid that was going to Ukraine, cut off intelligence and things like that. The EU began to question that it was making when it comes to us. It has granted them, so the EU has talked about they are no longer going to want to source some of the parts that they get for their munitions and their things from us because we are no longer reliable. They're setting up, I'm not sure if it's in place yet, but they're setting up a system where they buy from themselves because they realize that, oh, maybe under this regime.
It doesn't sound like that's related to Ukraine, though. It sounds like it's related to Trump's trade issues.
No, this was before the trade issues.
So you're saying that
this is before the trade imports and anything like this. This is when Trump canceled or paused, I should say, the aid we were giving to Ukraine that we had already allocated to give to Ukraine. He paused that so it wasn't coming in. He also canceled the intelligence sharing that we were doing. And again, like Europe is on this doorstep, and a lot of Europe are our allies, and they see. And they're watching how America is going to support them because by supporting Ukraine, we are supporting them. We are making the world safer for them. And that's a direct benefit. It is not a wild assertion.
They're not an ally. As Tim said, they're not an ally, right? You're saying they could be an ally. And I understand that U.S. aid and several other...
but you understand that like Estonia is our ally.
Estonia is our ally. They're a NATO ally.
Right?
And I would agree.
The Netherlands is our ally.
For sure.
France is our ally,
and
correct?
They're covered under
They are
Article 5.
all wanting us. They're all wanting us to support Ukraine.
Well, I'm sure they are. That's less money that they have to spend. I'm sure they all want us.
They're all ramping up their money.
Good.
What are you talking about? They are ramping up their money and spending.
I don't control their money. Okay, if they want to spend money, I can't stop. I don't think it's a good idea, but I can't stop them. But if you're saying, oh, they want us to spend this money, I'm sure they do. Right? I don't think that we should. Not only for the reasons that I outlined before, but because you're openly talking about, well, it's in our interest because of the military industrial complex.
And our interest makes Americans safer, and it makes the world safer.
No, it's in our interest.
American hegemony has made the world a safer place.
Ukraine,
a better place.
You really think
not just for America?
You really think
for the
Ukraine
world.
Was more stable or less stable after? Do you think it was more stable, or sorry? Do you think
it was more stable or less stable after Russia invaded? I think it was less stable.
Hold on. Do you think Ukraine was more stable after 2014 than before?
Of course not.
Okay, what happened in 2014?
In 2014, Russian sent little green men into Crimea.
What happened before then?
They locked down, right? They locked down the parliament so no one can get in. Men with guns, right?
What happened before then?
They forced a vote.
What happened before then?
100. Let me read the exact resolution here. That's why I took some notes.
I'm sorry.
UN Resolution 68262, right? The invalid referendum on 16th of March 2014, where Crimea declared its independence and joined Russia. This was obviously
why'd you put that in scare quotes?
Because it was, again, as the UN resolution says, invalid.
You're saying it's
invalid.
We
recognize it's invalid.
I'm asking you why was it invalid?
It was done under duress.
Was it?
Because Russians sent their little green men in. They brought guns. They locked down the parliament. They forced a vote.
What's little green men?
Little green men. So they have green uniforms. They rip off their badge, right? So they're not actually Russian soldiers, and they go in and they do their thing, and they have some plausible deniability, which people like my comrade Lactoid here will say, oh, that's obviously not the Russians. It's just some paramilitary.
Well, I want to educate Wick a little bit on this. So obviously there were Russians there. I'm not denying that the little green men were Russians, obviously.
Russian soldiers.
Yes, of course, from Sevastopol, for sure.
With guns that were threatening force.
Yep. Okay. But when I asked you before, what happened before then? I think it's telling that you're just ignoring all the context, as is usual with this conversation. Before you cut me off again, that is usual with this conversation. There's, oh, it just happened, right? There's this, oh, it just came out of the sky. This invasion just came out of the sky. When in reality, what happened is Crimea had for years wanted to leave Ukraine. In fact, in 1992, they declared independence. Ukraine said, you better nullify that within a week with the threat of force. So then they were like, okay, fine, we're not gonna leave. And
Just
then,
like
and
Chechnya,
then
Russia did
we
to
can talk about Chechnya in a second, because I also know about Chechnya. But then,
Chechnya
and then in
declared its independence. How did
2014,
Russia treat them?
in 2010, there was a president elected in Ukraine, Yanukovych. And in 2014,
was I saying Poroshenko?
Do you deny that he was
Yanukovych versus Poroshenko, or is Poroshenko another part of the name? Poroshenko, Petro Poroshenko, People's Deputy of Ukraine. Let's take a look at it. Let's just make sure we got the names right, or we can correct ourselves, okay? Because I'm sure that Dylan Burns is probably pulling out his hair. Petro Oleksievich Poroshenko is a Ukrainian politician and oligarch who served as the 5th president of Ukraine from 2014 to 2019. He served as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 2009 to 2010 as the Minister of Trade. During his presidency, Poroshenko led the country through its first phase of the war in Donbass, pushing the Russian separatist forces into the Donbass region. He began the process of integration with the European Union by signing the European... Oh, man, guys... You just let me do that? You just let me do that? You just let me blame Poroshenko for everything that happened? Wow. Thanks, guys. Real cool. I'm going to lose press access to go talk to Petro Poroshenko because I misnamed him. Okay, listen. Earlier, Yanukovych, let's find this guy, Kovic. So I was talking about Poroshenko. Let the record reflect that I was incorrect. And while I was dogging Poroshenko in my chat, my disloyal chat, my chat who loves to backstab me by letting me be a fool on the internet, they allowed me to call Poroshenko Yanukovych when I meant Yanukovych. Thanks, guys. All right. I'm messing around. It's my fault. I should know more. I should even know the guy who got poisoned. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and look him up as well. Ukrainian prime minister that was poisoned. Yushchenko. Victor Yushchenko. Well, okay, now it's just not my fault. Okay, now it's not my fault. They all have similar names. So Yushchenko is the guy in the 2000s who got poisoned by Russia. So Poroshenko is the guy who led them in the first phases of the war. Thank you. Stop making up names. Yuck. Listen, guys, I'm not going to be able to track all of these if you're making up Ukrainian sounding names in chat, okay? And then Yanukovych is the guy who was leading, leading Ukraine up until the Euromaidan revolution. So thanks. Yeah, you guys are just like taking like all of the Ukrainian names and then you're combining them into like a single guy. Yeah, like Yanuka Poroshenko, that'll be the next thing I say. All right, so my apologies to the Ukrainian people. My apologies to the 2 or 3 Ukrainians who will watch this as a VOD. My apologies to the future people who will use my misidentification of Poroshenko versus Yanukovych as some kind of like nefarious attempt to malign the Ukrainian people. I promise it wasn't. It was just raw incompetence. Don't worry about it. But the whole point was, I'll put that. Shmaliko Shiko. Yeah. I don't think that's one of them, Wokisi John. I don't think that's one of them. Make a throat sound in the Eastern European equivalent to throwing a spoon on the ground and getting a Chinese name. Brutal. Chad is being brutal, and it's my fault. But anyways, the point is that all the crimes that I assigned to Poroshenko, I meant to say with Yanukovych. My apologies to the Ukrainian people. I will use one of those like flagellant whips later. I'll use a cat of 9 tails to whip my back for mixing up Ukrainian political figures. With no further ado, let us continue to listen to Lactoid. I think while, again, I disagree with him, and as a matter of fact, we might just invite Lactoid on and just debate him. The I think he's arguing competently while I disagree with him principally. All right.
Unconstitutionally cooed?
No, but that doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
That doesn't matter.
Why doesn't the
You know
votes
why
of
it doesn't
Crimeans matter? Does them being disenfranchised matter?
Is it doesn't give Russia the right to come in with guns, tanks, and material and force the issue. Russia or any nation does not have the right to come in with force
so
and violate someone's sovereignty
just gotta sit and take
to solve an internecine conflict. There are other ways to deal with that.
What way?
Russia did this.
What way should Crimea?
Military force.
What way should Crimea have handled it?
Any other way but this.
What way?
Because Crimea didn't handle it. Russia did. Russia took away their choice.
Why did Russia go into Crimea?
Because it's been part of their plan. They want Ukraine. Putin's wanted Ukraine for a while.
No, but why Crimea?
Crimea had pronunciation's hard. There's ports in there that gives them access to the what they call warm water ports, right? Because they don't have a lot of those, and it gives them access, and they can use their navies and things like that.
It's the home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet and their only warm water port.
Now that
and they're primarily Russians in Crimea as well.
But that wasn't under threat, right?
Of course it was.
Why? What was the threat?
Because
they had a lease.
I'll explain to you why it was under threat. Okay, it was under threat for a couple of reasons. But when you have the pro-Russian president get unconstitutionally couped in 2014, and now you have this country which prior had promised to not join military blocs, is now looking towards NATO, right? There is a concern that if they join NATO, that you're saying that, but that's how.
Dinas Mantas, but this discussion is a bit fruitless. Trump killed Article 5. Ukraine and Europe will have to figure out how to defend ourselves. So I don't agree, Dinas. And I think that America ultimately, if Russia did invade ally, if they did invade Poland, Trump has an affinity for the Polish people. But if they invaded Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia, what would happen is the United States would be late to the fight. So we wouldn't show up immediately, even though we're the world's most powerful military. What we would do is we would like slowly creep in until eventually it got more and more serious, right? I don't think that Congress would allow Trump to completely shirk our Article 5 duties. I also think that as soon as we get a more normal presidency back into office, we'll be okay. JD Vance, for all his bluster, I think that he craves power more than he craves principle. And so as a result, if he knows that working with quote unquote the swamp will help him maintain power, he'll do so. He also doesn't want to appear to be weak. So if there's a Russian invasion of a European ally, then effectively like vast swaths of the United States of American population, including yours truly, is going to say, this is important for international security. Therefore, we have to respond. So, yeah. Christian Blair says, Valor Media Network says, does he? Trump has an affinity for the Polish? Yeah. So if you actually watch some of the meetings where he's berating Europeans, there's a Polish newspaper that says, hey, you're kind of screwing over Russia right now. And as you know, there's a lot of Trump fans in Poland. And on top of that, we've taken our security very seriously. Are you going to screw us over the way that you're screwing Ukrainian over? And of course, he said it more politely than that. But what Trump actually said is like, no, Poland is actually the one country that I wouldn't screw over because you guys have been kicking in more than 2% for a long time now. He's doing his whole thing where he's trying to say like, what is he trying to say? He's effectively trying to say that people who don't bear the same financial burden in NATO and who have been dragging their feet for a long time, Canada, they do not deserve Article 5 protections because they haven't been fulfilling their obligations under the treaty or whatever you call it. So, yeah. Buenos tardes, mi amor. Hi, Kesoko. Good to see you again. Good to see you. Be sure to like the stream on your way in. I do appreciate you being here, and I do appreciate you saying hello in chat. Let's give them a little bit more time. I did DM Lactoid, so if Lactoid wants to chat, I don't know what his daily work schedule is. I have to assume that he's a wage cage because he is actually a lawyer, but I do want to ask him. I do want to have this conversation with him because, frankly, I think it would be easier and faster rather than arguing by proxy. We'll probably go for like another 5 to 10 minutes on this segment, and then I'll push it into the next segment.
How do you, as a geopolitical actor, how do you know that for sure? Especially when you have
I need more than just a possibility. I need reasonable.
You had a coup. You had a coup. How can you trust this new government when they ignored their own constitution? They ignored Article 108. They ignored Article 111, and they disenfranchised millions of people, millions of Crimeans. And by the way, the UN had done polling in Crimea prior to this and found that most Crimeans would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. This was between 2009 and 2011.
Know for sure if
and
they
Pew
would,
Research.
The vote they
hold
had,
on.
vote they had was conducted under coercive force.
I'm almost done. A few, like I think less than 2 months following the annexation of Crimea into Russia, Pew Research went in and did a poll, and 88% of Crimeans said that Kiev should recognize the results. Only 4% said no, which is relatively in line with what the referendum was.
They were occupied by Russian forces.
Okay, so
don't say no.
When they weren't occupied, they wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. What about that?
Through a poll.
Through a UN poll.
Isn't a vote.
A UN, because Ukraine wouldn't let them have a vote. They
if
tried to have a vote in
to
1992, and Ukraine
you
said
need
no.
More than just someone calling you up on the phone, like, "Hey, buddy, do you want to secede from your country?" You need an actual constitutional Congress. You need something actual.
Would
there.
Ukraine
But
let
again,
them have that vote?
At the end of the day, none of this justifies Russia coming in.
Of course it does.
And of course it does not. We would never let that happen in any other situation.
Ukraine
Russia
did
not let that happen.
No,
when Chechnya tried to secede, right? And when
I think this is the kind of moral limitation that I actually don't agree with. You could admit to multiple. I have found in my experience that there are multiple bad actors in almost every geopolitical and political situation at almost all times. There is no perfect ideological, correct party in almost any conflict on the planet. As an example, I know for a fact that after the Eastern territories seceded to Russia and declared themselves independent of Ukraine, but before they were annexed, that Ukraine routinely artillery striked, Eastern Ukraine. And so as a result, civilians died. So if I was in Eastern Ukraine, even if I was sympathetic to the Kievian government, I would be furious if they started artillery striking my downtown areas and started killing, Eastern Ukrainian civilians, because these are allegedly your people. These are the fighting for, and you killed 15,000 of them. Like, of course, that doesn't mean that Russia annexing the territories is morally justifiable or justified, but it does explain the anger and the reason why Donetsk and Luhansk are almost enthusiastic to break away from Ukraine, is because they feel like their guy, Yanukovych, if I got it correctly, Yanukovych was their guy that they voted for. They're more pro-Russian. He was more pro-Russian. He was deposed by the new Kievian government. And then after they tried to break away in order to maintain their, affinity for Russia, then they got shelled like a MFer. Dinas Mantas. You cannot say that's not true. You have to tell me what's not true, because I'll pull it up. Matter of fact, I'll just pull it up. How about that? I'll pull up what I just said. You can tell me what specific part of what I said you do not agree with. Ukraine killed 15,000 people in Donbass and Luhansk. About 14,000 people were killed in the war, 6,500 Russian and Russian proxy forces, 4,400 Ukrainian forces, and 3,500 civilians on both sides. Most civilian casualties were in the first year. In 2011, Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast had a combined population of 6.1 million. So if you want to say that as a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and concede this detail. Okay, I'll concede this detail. Russian propagandists probably say 14,000, because there's a reason why I said 15,000, right? But 6,500 of that 15,000 being Russian troops or Eastern Ukrainian militias, I wouldn't count those in the body count. And then same way with Ukrainian forces, I wouldn't count that as well, because obviously they're trying to take back the territory. And then with the 3,500 civilians, let's say that we split that down the middle, that's 1,750 civilians apiece, right? Somewhere in there. So yeah, 1,500 plus 2, it's 1,700. So that means that, assuming, I'm not saying that it's literally true that 1,700 civilians were killed on both sides. I'm just saying that that's possible. That means that the pro-Russian propagandists are using the 15,000 number without adding any context, so it sounds worse. So, all right. You know what? I'll take the L. I'll take the L. I said something that I had heard that is correct in the vaguest sense, but it's used as a propaganda talking point. So, because they don't include the additional details. Christian Blair says, were they intentionally targeted? Hamas ain't the only ones to use human shields. Nah, I doubt it. You know, Ukrainians and Russians, as barbaric as they are, I don't think that, you know, artillery is not a particularly accurate weapon. Like it's accurate in a general sense, and America can be extremely accurate with artillery. But of course, when you're bombarding military forces that are hanging out in civilian centers, there's going to be civilians that get killed, right? So, Dinas Mantas, if you were talking about the 15,000 casualty figure, I already conceded. However, if there's another thing that you take issue with as far as what I said, then please let me know in chat so we can research it further.
The Warsaw Pact broke apart when the USSR broke apart, and Chechnya said, okay, we want to go away too. At the time, they were like, no way, Jose. And they came in with military force.
So you support that?
Stomped them down. I absolutely do not, because of the way they handled that.
Whoa, why don't you support
because
that?
Of the, again, as if you listen to that, because of the way they handled that.
What way did they handle it then?
Gross human violations of their rights.
The Ukrainians do that in the Donbass?
No.
No. So
No.
when Amnesty
And
says when Amnesty says that they were committing war crimes by firing unguided rockets in civilian areas, that's just thousands of people dead. Who cares?
So go ahead.
You brought up the vote from Ukraine, so I've been looking into it. I have a question for you. In the 2010 election in Ukraine, which you mentioned,
yes,
Viktor Yanukovych won 49.55% against Yulia Tymoshenko, who won 46.03%.
Yes,
the country was split from the east to the west, with the west largely, and this includes Kiev, largely being in favor of Tymoshenko, and the right being in favor of Yanukovych. Yanukovych had his political opposition after this arrested and held for 3 years in prison.
But following 2010?
Yes.
In 2011, Yulia Tymoshenko was arrested for what is largely seen as political persecution and held for 3 years until Yanukovych was ousted.
Sure. And so,
and not to mention,
and hold on.
During Euromaidan, right?
Okay,
the brutalities that Yanukovych was perpetrated on his people. 108 protesters killed, brutal,
and 13 cops were killed. So in terms of the political, I guess, oppression that came following Yanukovych's election, I'm sure there's criticisms you can levy. I know Yanukovych had issues with corruption. I know that, in fact, Ukraine now has issues with corruption. But just because there are those issues doesn't mean that you can trample upon your own constitution to remove a president and not expect separatism in the places, as you brought up, in the places that overwhelmingly voted for Yanukovych. In Crimea and the Donbass, it was overwhelmingly pro-Yanukovych. Do their votes not matter? Do you just get to replace this president
Let me
in
ask you this,
2014
Lactoid,
with somebody that was not democratically elected? Ignore your own constitution? This is what led to the separatism, and the separatism and this new power structure in Ukraine, and this new power structure and separatism is what led to the 2022 invasion.
Well, let me ask you this. Had the U.S. backed and really wanted, right, Yanukovych, political enemy that he jailed for 3 years unconstitutionally, right? If he had wanted, if we,
well, you don't know the
really,
details
really
about that, and you don't either.
If he had really wanted, and I'll go with the hypothetical that what Tim just said was accurate, and that was seen and pretty much seen as shady, is illegal, etc. So go with it, run with me on this. Would that give us, the U.S., the right to go in with gun, tanks, men, and occupy and seek to annex parts of Ukraine? Would that have given us the right to do that? I don't believe you. I don't believe you if you say that you think that we would have that.
I think we've talked about matters of scale. In the
matters of scale.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let me explain. In the event that the Constitution was violated, which we don't know if it was, I mean, we had an arrest warrant for Yanukovych issued in 2014, immediately after he left the country. You do have a history.
He fled the country. Yes.
He left. Yeah, you can say he fled. It's because his car was shot at. If there's a constitutional issue with that, you can say there's major issues. You can, in fact,
this is descriptively accurate. Sorry, I just want to interrupt. That way I'm actually adding some level of commentary every now and then. So I don't think Wick benefits his arguments by saying that you can say that it's justified, which I think is effectively that what he does. When it comes to what he said, though, that there is a potential hypocrisy, right? There's a potential hypocrisy with him saying that, like, Russia by force maintaining Chechnya as a part of its sphere of influence is, similar to how Ukraine was trying to keep Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk in their sphere of influence by force as well. Those are parallel. But what's not parallel is the principles that underlie these societies. Russia is a oligarchic, kleptocratic, manipulative, dictatorial power, whereas what Ukraine is failingly trying to do is trying to come in line with the liberal economic and social order, and they're trying to reduce corruption, come into, reform their society, reform their civil service, reform their institutions, and get the economic and social benefits of falling into Europe and the United States' orbit. And so saying that, like, yes, I do not support dictatorial, oligarchic, kleptocratic regimes stamping down against separatism because I think that's evil. Whereas I am okay with, countries trying to maintain some level of their national sovereignty when, Russia specifically is antagonizing separatists to run away from their host country when their host country is trying to become better in the long term. You can still disagree with it. That's totally fine. You can disagree with it, but it's at least logically coherent. Whereas saying like one yes, no, and the other, no explanation, I don't think is as strong. K-Soko says, if the U.S. doesn't have a right, we would fabricate one. Remember Iraq? Well, hold on, K-Soko, you're putting us down a rabbit hole. I already told Chad multiple times. So in order to prevent Iran from beating Iraq in the Iran-Iraq war and then destabilizing the world petroleum market, we sold Iraq weapons of mass destruction in the 1980s. The architects of the liberation of Kuwait and the destruction of Iraqi armed forces were not just a part of Bush Sr.'s regime, they were a part of Bush Jr.'s regime. And they were, before and after the 9/11 terror attacks, looking for an excuse to finish the job in Iraq. So saying that it's fabricated, no, it's not fabricated. These are the same people who sold Iraq weapons of mass destruction, who sanctioned the hell out of Iraq for a decade and then returned a decade later to finish the job. It wasn't fabricated. They knew that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction because they sold it to them 15 years earlier. So you can say it's evil. I'll agree that it's evil and hypocritical, but I don't think it's fabricated. It wasn't made up whole cloth. They had reasons to do what they did, and they probably thought that they were morally correct. Anyways, moving on.
Even potentially, if it's bad enough, if there's enough repression, that could potentially justify an invasion based on humanitarian reasons. There is, unless you want to say,
look,
well, hold on,
there are
hold on. Unless you want to say,
I'll say this.
Hold on.
Christian Valera says, Saddam's major mess up was attempting to murder Bush Sr. and launching Scud missiles at Israel and Saudi Arabia. Actually, yes. And I remember that Dave Chappelle skit where he's like, he tried to kill my father. Like that. Classic memes.
In a second. Unless you want to say, well, we can't invade a country even if like there's gross humanitarian violations. And then that means you can't, invading Nazi Germany is out of the question, the Confederate South.
What I'm saying.
So you can, if there's enough violations of the Constitution and human rights that could justify potentially humanitarian intervention.
Human rights.
But what I'm saying is this, the Euromaidan was particularly egregious. We have a movement that, according to the last poll prior to the ousting of Yanukovych, had about 45% popularity and 48% unpopularity, primarily in the East. And you had the president removed, violating Article 108 and Article 111, and you had separatism. Well, to some extent, it does. The United States had help from France. We had a general Lafayette come in to help us leave the UK. Let me ask you this: does the U.S., because we argued no taxation without representation, and I think nullifying your vote is essentially removing representation. Did the U.S. have a right to leave the UK, the England? Do we have a right to declare independence?
Sure, they were doing more than just that. They were disappearing people. They were giving people no trial. They were just taking them off the street, right? But here's the deal: we don't live in 1700s anymore, and we're dealing in a world that is fundamentally different than back then. And to pretend that we're going to live by
You
the
better
same
articulate
rules that
how.
we did back in 1700, I think is folly. Look, none of
Talking about
this
principles
justifies,
here.
none of this justifies. And this is a principle, right? That a country's sovereignty.
Well, okay, Soko, they didn't use it the way that we wanted them to, okay? So Seraph702 says, my favorite memory of Bush Jr. is when he Jedi dodged that flip-flop during a press conference. Yeah, that was dope. My favorite, like George Bush is being rehabilitated in my mind every single day that I deal with the Trump presidency. And I have to say, one of the funniest moments of George, if I said Jeb, my apologies, but one of the funniest moments of George where he's like, the terrorists, we're going to hunt you. We're going to kill you. You're not going to get away. Now watch this drive. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to show you guys because I know I messed up the first part of the quote. But guys, like, honestly, isn't this so wholesome in comparison? Like, George Bush, watch this drive. Watch me hit this drive. Like, people act like Bush is a moron. And, you know, he had his flub moments. But this is such fire. Like, I wish Twitter and Photoshop was around at this time because they're 100%, no denying, would have been George Bush memes where they would have taken his flubs and combined it with Iraq combat footage and made it cool. So watch this.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Okay. We didn't need the Twin Towers exploding at the end, but that is so awesome. I'm going to watch it one more time.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Oh, sorry. His face makes it. His face makes it even better. I'm sorry. We're going to have to watch it a third time.
We must stop the terror.
Here we go.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
So awesome. And then somebody says Bush dancing with the Africans. Let's take a look in Africa. Yeah, dude, this guy was based. Like, you understand, like, he's a little dumb. He got a few 100,000 people killed, but you know what? President doesn't. But overall, as far as like a human being, I think he was actually like a kind of dumb but decent human being. Dude, that's me like 2 whiskeys deep. What a hero. Dude, what a Chad. Oh my God. Dude, what a moment. What a moment in a life. That is beautiful. Yes. Andrew Paris makes a good point. So, or not, Bush saved tens of millions of people despite Iraq, Afghanistan because of PEPFAR. And correct me if I'm wrong, but PEPFAR is like a medical immunization project in Africa that probably has predictably saved like millions of lives, maybe tens of millions of lives. Yeah. Yep. He just ended racism. Oh my God. Okay, Soko says, understood. I like the Bushes anyways, but the reason for Iraq were a little messed up. Yeah, 100%. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that Cheney and Rumsfeld, in my opinion, based off of my own conspiratorial brain and my limited reading, it was Cheney and Rumsfeld who were really interested in getting into Iraq in order to finish the job, so to speak. And sorry, I do want to explain this real quick. So the reason why we sold Iraq weapons of mass destruction originally to Iraq, and we sold them the dual use, I should be specific, we sold them the dual use chemicals and biological agents in order to create anthrax, botulism, VX gas, and a couple other terrible things. But what happened was Iraq tried to take over Western Iranian oil fields. They got their butts kicked and they were on the verge of losing. And Iraq is majority Shiite and Saddam was Sunni. So what would happen is you would have a Shiite-based revolution in Iraq that would end up with the Shiites who would be more aligned with Iran in power. And we didn't think that that would be good for global petroleum because Saudi Arabia, we already lost Iran, which is literally like a third of global petroleum at the time. And then if that happened, that would threaten Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia is like another third of international petroleum at the time. And so as a result of that political reality, we started selling weapons of mass destruction to Iraq, and we wanted them to use it against the Iranians in order to maintain their current border. But then what they ended up doing is they ended up launching it against Israel. They ended up launching it against their own civilians. And so they were effectively like a rabid dog that bit the hand that feeds. And so after that point, we just had a deteriorating relationship with Saddam. And it didn't help that he was like a cruel, sadistic, evil bastard. Right. So yeah. Sabian Green says, I hope Wick grows his beard again. It's hard to take his childlike face seriously. Well, yeah, I have a little bit of a baby face as well. So, you know, I'm sympathetic. My beard does make me more rugged and manly for sure. But let's continue. Let's give them another, I would say like another 5 minutes. It's spicing up a little bit. If it keeps being spicy, we might engage with it a little bit longer. But I do want to get to the Dave Smith content because I'm sure that's going to be fire as well.
Sovereignty matters, and a foreign entity cannot use military force in order to violate another country's sovereignty in order to solve a crisis that they themselves have helped stir up. Because if I may finish, Russia has a habit of doing this. Russia has done this before.
You can make arguments if you were an anti-American, anti-liberal, hegemonic guy, then you can make about the United States. Real quick, for Iraq specifically, we gave them the weapons of mass destruction, which helped destabilize the Middle East and North Africa in the 1980s. We gave them targeting data that helped them literally kill child soldiers in the Iran-Iraq war. When they launched it against Israel, we decided that they were our enemy. We kicked them out of Kuwait after they invaded, which was justifiable. But then we put sanctions on them for a decade, which is an act of war, even though it's not war itself. And we politically and economically isolated them for a decade. And then as the situation in Iraq deteriorated, they became more aggressive and frantic in order to maintain power. And so we use that franticness as an excuse that when 9/11 happened, we effectively said that there was a chapter of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and therefore we're justified in invading the entire country. And so you could make the argument that the United States set the stage for Iraq's internal destabilization that we then took advantage of in order to invade. You could make that same argument, which is why, like, I don't think Wick should appeal to these like broad moral appeals of like warfare. You should just say, my morality good, your morality bad. My morality should prevail in the battle of civilizations on the world stage. So that's the way that I would go. I'm not saying, you know, to have an opinion. I don't care. But I'm just saying that's the way that I would go argumentatively.
They did it in Georgia. They took an internecine conflict that was in South Ossetia and I can't pronounce. Abkhazia. Thank you. And they pumped money into them. They sent their little green men in there again, their little Russian soldiers, and they stirred up this conflict. Again, remarkably similar to how they behaved in Ukraine with the Donbass and with Crimea and these things. And they use this as an excuse, right, to go in with military force and take a slice, right? And today, even today, they occupy illegally 20% of Georgians' sovereign territory. Russia, and Putin specifically, continues to do this, and they play this game. So this idea that if we just stop funding Ukraine. It's not our problem. He's just going to stop has not been borne out by the facts of the matter. If someone continues to exhibit a habit of behavior over and over and over and over again, what is different this time? Look,
the good news is that Putin's probably going to die in the next decade. That's the good news. So regardless of whether or not you think that Wick is right or Lactoid is right or Tim is right, no matter what you agree with, the truth is that Putin is going to die eventually, and Russia will be reformed by the next person in power. And the next person in power, I doubt will be. I can't imagine a person more ultra nationalist than Putin. And so hopefully the next person is a little bit more moderate, and even if they're not moderate, a little bit more pragmatic. So that's where. Excuse me. I'm hopeful for the future. Putin's what, like in his 60s, and I think he's got to be in his 60s, maybe even creeping to 70. Putin age. He's 72 years old. The average life expectancy is 74. Average. Now he's rich, so expectancy Russia is 72. So he's already at life expectancy, and he has a stressful life. Now he could live another decade because he's rich. But I would view, like, in the next decade or two, he will be gone, and there will be somebody who sees his power, and hopefully the person that sees his power after him is more pragmatic. That would be in my interest anyways. Then, sorry, there was one other thing. Russia bad. You know what? Let's just let them do it because, frankly, that was the main thing I wanted to check out.
Let me ask you this,
You
Simon.
listed 2 times. That's less than the U.S. has intervened in other countries. We invaded Iraq. We invaded Afghanistan. We got involved in Libya.
We
got
didn't
involved
annex
in Syria.
Afghanistan. We didn't annex
No, we replaced
Iraq.
the government.
But that's a fundamentally
to
different
a pro-Western government.
And again, I'm not here to support every single thing that the United States has done.
And I'm not here to support. I'm not here to support every single thing the Russian government has done. I'm not. You can point out. And by the way, I'm actually critical of the Russian government when it comes to Chechnya. I think it's surprising that you're not, because. Or that you are, sorry. I think it's surprising that you are critical
I was about to say, do you
of the Russian government in Chechnya, because the same arguments. Well, it's a little. It's not. I mean, no, it wasn't a genocide, but it was an annexation of a area that wanted self-determination, wanted to be separate because the Soviet Union had just collapsed. But under your logic of the countries are sovereign, we can't get involved. You should be against Chechnya, because Chechnya was part of the Russian government, wasn't it? It was part of the Russian territory.
The U.S. should have gone in.
Christian Blair, as you're being mean, okay? Listen, I'm going to defend it coherently, all right? You can absolutely make arguments for why. Hello, Harmonic Fox. Good to see you. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. You can absolutely make an appeal to the fact that the United States invaded Iraq and did so in a unjust way that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths, like confirmed hundreds of thousands of deaths. Some people will allege millions. I don't think millions is substantiated, but that's okay. And now bear in mind, 80% of the deaths were caused by militias that were murdering each other. So, that's not the United States killing all those people, but we still, one, hollowed out the country politically, and then 2, allowed these militias in order to slaughter each other. So technically it is part of our responsibility. Now, the thing about it is this appeal to our sins. I think that Wick is acknowledging them, but I think that he should be more realistic about them. I don't support the United States and all of its sins because I think that its sins are good, or that somehow we're more moral. We're not more moral in our human beings are better way. Our human beings are just as bad as all the human beings of the planet. What makes our system more moral is the underlying principles: freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, rule of law, rule of the courts, effectively representative democracy. These are things that when you compare them to Chinese dystopian authoritarian police states that have done ethnocides and also have done human harvesting of prisoners that was 100% not voluntary, and they justify it through a pretty collectivist authoritarian framework. Or you compare it to Russia, which I've mentioned earlier is like an oligarchic, kleptocratic, sometimes Christian nationalist, sometimes LARPing as communist. When you compare them, America and its allies are clearly better, not just in a wealth perspective, but also in the underlying ideals of the society perspective. So yeah. So I don't think Galactoid is dumb. I think he's just recognizing that a lot of people have a sanitized perspective of American and Western interest, and they're always assigning fault and blame and evil to the enemy, but never willing to embrace fault and blame and evil to ourselves. Christian Blair says, we allowed Iraqis the ability to vote for their own government who went to elect pro-Iranian, i.e. Muqtada. It's been a while since I've said that word. Muqtada al-Sadr, who was Mahdi army. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, actually, that is an interesting difference, right? We legitimately created elections that then went to people that we didn't like. Yeah, actually, I would say that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. Now, I think that we can and should recognize that that was a predictable result. But Muqtada al-Sadr was the leader of Shiite militias who slaughtered Sunnis and slaughtered American forces. And so the fact that we effectively allowed him to live in exile for a decade and then didn't hunt him down and kill him, point well made. Point well made. I'll take an L on that. So let me keep playing this, but I need to adjust my light. It's shining into my eyeballs and it's giving me a headache.
Chechnya?
Probably not.
Hold
on.
Indeed.
Just because of the expense and the kind of geopolitical reality on the ground.
From
a moral perspective, we would have been justified.
I think we would have been justified.
We would have strong justification.
Again, until the like the Balkans, right? When we went in, NATO went in the 90s, right, and stopped the Serbian genocide that was happening there, that the Serbians were conducting, right?
NATO offensive.
Yes, that was good. That was something we should have done, right? And when it comes to the war crimes, like we talk about when war crimes justify intervention, look at Bucha. What happened in Bucha? 498 civilians massacred. Does that justify the U.S. getting involved? I think it does. Look at.
Hold up. Wick, come on, man. Kind of stepping on a rake here. So if you're saying Bucha, I'm not going to sweep for the war crimes of Bucha, right? So for those of you who don't know, Bucha was I think it was a suburb in northwestern Kyiv. And what ended up, which by the way, I pronounced it Kiev up until like literally 2 years ago. But in northwest Kyiv, there were, like you said, 500 civilians that were effectively like dragged out, zip tied, and shot. It was horrible, like obviously horrible, obviously intentional, obviously the mass slaughter of civilians. However, if you're going to take that logic, we were Googling earlier how there was the artillery strikes in the Donbass, in Donetsk and Luhansk, which is eastern Ukraine. And so are you going to hold the Ukrainian government to a similar moral standard where they did kill 1,500 civilians? Now, you can talk about intent, right? Because artillery, is kind of an inaccurate weapon, and they were probably targeting military stuff, and then they accidentally hit civilians. But if you're going to hold Russia in contempt for, I see criminal contempt in the chat, but if you're going to hold them in a violation of slaughtering civilians, then that is something where the Russians can point fingers back. So you kind of have to pick moral arguments in which they can't point the finger just back at you, because at least in my opinion, in the minds of the audience, if you hear that one side is slaughtering civilians and then the other people just point the fingers back, it kind of nullifies the argumentation. So I'm kind of surprised that we're going for Bucha here, not going to
lie. What they've done by stealing 20,000, at least children, Ukrainian children, and disappearing them into Russia to serve with Russian families, to live with Russian families, and to be raised as Russian against the will of their parents. Does that justify? Does that justify U.S.?
Hold on. When you say against the will of their parents, what do you mean?
I mean that the parents, they're not allowed to see the kids.
Is that what's happening?
That is.
Do you even know what the Russian argument is on that?
I don't care why they're orphans. Doing it. It's wrong.
They're orphans, and if the parents are identified, they ship them back to Ukraine. They're orphans. They're orphans. It is absolutely true. They're orphans in combat zones.
That is not true.
They're orphans in combat zones. That is 100% true. Now, you could say, well, Russia has an obligation to send the orphans to Ukraine. That could be a discussion. But again, hold on. The framing here.
You not think children should be reunited with their families if we're able?
Wick. They're orphans. They don't have families. They don't have families.
But
it's
they
in a combat zone.
In many cases.
And if their
parents are saying, "Give us back our kids,"
every month when they identify parents, they do send them back.
They are making
is
it
happening every
very,
month.
very hard
See,
to identify
you're all over the
parents.
place. First,
I'm not all over
no,
the
no,
place.
you
You are all over the place.
No, no. First,
Again, let me ask you one more
you're saying,
time.
let me
because
ask you
keep
one more
not
time.
You keep not answering the question. Does the Bucha massacre justify, because you have agreed that violations of human rights allow us, or allow a foreign country to go in militarily, right? So if Bucha's not enough for you, is them snatching these 20,000 orphans, as you call them, off the streets and disappearing them into the Russia. Is that not enough for you? What about all the other?
So Christian Valera says, I like Wick, but Dylan Burns should have been the guy for this. I kind of agree. And it's nothing against Wick. Again, like I align with Wick on these topics more. I am more with Wick. But however, I think that Lactoid is accusing him of kind of jumping all over the place argumentatively. And I think that can be said to a certain extent kind of true. So I didn't research this. Let's go ahead and research it together real quick. The orphans argument. So children taken by Russia are war orphans. Russians kidnapping and re-education of Ukraine's children. The Yale School of Medicine is still stealing children, child abductions in the Russo-Ukrainian war. Okay. So 2022, the first reports of forced deportations to Russia as a part of a Russian invasion of Ukraine came mid-March 2022 during the siege of Mariupol. The same month, Russian Children's Rights Commissioner Maria Lvova-Belova has stated that a group of Ukrainian children transferred to Russia from Mariupol had initially asserted their Ukrainian identity, but had since transformed into a love for Russia, saying that she had adopted one of the children herself. Okay, I mean, that's just like evil shit, right? That's like evil. You know, like killing your enemy's children and then adopting them as your own. I understand that you can make a moral framework for it, but at the same time, like I have to say that that's kind of crazy pants, right? On March 22, 2022, Ukraine and U.S. authorities claim more than 2,300 children have been kidnapped by Russian forces from Donetsk and Luhansk. On 30th May 2022, Vladimir Putin signed a decree that streamlining the process of adopting Ukrainian orphans or those without parental care and giving them Russian citizenship. Okay. By 11 April, 2/3 of Ukrainians, 7.5 million children had been displaced. And I don't know if that's true. By 26 May, more than 238,000 Ukrainian children were reported to have been deported to Russian territory. So this is where I would push back on Lactoid. And I would say, like, okay, you're saying that the context is that they're all war orphans. There's 200,000 to 250,000 Ukrainian deaths. How do you have almost as many children deported to Russian territory and they're all orphans? That seems crazy pants to me. Like you would think that if they were Ukrainian soldiers, the children of Ukrainian soldiers who had been killed in conflict and were now in Russian occupied territory, it would be like there would be family members who would be willing and able to take care of them either in Russian territory or in non-Russian territory. So how do you say that 240,000 Ukrainian children are all orphans of the war? I feel like that's extending Russia an incredible amount of charity. I would never extend the Russians that much charity. That's crazy pants. I mean, we can take it for the sake of argument. I wouldn't get bogged down in it like during a conversation or a debate. I wouldn't care that much. But because I don't think it really affects the broader moral narrative. But I am surprised that he just takes this on faith. I would never take this on faith. I have more skepticism than this. What happened to peaceful prima nocta? Oh. Seraph? Bad Seraph. That is tough. Not the 21st century by second world nation states. Yeah. I don't know your exact reference, but if you're saying that this is not the appropriate behavior of people in the developing world, yeah, that's bananas. All right, I'm going to play. I need to use the restroom, but I'll be back in like 2 to 3 minutes. I'm sure they'll say something very cringe that I'll pause and, break down momentarily. And by the way, I disagree with Lactoid, but I think he's doing a good argumentation. I think that I agree with Wick more, and I'm okay with his points. I just feel like the points are brought up in such a way that we are kind of jumping from spot to spot, and the appeals to hypocrisy that Lactoid is making are not being sufficiently addressed. Whereas if you just say, yes, I like the liberal hegemonic order. I like democracy. I like representative democracy. I like free trade. I like mixed economy capitalism. I like the West. If you say that you like the West and you want Ukraine to be a part of the West, that's a perfectly reasonable argument to want them to orbit us instead of orbit Russia. Whereas when you get into the details of like, well, Russia did something specifically bad, then what you do is you open up the door for, well, Ukraine did this bad thing too. And then you just get into a tit for tat of who is the worst war criminal. Whereas the argument is bigger than that. The argument is about whose ideology should dominate the people of Ukraine. Should it be mixed economy capitalism and the liberal world order, or should it be the kleptocratic, oligarchical, thieving nightmare that is dystopian Putin's Russia? That's the argument. So all these details are just details, in my opinion. Seraph says, I'm glad to be watching this with y'all. Tim Pool is not in my orbit, and I wouldn't have seen this. Yeah. So we're engaging with a lot of people that we would otherwise criticize, Seraph. So I'm happy you're here too. I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. I'm just going to go use the restroom and get a refill. Be right back.
There war crimes that have been recognized by the UN, by the ICJ, by the OSCE, right? By these other human rights watchdog groups that they know is happening in Russian occupied Ukrainian territories, where they are forcing Ukrainian citizens to become Russian, get a Russian passport, and then they conscript the men and send them off to fight against Ukraine. Does that not justify?
Whoa. Hold on. We got a problem with conscription now? Okay, we got a couple questions here.
Yes, if you are making someone...
Wick, please. A couple points here. First of all, you didn't know what was going on with the orphans. You were saying, oh, the children are being...
This is absolutely happening.
Wick, for God's sake. You made the claim, oh, all these children and their parents are begging for them back.
In a lot of cases, yes.
And this is happening in the majority or the vast majority of cases. That's what was implied. The reality is they're orphans in a combat zone, and they're being moved out of the combat zone. There's a genuine discussion to be had as to whether or not the orphans should be sent to Ukraine or whether or not they should be sent.
Pure Russian propaganda. It's just not true. It's just not true.
I let you finish, didn't I? Whether they should be sent to safer places, I did. Whether they should be sent to safer places deeper within Russia, away from the combat zone. I understand that Russia has annexed those areas, and there are people there now who the Russian government considers to be Russian citizens. And I also understand there's conscription occurring. The Ukrainian government is also conscripting people who don't want to fight. There's plenty of videos you can find right now of vans pulling up, grabbing people off the street, forcing them into the front line. First of all, the big reason why this is happening is, a big reason this is happening is because Ukraine is suffering from a critical manpower shortage, which is one of the reasons why one of the reasons why they are losing.
Okay,
now
hold on.
Talk about. I'm responding. No, you laid out like 8 points. You want to talk about the Bucha massacre?
You keep talking about things, and we keep needing to address them because you bring up points that are just demonstrably wrong.
I wait for you to finish.
No, you do not, sir. So the Army General Christopher G. Cavoli met April 3rd, right? He's the commander of EUCOM. He's the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO forces, right? He sat down in front of a session of Congress, right? An open session of Congress. And he talked about the Ukraine situation. This is very recent. In this, he testified, right? And I think he would be in a better position to know than you or I, considering the access to the intel he has.
He'd also be biased,
right? Biased.
He's involved in NATO, isn't he?
Okay. Yes, but he has the duty to tell the truth. Like, here we go. Like saying he's biased because he's a NATO general, right? He's testified that Ukraine has solved its manpower issues, and it is currently in a better position today.
World's worst war criminal would make a great reality TV show. America's next top war criminal. Awesome. I'm happy that I'm coming back with this. I'm glad. Then Sarah says, a problem with conscription. What a dumb question. Conscripts make terrible soldiers. Most of the time they are fodder for professional soldiers. I mean, I agree, but the reason why I don't follow, obviously I've been gone for 2 minutes, so I'm not exactly sure where the conversation went. But the reason why I don't fall for, in my opinion, the conscription question is because we already saw this in Russia with the Russians. there were state-sponsored commercials effectively recruiting prisoners from their jails and prisons. And they said, if you go fight in Ukraine, then we'll reduce or eliminate your sentence. So saying like, oh, Ukraine is doing conscription. It's like, okay, we had a draft in World War II. Do you think a draft is voluntary? Are we some kind of like horrid monster because we had a draft in Vietnam? Actually was kind of messed up because it was an unpopular war. But with World War II in particular, we knew that that was a war that we had to fight. So are we evil because we had a draft? You can talk about like the evils of voluntarism versus whatever, but I'm not a libertarian, so that's going to fall on deaf ears as far as I go. So anything that you can say about conscription for Ukraine, you can say about conscription for Russia. And so I flatly reject the criticisms of Ukraine for having a draft. I would use the word draft. I would say that them having a draft is not a moral question because their enemies are using the same thing, if not worse.
Than it was last year.
I got so I suppose my issue with this conversation so far is I still don't understand why I should care about Ukraine. You guys are arguing humanitarian issues. You want to talk about China and humanitarian issues? We can do that. I'm unmoved by the plight of a country that has nothing to do with us.
I think you're just incorrect when you say it has nothing to do with us. Again, our allies, Taiwan, for example.
So if Tim said that to my face, then I would actually have the exact response. It's like everything in this room, and I think I said this on his show, by the way, everything in this room is covered in plastic. Everything in this room, as far as electronics go, has microprocessors and rare earth minerals inside it. You, Tim Pool, and everybody inside the United States of America and everybody in the Western world is the economic beneficiary of the liberal hegemonic world order. And the way that the liberal hegemonic world order works is that we support each other. So if there's a conflict in Europe, American support. If there's a conflict in the United States, European support. If there's a conflict in Central and South America where the communists are about to take over, guess what? We send in some right-wing death squads, probably morally objectionable, but we also just make sure that they don't become authoritarian communists. Same thing with Eastern Europe is, hey, Russia and the Soviet Union used to dominate this camp. And as a result, a lot of those people hate Russia. Well, right now, we're in Eastern Europe eating Russia's lunch. And the reason why we're doing that is because we don't want a resurgent imperial Russia to come back. That's why we're doing it, is because we actually morally think that liberal democracy, mixed economy capitalism, and representative democracy in the Republican sense is preferable to dystopian police state, oligarchic, kleptocratic nightmares, right? So that's where he's like, why does this affect me? It's like, well, maybe it doesn't in an abstract sense that you're some, D-list e-celeb who makes millions of dollars just talking shit about the news every day. It probably won't affect you for the rest of your life. But if you care about these principles, if you care about freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, limited government, uncorrupt government, due process of law, and if they're not just goods in America, but they're goods across the planet, then you should care. That's my rant. That's how I feel. That's what I would say to Tim Pool. And I feel like his libertarian isolationist bullshit would make it so he didn't hear me. But still, that's what I would say.
So we should invade China.
Why?
Taiwan, Japan,
yeah.
South Korea, Vietnam, these countries rely on us as well.
I think if
China's
China
been invading the South China Sea and sinking Vietnamese fishing vessels, they're building military bases. Should we invade mainland China?
If they invade,
we shouldn't. Well, I don't think. I think that Tim is probably a little bored, and so he's just like poking the fire a little bit to see if he can get it going more spicy, which is good. I mean, I'm happy for him to do that. But the truth is that we're not invading mainland Russia with United States forces. We are militarily supporting Ukraine. We are already doing that in an analogous way with Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. And yes, we should continue to do that. If China is a dystopian police state nightmare that has the power of capitalism and the authoritarianism of, authoritarian communism, then yeah, 100%. They should be fought culturally. They should be fought diplomatically. They should be fought economically. And if it comes to it where they start aggressing on their neighbors militarily, then 100% we should support their neighbors militarily while they're fighting. So yeah, this is, he's asking the question and kind of playing dumb, but frankly, I just think he's bored, which is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with being bored and trying to stoke the fires of a conversation a little bit, but the answer should be unequivocally yes. with the clarification that we are not currently invading Russia with our own troops.
Taiwan, yes.
Well,
they have a bright red line.
They took over Hong Kong.
We have a bright red. Oh, they took over.
There were
Hong
mass
Kong
protests
because
trying
of
to shut it down.
Sure, but the
Hong Kong was
British government had made a contract to give it back in so many years. That was a legal thing.
Is that the
You could say
authority of
that
a
was
foreign
wrong.
government to tell Hong Kong that they give up their rights?
The Hong Kong citizens, if you will.
The Hong Kong citizens aren't beholden to the will of the Crown of England. So
they were. This is where knowing some details about the conversation would be interesting, because Hong Kong was like a British protectorate up until, I don't know, what was it, the 80s? When did Google, when did the UK leave Hong Kong? The colonial period between the British occupation of Hong Kong Island under the Convention of Chuen Pi in 1841 of the Victorian era and ended with a handover of Hong Kong to the PRC in 1997. So yeah, up until 1997, Hong Kong was a subject of the crown.
So when the protesters in Hong Kong started saying, we do not want the rule of mainland China, and China sent in tanks to crush them.
Yeah, that was wrong. That was horrible.
So like with Crimea, should the U.S. now get involved and support the people of Hong Kong and Southeast Asia in incursions against mainland China?
So hold on. Tim wouldn't like my answer, but this would be my answer. You know how in my debate with him and with, come on, Fabian Liberty, good God, I have early onset dementia. In my debate, I literally brought up the fact that I viewed USAID doing a program, a humanitarian program in Cuba, in order to advance American interests, and how they created a social media app that Cubans would be able to download so they could coordinate protests against the Cuban authoritarian government, and that it would be private and secure and the Cuban government wouldn't have access to it. That's exactly what I think we should be doing in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong and mainland China, we should have dark web apps that are accessible to Chinese people, that become popular, that allow for secured communication between anti-PRC protesters, 100%. Because guess what? Representative democracy isn't just good in the United States, it's also good in China. And the Chinese PRC is a centralized authoritarian government. So 100% I support that. And not just that, if they invaded Vietnam, if they invaded Laos or Cambodia, if they invaded Japan or the Philippines, then I would have no problems militarily supporting any of those Southeast Asian countries. 100%. Same thing with Taiwan. I think Taiwan's a little bit different just because they have a direct historical tie. I've already gone over that on stream, but hold on, I got to pull it up over here so I'm not showing you guys my literal street address. Google Maps. Google Maps. Zoom out. But let me show you this real quick just in case some of you guys weren't here. All right. Let me exit this. Let me move it over here. I love Geopol. I hope you love Geopol too. Okay. If China, in concert with the North Koreans, started invading South Korea, yeah, 100% we should really resist them militarily. If they started doing incursions into Japan, yes, 100% we should help protect Japan. If they started doing military incursions into the Philippines, I would 100%, I would almost support direct action against PRC forces in mainland Philippines. Now, if they're making, there's islands out here called the Spratlys. The PRC is getting Spratly Islands, and they're actually using machines to dredge up sand in order to build military bases off of the Spratlys. So I don't know. Can I do layers? Can I do satellites? I almost guarantee you that this is a PRC island. This is almost guaranteed to be a People's Republic of China military base. And so what they're doing is they're dredging the coral and the sand in order to make the island bigger so they can build a bigger military base. And they're doing that in the Spratlys right now. So the Spratlys is contested territory where the Philippines are saying that it's theirs and the Chinese are saying that it's theirs. So, you know, it's in contention. But I would say that if they invaded Puerto Princesa or if they invaded Brunei, yeah, all day, every day. We could literally have Brunesian special forces coordinated with American special forces in order to fight PRC troops, and I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep over it. So yeah, this is come on, erosion. Right. So the whole point is, you know, Tim's he's used to a libertarian audience and he's used to a libertarian perspective. I don't think he's used to a neoconservative perspective at all. But I would 100% say, if Vietnam got invaded, we should support them. If Burma got invaded, we should support them. If Laos got invaded, we should support them. If the Thai got invaded, we should support them. And by the way, we do military training with these people all the time. All the time. We train with Thai Marines. We train with, believe it or not, we train with Vietnam. We train with Filipino Marines. We train with Republic of Korean Marines. I don't think we cross-train with Taiwan because it's so politically sensitive, because they're technically a historical part of China, but we give them guns and weapons and missiles so that mainland China can't invade Taiwan without a very bloody conflict. And that keeps the Taiwanese free, at least for now. So he has this whole, like, I only care what happens in, he only cares about this. But what he fails to recognize is that all of this affects this. We're all connected. The illusion of disconnection, it has been shattered almost 100 years ago. And he has a philosophy that hasn't been relevant probably since the 19th century. But because it was a popular part of our founding culture, it still continues in the American psyche. ODA has rumored to be in Taiwan. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if we were training Taiwanese troops on the low. Jonah Boy says, anyone seen this AI video of Andrew Wilson crashing out and pulling a gun on Tim Pool? Yeah. We'll pull that up. The Pacific was very bloody in World War II. It'll only be worse the next time around against China. Yeah, but we don't have to go kinetic. What you guys don't understand is that, well, I mean, I'm not saying you don't understand it. I'm just saying I'm going to explain it, is power abhors a vacuum. Okay? So if we retreat from the world stage, it is more likely that China, Iran, and Russia will become bigger players, not smaller players. They claim that they're antagonized by us, but they don't actually care whether or not they're antagonized by us. They're antagonized by us because we don't let them play as much as they want to. So if we retreat, we're inviting them to play more in their realms of influence. This is the game of power. It's very fundamental. I'm going to look up the... Andrew Wilson pulls a gun on Tim Pool. Andrew Wilson pulls a gun on Tim Pool. I'm going to see if I can find it. It's actually pretty funny. Oh, no. I'm not finding it. It's an AI video. Tim Pool predicted Vice's downfall. That's not it. Andrew Wilson AI video. It was on Twitter. It was awesome. Oh, I'm not finding it. Not finding it. If one of you wants to DM it to me and then just remind me that I was looking for it, I'll bring it up on stream next time. But it's pretty funny. Lots of Beyond Horizon warfare. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's all going to be fought. A majority of it would be fought by hypersonic missiles and drones, 100%. But there would be infantry incursions for sure. It's real enough for me. True. Yeah, it's awesome. Yes. All right. Well, let's get back into the content, but it's fire. It's fun.
If we could send aid into Hong Kong, do you think we should? If we could send monetary aid to help smuggle people out, do you think we should do that?
Should the U.S. send...
well, can you answer my question?
I'll ask you a question first.
Sure.
Right. Should we sink the flagship of the Chinese fleet in the South China Sea?
If they invade Taiwan, yes. If they
invaded Hong Kong.
Again,
the people of Hong Kong did not vote for that.
Characterizing as invasion is a little bit different. It's a different context.
They sent in tanks.
Again,
the people fought back against it, and they started disappearing them.
Horrible.
So what's the difference between Crimea and Hong Kong?
So in Crimea,
they're actually, weirdly enough, in Tim Pool's analogy, I don't think there's a substantive difference between Hong Kong and Crimea. As a matter of fact, you could make, because the Hong Kongers fought against mainland China's incursion, I think you could almost make a stronger argument for Hong Kong being like wanting independence from mainland China. The problem is not, this is where Wick gets tripped up, because he's arguing about the micro morality of the situation, whereas he should be probably arguing about the macro morality. And then not just that, he should also recognize practicality. The reason why we wouldn't invade Hong Kong or sink the flagship of the Chinese Navy in response to Hong Kong being annexed is because it's their backyard. If we did that, we would achieve nothing. It would literally take like, I don't know, billions of lives, not billions. It would take millions of lives and it would get us almost nothing. You have to appeal to pragmatism. AI Andrew Wilson was livid. I know that much. Yeah, I remember the video. Maybe I'll try to find it on Twitter. I'll let them play for a little bit longer. To be honest, like it's more interesting than I gave it credit for, okay? It's 2:50 right now. We got 2 hours left. We still got the Dave Smith content to get into. So it is more interesting than I gave it credit for. So in the beginning, I think it takes a little bit of time to warm up for a debate. But, you know, now that it's warmed up, I like the fact that they're grappling with the real topic. And the real topic is, what is the United States involvement in Ukraine? Why? How much? And is it just? Those are the main questions that they're playing with while not quite getting there. So I appreciate them contending with the perimeter of those main questions.
Crimea, there was no contract, right? So in Hong Kong, the British government...
You said there was a lease that Russia had.
With Sevastopol, which is the military... Sorry. Pronunciations might...
So the tanks that Russia had in Crimea were already leased to have been in there at the Black Sea port.
But not to blockade the Ukrainian military bases there, not to lock down parliament there. Again, British had the British, as I understand it, and again, I'm not an expert on China by any means, but the British had a agreement with the government of China that in 100 years that we're going to give back Hong Kong into China's hands. And the day came and they did that. Now I'm with you. China has done horrible things to the protesters in Hong Kong, horrible things indeed. And there might be an argument.
Muslims.
There, yes,
our interests, I think, are very much at risk with China right now, considering the seizures, the atolls they've built, and their declaration of ownership of the South China Sea.
Would you think it's beneficial then for us to stymie China's allies to hurt China's allies? Do you think making China's allies weaker would be in our best interest in the United States?
No.
Why not? We're about to
because the reason I asked the question is that
I understand that's the reason you ask your question.
The reason we asked
Wick does, and this was my fault too. When I would, let's face it, Tim Pool's a big platform. You know, tens of thousands of people will watch the Culture War show. Tens of thousands of people watch his main show, and there's going to be like a mild cross pollination whenever you watch it. The bad news is that they're all libertarians, so they're probably not interested in almost anything I had to say. However, it's a big platform, right? And as a result of being a big platform, I'll admit it. I was mildly nervous, not much more nervous than like a panel show that has a big guest on it. It didn't make me that nervous. But as a result of my nerves, I think I was a little bit too tenacious. And so while people were talking, I was trying to show acknowledgement of what they were saying. And I was just like, right? Yeah. Right. And so I was kind of like listening to them, and I was showing that I was active listening, which I think is okay in a conversation. But when you're trying to listen to it as a podcast, it's not as enjoyable because you're not able to just listen to their ideas uninterrupted. And I do think that Wick is guilty of a little bit of the same thing, where it would be interesting to contend with all of Lactoid's ideas, and it would be interesting to contend with all of what Tim's saying. But I think because Wick is a little aggressive, which obviously the audience wants you to be aggressive, but because he's being aggressive, we're not getting the full idea out, and therefore we're not contending with his opposition's full ideas. So I do find that a little frustrating. If you find it, post it so I can bookmark it. Well, yeah, I wasn't able to find it. I searched it on Twitter and I wasn't able to find it, unfortunately. But if anybody does find the Andrew Wilson Tim Pool AI video where he pulls a weapon, we would love to have that linked or DM to me. That way I could share it on stream eventually, because it is a funny video. It's a genuinely funny video. But yeah, let's give them room to cook. All right, let's give them at least another few minutes to cook.
Yes, the question is that we have,
before moving to the next segment,
we have multiple conflicts around the world. And my point was, when you guys are debating the humanitarian issues of Ukraine, I'm sitting here being like, I literally don't care. No, like, you're arguing with him. He's saying, you're saying we should be involved, and you're saying, but there's humanitarian issues. I know you're arguing other things too, but in that context, I'm just like, I literally don't care.
Let me explain my position a little bit more. So I think perhaps there's some agreement that me and Wick have on the extremes, which is that if you have a sufficient humanitarian crisis or a sufficient erosion of democratic principles or constitutional principles, that could justify intervention in certain circumstances. I think we all believe that, right? Like,
no,
okay, intervention in Nazi Germany, we all agree.
I mean,
stop them from doing what they were doing.
The issue with Nazi Germany goes beyond humanitarian issues. The U.S. did not invade.
So does Ukraine, and so does
the
China.
U.S. did not invade, storm the beaches of Normandy because of the Holocaust.
But if we knew about the Holocaust, and even if Germany wasn't doing all the other things that we invaded them for, I think that would have been sufficient reason to invade Germany.
So
right?
we should invade China now?
No,
I mean, they're giving forced abortions to Uyghur women.
I'm not. Let me explain. I'm not saying that we should invade China now.
Ooh, Tim's getting spicy. I like it. I like it. I like it. He's asking not only why do we care, but a lot of the human rights abuses that you're accusing other countries of are true in China. So why aren't we militarily intervening in China? The obvious answer is that it's not an appeal to morality. It's an appeal to pragmatism, right? It's an appeal to pragmatism. We can't invade Western China in order to save the Uyghurs from a cultural, if not actual, genocide, right? We can't do that. Reason why is the logistics supply chains would be insane. China has a crazy amount of technology. They outpopulate us on a ratio of 4-to-1. It would be their backyard, and we would disrupt the entire international economy. So as a result, it sucks to say it, but the Uyghurs are just going to get at minimum culturally genocided, and there's not a dang thing we can do about it because the cost to the international community would be so high that it's ultimately not in anyone's interest except for the Uyghur Muslims. So I do feel bad. I do feel bad that the Uyghur Muslims are getting culturally genocided, but what are we going to do? Are we going to invade Western China? Like, no one, not even anyone in the Pentagon has plans to invade Western China. Grassroots Chachimon, excuse me, says, I've been talked out of some libertarianism. I think you would probably still find me some variety of libertarian. I just don't eat lead paint chips for a living. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately true of many libertarians. I don't care that Ukraine is our enemy as I get money from Canadian partisans. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, you can dismiss Tim Pool if you want, but that doesn't mean that he's not raising an okay, coherent point that is representative of tens of thousands, if not millions of Americans, right? At minimum, tens of thousands of people watch his show. Millions of Americans probably agree with his perspective. Grassroots Treasuremon says, you never know until you try. Don't be a baby. All right, I'm following you, bro beans. You can buy the armor plate carriers. You can buy the rifles. You can buy the Stinger missiles. You can buy the MRAP vehicles, and we can go try to save the Uyghur Muslims out of Western China. But you lead first, and you're bankrolling. Christian Blair says, unprincipled MFer. If Trump is somehow able to deport U.S. criminal citizens, then the sectarian game is on for hack fudges like fool. Well, he did seem to hit a lot of, like, I'm not saying he's an ethno-nationalist, but when he was talking about, like, the IQ of these third worlder immigrants is incompatible with Western society, and we're effectively going to destroy all of the Western world by having low IQ immigrants come in, I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of spicy for a libertarian, don't you think? You don't think that we could use... I really didn't want to get into it with him with the IQ thing, but there's something called the Flynn effect, where once you stabilize somebody's environment and you give them a basic education and you teach them how to read and you teach them to think abstractly, their IQ raises by 15 points. Now, the 15 points is, largely been established in the Western world for the past 100 years. So there isn't an additional 15 points to get there, but that doesn't mean let's say that the average IQ of whites, let's say it's 105. Let's say that the average IQ of Hispanics is 97. Let's say the average IQ of Black Americans is 90. Okay. That doesn't mean that the Flynn effect has been fully integrated into all communities from an environmental level. And therefore, you might be able to get the Hispanic community and the Black community up to 100 on average, but you would need to stabilize the environment. That's the argument of the Flynn effect. So him just saying a bunch of 80 IQ Guatemalan immigrants are going to destroy our country, I think is kind of crazy pants. Crazy pants, in my opinion. Have your own opinion at home. I invite you to. But let's hit the 40-minute mark and at least give them time to get spicy. Lactoid isn't available during the workday, unfortunately. He is a wage cager, but I do I do think that a conversation between me and him would actually be pretty spicy and get into the meat of the issue instead of kind of dancing around it, in my opinion. And thank you for the donation again, Grassroots. Christian Valeris, unprincipled. I read that. Sultan Al Fahim says it's also a good diet, more steak. Okay. I don't know if you mean like invading Western China and trying to save the Uyghur Muslims is good for your diet. I have no idea what you're saying. But anyways, feel free to explain it in the chat. I was just imagining like eating unethically sourced Western Chinese steaks. That's where my brain went. My apologies.
I understand there's a lot of it's a different situation, and we can go into the minutia of the different factors that are involved. But what I'm saying is that if you do reach a certain threshold, I think, and it's possible to intervene, I think that there is a justification to do so. The question here is, does Ukraine deserve U.S. intervention? Is it worth $200 billion? What are we getting out of this? What's Ukraine getting out of this, right? And
Ukraine's getting the right to exist.
From what I see, is that really what's happening?
Got you.
You know, you said something on a while ago that.
And to clarify, Sultan Al Fahim was not advocating for cannibalism in Western China. He was advocating for eating meat because meat has beneficial effects on IQ. So that's good. Invading rival countries, part of a balanced diet. Exactly. That's where my brain went. As long as no one's eating long pig. I mean, that's literally what I was talking about, but that's okay. Sultan Al Fahim was not being a freak. I was being a freak. My apologies.
That I thought was actually kind of profound. Your belief on the Israel-Palestine conflict is that, you know, Palestine needs to be allowed to lose. I sort of believe that about this as well. I think that by giving Ukraine weapons at this point, all we're doing is we might be slowing the progress of the Russian military to some extent, but it's dramatically increasing the casualties, and the end result's going to be the same.
You may believe that, but that is demonstrably untrue by the facts of the matter. But I want to talk and
it's not even a country.
Again,
it's an authoritarian.
Just not true.
No, it is.
You keep saying things.
You can look this up. You can look this up.
People who have much more
invade
access.
Gaza?
Do I think we should invade Gaza? Or?
Should we invade Gaza?
No, absolutely not.
Well, why not? There's a humanitarian crisis.
Again, there are levels of intervention, and this is why I asked you the question earlier about Hong Kong. About, well, in this case, would you be okay not with military intervention, but with us intervening with aid money? Do you think that
for Hong Kong?
For Hong Kong, yes.
I don't think we should be involved in it at all.
At all.
Yeah, at all.
Right. Well, this is where I disagree. I think that let me ask, are you an isolationist? I don't actually know.
What does that mean?
An isolationist is someone who doesn't want foreign involvements at all. So, for example, okay. So
wait, hold on. Did you just say yes?
I think that let me ask, are you an isolationist? I don't actually know.
What does that mean?
An isolationist is someone who doesn't want foreign involvements at all. So, for example, okay. So,
dude, so I think he just said yes. And no offense to Tim. Sorry, Tim, but I'm going to say it. This is why I'm confident that with the right backing and with the right marketing, Valor Media could be successful and I could be successful, is because this guy has been talking about politics for a decade. No offense to him. And he's unfamiliar with the term isolationism, despite the fact that like isolationism is probably one of the cornerstones of his ideology and cornerstones of the MAGA movement. So he's a political commentator who goes over news, who talks about news all day long, who hangs out with MAGA, who hangs out with, hangs out with Trump, goes to their parties, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if he's messing with us, but apparently up until Wick TV asked him if he was an isolationist, he had never considered the philosophy of isolationism. That's where this is crazy pants. That's crazy pants that we have a guy who is this politically relevant in the alternative media space, and he doesn't know what the word isolationism means. That's bananas. I mean, it explains our current political moment. I believe that, but holy crap, like that's like asking Trump, like, what does conservatism mean to you, and him not having an answer, which actually, by the way, is exactly what's going on. Oh man, I would love for a CNN anchor to just ask Trump, like obviously he's not going to do debates anymore, but maybe during a sit-down interview, I would love for him to just like look at Trump in the face, him or her, and just say, President Trump, you are now one of the most culturally relevant people in the Republican Party. And the Republican Party is made up of fiscal conservatives, social conservatives, Burkean conservatives, libertarians, and Republicans. Can you tell me what a Republican mean? What does the word Republican mean to you? What does the word fiscal conservative mean to you? What does social conservative mean to you? And I would love to hear all of his answers because I have a feeling they would be completely inane. I have a feeling they would be philosophically incoherent and all over the place. Yeah, I mean, grass or touch them on. I think that's what I need to do. I think I need to start eating lead. You know, you're saying lead paint chips do be tasty sometimes. I think I might need to take, I might need to start eating lead. Maybe if I eat lead, not only will I be more capable of consuming this content, but I'll also be more capable of being entertaining because apparently you can go a decade in politics without knowing the cornerstones of your own philosophical belief system. I find that interesting. Dantes, that's a new name. I haven't seen that before. I don't think he's unfamiliar with the term. He probably just thinks it's used as a term of abuse, and that's why he asked for a clear definition, my guess. Dantes, I do think that you're being charitable, but I do think that Tim is absolutely smart enough to understand the concept and apply it. So I'm actually going to defer to your criticism or your comment. I hope that's more likely, right? I hope that's more likely. Grassroots Hegemon says it's a moral imperative to save the Uyghurs because it helps Christian Flares maintain his diet. Brutal. Tim Pool used to be very liberal before when he was with Vice Media. Yeah, I'm sure, but we all kind of rub off on each other politically, where if somebody is like more liberal, more progressive, more libertarian, more Republican, whatever, we all kind of like whatever good ideas we rub off on each other, we tend to gravitate towards, right? So stop sucking on your figurines. Maybe, start sucking on your figurines. Maybe there's lead in the paint. No. Christian Blair says Tim learned he could make more money by covering news hyper-partisanly than doing on-the-ground news. I mean, yeah, unironically, I'm sure that he's incredibly financially incentivized to do the content that he does. God, we need to be bigger than these people. They're so stupid, man. John, I'm with you, man, but you got to like the stream. I'm sure you have. John's a great guy. So I know John. I'm sure John's a great guy. John's already liked the stream, so more people know that we're live, so they can come hang out with us. So John's already done it. But I invite you, if you have not already liked the stream, to like the stream. Also, Grassroots Hegemon is the financial core of our audience, which I do appreciate. I also appreciate a healthy chunk of you are wage cagers and that you're just making enough money to survive. So if you're just surviving, do not donate. But if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are always appreciated, but never required. Whew. Jonah Boy says they mean many things to many people. Let's not get lost in the details. And I'm the king of details. All that matters is that they're MAGA. Dude, I could see that. But the way that I would have read that is like that they mean many things to many people. Let's not get in the details. And I'm the king of details. All that matters is the details. And then just move on. Just move on to the next. Sabian Green says Tim Pool has been going more and more libertarian conservative for years now. Oh, I would say more conservative than libertarian, 100%. I think the only thing that is libertarian about him is the isolationism. I think he views MAGA as a weapon with which to go after the progressive left. I don't think he necessarily cares if MAGA actually ends up being authoritarian. He's broken with them a couple of times, but it's been very rare, and I think it's just been for memes and heat, to be honest. Christian Blair says, Grassroots Hegemon in war, some sacrifice as long as the Chinese people. Oh my God. All right, I'm taking that down. Savage, Christian Blair is savage. Savage. Although now I am hungry for Panda Express. Very racist. Very sad. Christian Valeris being offensive in chat. But now I want double chow mein, sweet fire chicken, and orange chicken. I would murder some sweet fire, orange, and double chow mein. It's like 3,000 milligrams of sodium, and I would still jack it up because it's so delicious. Anyways, sorry, I've been yapping. Let's wrap.
Let me ask your line then. At what point would it be sufficient? What do you care about? What would you care about in a foreign land that says, okay, the U.S. needs to get involved in this?
What does it mean by involved?
Whatever you think it means.
So like a trade negotiation?
Perhaps
we're buying rare earths from China, so we negotiate a trade agreement. Involvement in that is fine.
So no, when I'm talking about conflict. So if there's a conflict in China, for example, with the Uyghur Muslims, would that be something you should care about? That, hey, we need to stop this from happening?
Yeah, that's a coin toss. I don't know that the U.S. involved in a conflict which could escalate to kinetic conflict, for which it's not a priority of the United States. There's an argument of, wow, it is really bad what they're doing. So maybe we just don't do business there. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe
that's a form of intervention.
Not really.
It actually is, though. It actually
saying I'm not going to buy bread from you is not me kicking your door in at your grocery store.
You're saying I'm not going to buy bread for you unless you change this.
It's called a boycott.
I understand, but
there's
nothing wrong with intervention. That. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying
that's an extremely absurd definition of intervention. Which
I don't agree.
Okay, well then let's define this between kinetic intervention and purchasing boycotts.
There's a whole host of other types of intervention that.
Yeah, I think I'm good. So we kind of got the vibe. I think that Lactoid is more punchy, while Wick obviously dominated the conversation. Good for him. However, I do feel like I agreed with Wick more often, but I felt like his points were insufficiently punchy. Of course, debates are like that. You're not always going to have like a perfect performance. So I'm not trying to like overly criticize. I do think that all of his talking points are relevant. I do think they're all relevant to the conversation. However, I do like to macro it out. And I also don't like to make, in the opening, it felt like he was making fiscal arguments to try to appeal to his opposition. And then by the end of it, he was making micro moral arguments, which, you know, you can in a conversation about a conflict, obviously. But I think that you get boiled down into, well, your side did bad things. Well, okay, your side did bad things as well. And so you just have this like tit for tat over who's more evil. Whereas the question is, who do you want to win the conflict and why? And I've already been able to articulate that, right? I've said that liberal hegemonic economic and cultural empire is the clear moral good over kleptocratic Russian empire. And so as a result, I want the Western influence to win. I still respect the sovereignty and slaughter that has happened in Eastern Ukraine. And what I mean by that is, if there are truly members of Eastern Ukraine who want to break away to Russia, I think it is morally acceptable for them to do so, even though I think it's the wrong choice. I think it is also morally acceptable for Ukraine to try to maintain those territories, but ultimately relinquish them when it's no longer militarily possible, and also when the suffering is too great. So my compromise, I've articulated before, I think that Ukraine should relinquish Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk, and in exchange, they should get Zaporozhye and Mariupol back, which is not technically a part of Zaporozhye. And then they should negotiate travel restrictions on Russian military forces and commercial forces in Zaporozhye. And then they should become a part of NATO. That's actually my take, is Ukraine should give up territory and then become a part of NATO. That would be my deal. So anyways, I think Wick did a good job. Obviously, I was more partial to Lactoid's line of argumentation. We'll try to get Lactoid on for a debate. And then maybe I'll DM Tim's Booker and say, hey, this is a conversation or debate that I would be interested in. What do you think? So good times, good times. We're going to move on to the next segment.
We can do when we talk.
And this, I'm going to take a little break and talk with chat for a second, just so I can kind of relax and yap. And then we'll get into the Dave Smith segment, and that'll probably be the either last or second to last segment of the day. So Ukraine should be free all the way, the Dashing Rogue says. Well, what I would say is, if you conceptualize Ukraine and you see Donetsk and Luhansk and you see Crimea, those areas are currently under dominant Russian control. And so as a result, you have to tell me how. How are you going to make those areas free? Are you just going to let Ukraine continue to fight for another decade? Are we going to cost another few 100,000 lives in Ukraine? Because that's part of my point is, if you disperse with Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, and then you keep Zaporozhye and you join NATO, well, there's no more Russian invasion. And so you can focus on economic and social development. And so you can make Western Ukraine infinitely more rich and infinitely more prosperous and infinitely more good for its citizens within a generation, than you can by continuing to fight a war. So ultimately, do you need Eastern Ukraine in order to make Ukraine great? And my answer is no. Right? You want Mariupol. It's a dock city. It's a bay city, right? You want Mariupol. You want Zaporozhye. But do you need Donetsk and Luhansk? Not really. Is Crimea more important to the Russians than it is to the Ukrainians? Probably, to be honest. It probably is. So just saying they all need to be free is kind of more like a platitude than a plan. Hope is not a plan, Dashing Rogue. Christian Blair says, Grassroots Hegemon, you mean tent, right, though? I thought, oh my God. All right, you guys are still memeing about cannibalism in China. Sabian Green says, at this point, Ukraine isn't going to become a part of NATO. One more crappy thing to lay at the feet of Trump. I agree that it's not going to happen from a political pragmatic perspective, but I don't see why that wouldn't be beneficial to the United States, and I don't see why that wouldn't be beneficial to Ukraine and Russia. So with Russia, they get the territorial concessions that they're looking for, and then they get something they don't want, which is Ukraine and NATO. But guess what? Tough shit. You invaded your neighbor, right? Then when it comes to Ukraine, they get to focus on their economy because they have Article 5 to protect their territory. So if Russia ever incurs again, all of Europe and the United States goes to war. So Ukraine wins. And then when the United States wins, they get an ally in Ukraine. They get another member of NATO. They get a competent, quickly modernizing military. There's about 10,000 advantages to having Ukraine as a part of NATO. You're also on Russia's doorstep. So if Russia continues to be antagonistic and talk about nuking the planet over and over and over again, then you can be like, yeah, that's cool. But number one, we're going to nuke you back. And number two, we're going to be able to take Moscow in like 2 hours because we have 3 or 4 different countries with which we can get to Moscow almost instantaneously. So, I think the United States gets a good ally, leverage against Russia. Ukraine gets security and an economic boom. And then Russia gets the territorial concessions that it was looking for. So I don't have a problem with it. I think that's a win-win-win. Christian Blair says, Connor community is going to slap compared to all the other political communities if the Chinese invade. Indeed. Krista Hines says, do you know of Operation Starsky? He's got a live right with guests now about updates on the attack on Sumy. This guy is amazing. No, but I'll subscribe. You said Operation Starsky? I'll Google it and see, if we can collaborate in the future. I'm a friendly guy. I cuss every now and then. I say crazy things every now and then, but I am a friendly fella. Operator Starsky, observer for the UATV channel, Ukrainian veteran, reservist, blogger, and co-founder of the Propaganda Study. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Sumy strikes back. That's dope. That's dope. Well, not right now because obviously I have my own content to create, but I'll take a look at him and see if I enjoy his content. Operator Starsky. What did I say? I don't know what I said, but I Googled it and I still found him. LJ Bunnell, probably Destiny's Kid. Most of the rare earth minerals are in Eastern Ukraine. Well, let's do a map though, because what part of Eastern Ukraine, right? Because if you're talking about around like Kharkiv, rare earth mineral map, Ukraine. I'll share it with you momentarily. Trust me. So this is a map. You can clearly see that Luhansk and Donetsk have substantive rare earth minerals, but you can also see that territory that is currently in Ukrainian control is also quite rich. And so I think that developing all of these areas would be fine. And guess what Russia's probably going to want to do, right? Russia's probably going to want to sell their stuff and smuggle their stuff into here so they can make stupid amounts of money. So I don't think that's a problem at all. I still think this is under Ukrainian control as far as I know. This is under Ukrainian control. So draw a new border right here. That'd be dope. That's what I say. Not saying I'm right. I'm saying that's what I believe. Whew. 90-some odd % of rare earth minerals are in China. Yeah, and didn't we just find like a buttload of lithium in our own backyard? Well, QC John says, speaking of crazy, has anyone seen the BX Bullet was right about Nazi Satan cults was true? No. No, I didn't, but feel free to share. Feel free to send me a DM on Twitter or Discord and share the evidence that there's Nazi Satan cults. That's fine. That sounds like fire content. Grassroots Hegemon says Ukraine is a comparative drop in the ocean. Yeah, I agree. It's not, I'll tell you what it's not worth. It's not worth hundreds of thousands of young Ukrainian and Russian lives. It isn't. So this war will end. All wars do, right? And war ultimately is diplomacy by other means. So if we do not have the ability to dislodge Russia from Donetsk and Luhansk militarily, then you have to come up with a different solution. And frankly, in my opinion, the different solution is you let go of what you can. You keep you keep what is absolutely critical and necessary for your national security. You join an alliance that prevents future invasion, and then you economically develop. And then hopefully that economic development is the same kind of thing that happened with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. What happened during the Cold War was after a time period of brutal slaughter, they allowed the Soviet citizens to have a base level of living standard, but then they also gave them very limited freedoms of like watching some TV, but not other TV, and consuming some consumer goods, but not other ones. But what ended up happening was as soon as you get like a little taste of freedom, you kind of want it all. And so a lot of Soviet citizens were smuggling in things like records, blue jeans, TV shows, VHS tapes, the music. They were smuggling all that kind of stuff into East Germany and into Russia proper because they were like craving freedom. They were craving culture. So yeah, that could just as easily happen with Eastern Ukraine, where the annexed parts of Ukraine become jealous of their Western counterparts because their Western counterparts were brave enough to join the liberal hegemonic order. Grassroots Hegemon says, no, I wasn't saying that at all for the record, just saying that REM goes China in a whole different league. Yeah, sure. Christian Blair says, I haven't heard about BX Bullet since that time Zerka showed up on her stream. True. And they were like, nah, we're not hanging out. We're not hooking up. We're not hooking up. And it's like, nah, you guys probably are. Be real. Be real. She's a single mom and you're a coke addict. There's no reason for you to be in her house except for y'all are smashing. Let's be real. I forgot about Zerka. I wish I could forget about Zerka, but the truth is he's such a crazy person, such an erratic person. Like he DM'd me and he's like, hey, come on this panel. And I was like, okay. And then like I show up to the panel or whatever, and then he just doesn't let me in for 20 minutes. And I was like, are you punking me? Like, what's going on? And then I think he just forgot. I think he was just coked out of his mind. So I was like, all right, see ya. So yeah, he went schizoid. Well, I think he already has like mental health issues. And then I also think that he legitimately has a cocaine problem. I kind of like Zerka, not his views. Yeah, I mean, he can be funny. He can be funny, of course. First off, based. True. What cocaine does to a person? True. He's probably grifting. Yes. That guy does just say things for attention, like 100%. When he went on his JQ arc and he was hanging out with Nick Fuentes and he was hanging out with Fresh and Fit and he was hanging out with Sneeko and he was talking about Jews and he was talking about how Islam's the way or Christianity's the way and he would change every single day. Yeah, he was just saying what needed to be said for attention, which is one way to be a content creator, but it's also a way to burn out super quick, right? Yeah, he's a character. Yeah. I'm sure that there's a real human being who really like he talks about banging teenagers all the time. I'm sure there's a real human being there who enjoys cocaine and having sex with teenagers. But I think that that's about as deep as it goes. Because he always posts about like being Christian while being the most degenerate piece of shit on Twitter. Christian Blair says, I would have liked to see a full Christian arc just to fuck with Carantos. Yeah, that would have been great. Oh man. All right. I'm going to check it out. Well, QC John says, look it up. It's crazy. Actually, acceleration, online, cult pedos, blackmailing, and even conspiring to shoot schools. It really is mind-blowing the things that happen. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, let us do a brief intermission, and then I'll get some water and a snack, and then we'll come back and we'll do some Dave Smith content. I know I should probably just stream through, but I legitimately need to use a restroom. And, I know it seems like I need to use the restroom frequently. I promise it's not. Okay. It's not because of cocaine use. It's literally just, I drink a lot of water in order to stay hydrated. Okay. So don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Let's Let's check this out. Sure. Term Space Marine. So somebody did a mod. But if you're not, you should become one. And Warhammer 40K is a science fantasy setting that has, and it's in the future, so it has a lot of futuristic technology, and it has a lot of the best violence to ever be put into media ever. I'm looking for my StreamYard right now. I'm having difficulty finding it. Here's Dave Smith. Here's you guys. Oh, okay, here we go. Gotcha. So let me share this with you. And then somebody did a mod in order to create Terminator armor in Space Marine 2. So my mic cut out. Seriously, are you guys listening to like dead air, or is Christian Valaris wrong? Mic cut out. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Grasser Chachimon, thank you for the donation. Connor and Zerka are Lady and the Tramp aligned right now. Hey, let's be real. He's probably Tramp, but I resent the implication that I am Lady. So, all right. Let's give you some Ultra HD 4K game footage. Then let's watch a Terminator with a power axe and power shield slaughtering Tyranids. If you're not into this, then I don't know what you should be into. This is brilliant. So enjoy this for 2 minutes. I'll be back. I'm going to grab some water. Be right back. All right. Content time. Let's get some content. All right. On my end, it looks like the mic is still working properly, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that it is. We're going to pull up Dave Smith, and we're going to get cracking, okay? I want to get back into Space Marine, but all the added content seems to be operations mostly, and I was more into PvP. Yeah, I want to get more into Space Marine 2. I'm actually working on a Space Marine 2 script right now in order to break it down like the Space Marine 2 movie. I know I'm late to the party in order to make that content, but the truth is it was like so rich. Like as a product, there was so much lore. There was so many cool models. There was so many cool characters, so many cool this, so much cool that it was like so dense that I effectively would have had to like take a month off in order to do a proper Space Marine 2 movie breakdown. realistically, I should have stopped and I should have capitalized on its release for the month that it was out. But it is what it is. And the truth is, it's still fire content. So I don't really care. I'm just going to do it late. It's fine. We definitely need a campaign extension. I agree, Jonah Boy. What would be absolute fire, in my opinion, is either moving to different environments, like boarding a Hive bio ship. That would be dope in order to like set off a nuke in the heart of a Hive ship. That would be awesome. You wouldn't even need to do new characters. You would just need to do new environments. And you could also do like a Death Watch expansion campaign where you're, instead of being Dimitri and Titus, you're just another Death Watch Marine, right? Heretic campaign when? I mean, that would be dope. If you could be a Thousand Sun, if you could be a Khorne Berserker, that would be amazing. So one of the things that was encouraging, sorry, I'm engaging with chat on Warhammer stuff, but one of the things that was amazing that somebody said in the interviews for the pre-launch was they were saying like, oh, you know, everything that you are asking for, we are asking for from Games Workshop and more. And so I realistically hope that they keep the same engine. I know they're not going to because they already announced Space Marine 3. However, I would love it if they just kept the same engine. The engine's great. The graphics are great. The characters are great. It's all amazing. Just expand to Terminators and specialized troops and the weapons and classes that you have available, and then expand the enemies and then create new narrative campaigns. So yeah. So anyways, so this is Dave Smith. I'm gonna do a little bit of an intro and then we'll get cracking. And I'll do a full screen so you guys can see my beautiful face and I can see yours. So, but hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I love breaking down the world of alternative media and politics and current events and news. And we're doing that today with the character Dave Smith. For those of you who don't know who Dave Smith is, he is a comedian. He's somebody who's been on the Joe Rogan Experience multiple times. He's semi-politically relevant as a libertarian thought leader. And then as a result, he's been invited onto very big shows to debate very big characters. Now, my problem with Dave Smith, which I hope you'll see in a minute, is that his moral philosophy peaked when he was 17 years old. And then he hasn't changed an iota of his political or philosophical analysis since he turned 17. And so as a result, he's the perfect example of like libertarians love him. However, I think he's actually like quite a shallow and kind of like vapid political commentator. Now, that being said, a lot of people like that. So good for him, I guess. That what he got in trouble for recently was talking about warfare and the laws of war. And there were actual professionals who called him out and kind of called him a moron. And so as a result, I want to watch his statement about it because he made a statement about like moral philosophy and morality that I think is just like filled with dumb examples. And then I want to watch the actual debate where allegedly he got shredded. But of course, you know, we are fair. Okay. Chud logic is fair. Tomfoolery is fair. The Counterpoints channel is also fair. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at the
podcast
moral analysis
people who listen to the show. No, if you
of Dave Smith, followed by a debate. Let me share my screen with you. Fine and beautiful souls that have come to join me today.
Even morality. And if you believe in logic, which you essentially have to, there's no getting around believing in logic. But like inherently, by their very nature, if you believe in morality and you accept logic, logic and morality cannot be altered by social constructs, right? Like there's just no way you can't, there's nothing that we could decide. Like if you, let's say like basic logic, right? Like,
so I want to, I'm going to be a little bit pedantic, but obviously criticism is often pedantic, but I already think that he's fundamentally incorrect. And so I'm going to explain this. Okay. So nah, you got bent over a table. Rude. We just got into it. Listen, chat is already getting upset and they already know what I'm saying. So morality and logic. Morality is the analysis of good and bad. It's actually just that simple. It's what is good and what is bad and why. Okay. And then logic I believe, I'll go ahead and check out the definition. Logic definition is reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. And so that means that if it's valid, there's like sound and valid. Sound logic means that the logic follows. Valid logic, as I understand it, is that not only does the logic follow, it's also true in reality. And so logic is kind of like building a chain of thought that not only feeds into each other properly, but is also verified by reality. And so morality absolutely can be altered by social constructs. Think about it. Church, culture, society, politics, all that kind of stuff. All that can obviously drastically alter not only personal morality, but the ways in which you analyze things. And then logic, I'll agree that logic should be grounded in validity as much as possible. But there's, of course, completely logical argumentations that conflict all the time. Like, I don't know if you guys know this. Grassroots Tetramon, Dave Smith destroyed by random YouTuber. I know you said chatter, but maybe that should be the title for the segment. But, but the point is that Wick in our previous segment and Lactoid in our previous segment and Tim in our previous segment all had valid logic chains. Okay. So Lactoid says it's not in the American interest to invest this much treasure and blood into a foreign nation with whom we do not have a return on investment. That's a logical statement that is based in reality. You should be able to evaluate the return on investment you're getting for fighting a war. That's a logical statement. Then Tim saying, I'm actually not interested in foreign military adventurism unless it's absolutely necessary. And I view kinetic, like war-based interventions as infinitely more dangerous and stupid than I do like trade negotiations. And therefore, I'm ready to do trade negotiations with everybody around the world. However, I think war should be almost non-existent from an American perspective. That's a logical statement, even if I don't think it's valid, like it's verified by reality. So anyways, you kind of get my point that so far we're off to a rough start, but maybe he'll be able to articulate it in a way that will allow us to steelman his position.
Like the law of non-contradiction. Okay. So if I were to say to you, I do not exist, what's the problem with that statement? Well, it's a self-detonating statement. It's a contradiction. You said the word I, and then you claim you didn't exist. You acknowledged what you were, and then it said you didn't exist. So that assertion falls apart because it's logically incoherent. It's contradictory. Okay. Now, people cannot get together and say, let's have a vote on whether a self-contradicting statement is logically sound. It doesn't matter if I say, well, no, I'm going to call you senator, and I'm going to call you president, and I'm going to call you, Supreme Court justice. And you guys get to say that the rules of logic are different now. Like if anyone were to ever propose that, you'd immediately go like, no, you're misunderstanding how logic works. You're misunderstanding how government works. A social construct cannot change things that are objective reality. Like you don't get to do that any more than we get to hold like a referendum on gravity. It doesn't matter how you vote. Like gravity exists regardless. Okay. So if you understand that, like definitionally, you cannot, there is no such thing, as I said on Piers Morgan the other day, as macro and micro morality. You can't say like it would be immoral to do it here, but it's moral to do it there, any more than you could say like,
So, all right. So he's already wrong. Wait, what did he just say? Even track logically? Potentially. I can explain it. I can steelman this. All right. I can steelman it. So morality and logic cannot be altered by social constructs. We already said why that's not true. He's saying that making a self-detonating statement, I do not exist, is obviously self-defeating because it's not logically valid, right? I forget the difference between validity and soundness, but I think soundness is it follows and validity is it follows and it's true, right? And so people cannot get together to vote a logically contradictory statement is sound and valid. So this is the thing that I can quibble with while still acknowledging what he's saying. All right. In the quibble is that in the Soviet Union, there was 100% people who got together and voted for contradictory statements. Oftentimes, I think the best way to analyze this is actually through the TV show, Chernobyl, where there were a bunch of government officials who did not want to accept the fact that the Chernobyl, nuclear reactor was damaged and overloading and posing an imminent crisis on the Soviet Union. And so as a result, they did get together. They did say that a non-valid statement was true, and then they effectively made it true for their in-group. Now, here's where what I think he's pointing to is that what's true is true. So just because a bunch of government officials get together and they say something that's self-contradictory, then Dave Smith mogged by random chatter again. True. What's true is true. I think that's what he's pointing at, which is that regardless of whether or not human beings believe something to be valid, has no bearing on whether or not it's valid. Now, this is where he loses me almost immediately, but I'll go ahead and try to articulate micro and macro morality, right? So micro morality, let's just say killing children is wrong, right? Children are innocent. They're young. They're filled with potential. They're the future of our species. We believe that killing children is wrong, flat out, absolutely not necessary, right? So therefore, at the micro level, we all agree killing children is wrong. And not only that, I think it's pertinent to the argument that we're going to hear from Dave Smith later. Now, macro morality. Let's say that you have a terrorist who's going to detonate a suicide vest in a market unless you hit him with a drone strike that will have collateral damage, including children. The micro morality is killing children is wrong. We all acknowledge that. The macro morality is that if we do not kill this terrorist who is on his way to kill more people, then more people are going to die. This is actually a logic that's like computed in warfare all the time that I think is going to be pertinent to the conversation. So the macro morality is different than the micro morality, where we are now taking something that is evil, is bad. We all understand that it's evil and bad, but we're comparing it to a greater good, and therefore something that is completely objectionable at the micro level becomes almost acceptable at the macro level. So this statement is actually kind of incorrect. We all intuitively, I think everybody in chat probably intuitively knows that it's incorrect, but it probably feels good for someone who has no responsibility to say this so he can be better than the people who actually wield power. But let's see what else he says and see if we can contend with it.
Raping someone or murdering someone is immoral in North America, but it's morally accepted in sub-Saharan Africa. Like that just doesn't make any sense. It's a contradiction. These things are, if you believe in morality, then by its very nature, it has to transcend all of these things, right?
That's like already incorrect. That's also incorrect. So Dave Smith mogged by random chatter yet again and again. So in Pakistan and in Afghanistan, now I think they're wrong. And I think that over the course of history, it will bend towards my perspective. I don't think that we're going to go back to like theocratic medieval marriages. However, women exposing themselves in any kind of way physically in public is an invitation for like sexual assault and beating. And then also if a woman is sexually assaulted or raped in public, then that brings dishonor on her family and she's killed. Now, it could be logically sound, maybe not valid. It could be logically sound for Pakistanis to believe that. I think that it's incorrect. But in order to get to pretend that Pakistanis can't have an internal worldview that makes that consistent and moral, M-O-R-A-L, that's just like ignorant of human existence. The fact that he probably believes that he's correct about everything almost flies in the face of his own statement. Dave Smith is not correct about everything. So yeah, I think this is crazy pants. I don't think this stands up to even a light scrutiny of the human experience. Dave Smith has never heard of Mal-in-Say. Let's see Mal-in-Say. I'll Google it. I haven't heard of that either. Mal-in-Say meaning. Mala-in-Say refers to the acts that are inherently evil or wrong, regardless of whether or not they are explicitly prohibited by law. These acts are universally recognized as immoral and are condemned across cultures and throughout history. Examples include murder, robbery, and rape. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that's an interesting... I think that's like an interesting concept. But then again, we get back to rape, where we would view certain behaviors, particularly marital rape. We would view marital rape as something completely objectionable in the Western world, whereas even in our own cultures 200 years ago, it was broadly socially accepted. So, you know, again, like time, place, culture, these absolutely, they might not, if he's pointing to an objective truth, it's kind of weird because I almost assume that he's an atheist. So it's kind of weird that he's pointing to like an objective morality. I see that as weird. I've never heard of Mal-in-Say. I also see that Dave Smith has never heard of Mal-in-Say. True, intuitive jackal. Mogged by random chatter again award to Dave Smith. True, Jonah Boyd, true. All right, sorry. Let's try to let him get it out, even though so far I think we have issues with what he's saying.
Right, and particularly if you're a religious person who believes in morality. Then like if God is judging us based on what we do morally, it doesn't make any sense that God would go, you know, unless you guys get together and form an organization, and then it's totally different. And obviously, I think this
is literally biblically true. This is literally biblically true that the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament have fundamentally different perspectives on how people conduct themselves. But okay, continuing.
This has something to do with the kind of the religion of statism, which is just, there's really no other way to describe it. You know, I'm going back to my libertarian roots on this one, but that really is it. I mean, if any other organization were to get together, you know, if Walmart was just like, well, we can murder people. Like because we're Walmart. Obviously, you can't do it, but we can do it because we're Walmart. I mean, we're this great big company. Everybody would see through that immediately as just being preposterous. Like, obviously, that's not, no, you're just doing the same thing. You're just a bigger organization. Yet somehow when governments get involved, because people in their head have this like weird concept of what governments are. I mean, myself included, I'm guilty of this, but we will constantly use, as Douglas Murray called me out for doing, kind of, although he didn't mean it like this, we'll say we invaded Iraq, right? Like we did that, but we didn't, you know, like a bunch of criminals in DC did.
Oh my God, he's such a libertarian douche canoe. Oh, sorry. I'm taking psychic damage. Hold the line. Hold the line, chat. We'll be okay. The blood pressure is seeping in behind my eyes. But we're going to be okay. I'm going to have to explain like history for a second. Okay, let's explain some history. What a dipshit. Okay. I parasocially love you. Okay. Everyone, I'm going to move my video over here so I can stare into my own eyes and therefore be staring into your eyes. Okay. So I parasocially love you, chat. Thank you for forcing me, and I'm joking and I'm not simultaneously. Thank you for making it my job in order to find the most psychically painful things that I can on a day-to-day basis in order to entertain you fine folk by engaging with like the political discourse du jour while simultaneously taking psychic damage. I probably will end up dying of a cardiovascular issue as a result of my engagement with this material. However, all of that being said, it's rant time. We started out, human beings, I talked about this the other day with Vegan Gains. Human beings are a very advanced form of ape, okay? We are 97% related to chimpanzees, but we are special, okay? We have a higher capacity for thinking. We have a higher capacity for complex thinking. We have a higher social, emotional, and actual intelligence than most other apes. And as a result, we've created magnificent societies that are endlessly complex, okay? But 3,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, our societies were less complex, okay? And what happened was we had societies of like 30, 40, 50 people, and a mala per se issue would happen where somebody would get raped, somebody would get murdered, somebody would steal from somebody else, right? And in those disputes, we would have to figure out who was the aggrieved party, who was right, and what was justice. And sometimes that justice would be banishment. Sometimes that would be death. Sometimes that would be restitution. And so what we did, that way it's not just two people arguing who are at the same power level, is we negotiated that chieftains and wise men, the people who are wisest, smartest, and oldest in our tribes, would be appointed in order to settle disputes between people within the tribe. And so as a result, we created the early stages of what has become complex government, right? Now, what ended up happening was there were existential threats to the tribe. There were times of drought, times of famine, times of war, in which rival tribes would come in and try to kill us, right? The tribe that is currently trying to survive in the wild. And so what we did is oftentimes the chieftains and the wise men, not only were they older, more experienced members of the tribe, they oftentimes were warriors, because in Maslow's hierarchy of need, there's physical tier, security tier, social tier, ego tier, and self-actualization tier. And so the physical tier is taking care of food, water, shelter. The security tier is actual like physical survival. And so if you don't succeed at those two steps, all of you die, right? That's the way that nature was since the inception of time. That's the way that nature is currently. That's the way that nature will be when the stars burn out. And so what we did is we said, it is clearly important for someone to be experienced at the physical and security level in order for them to lead our society. Because and this is all subconscious, by the way, but if we do not fulfill these tiers, we die. And so what we did is we started appointing members of the warrior class to be our leadership. And if you look at this, this lasted through the medieval era. If you look at kings, if you look at dukes, if you look at their vassals, if you look at kingdoms, if you look at empires, effectively the people who are running society they're one of two people. There are people who are managing the physical needs and logistics of the kingdom. That's the physical tier. Or they're warriors who are people who are responsible for the security of the kingdom. And so as a result, we have outsourced it to warriors and logisticians for thousands of years. And that is a separate class of people through the roles that they participate in society. So when you and I, well, let's say we're citizens, when you and I get into a scrap and I kill you, I'm trying to say metaphorically, but not literally, but just go with a hypothetical, and I kill you, that is different than an agent of the state killing someone. Okay? The individual citizens killing each other has to be judged by the governmental group for whether or not it was just. And if it was not just, then the killer needs to be punished. That was murder. When it comes to the state, oftentimes there can be extraneous situations that might justify a homicide that, if perpetuated by a citizen, would be deemed a crime, but if perpetuated by an agent of the state, it would not be a crime. As an example, if there's a criminal, let's say that you steal a candy bar from my shop, right? Ancient candy bar. We're in Egypt, right? You steal my sand candy bar and I stab you in the guts. Well, that might still be murder because it's that might still be murder because my punishment to you is not proportional to the crime. But let's say an agent of the state says, halt, thief, stop in the name of the law. What will happen is if the thief surrenders, then the agent of the state has no need to fight. And so as a result, they'll just bring them to a judge and they will be judged and the appropriate punishment will be meted out. However, if a thief flees and then tries to fight the agent of the state, not only is he defying like another person in their community, they're defying the authority of the state. And therefore, that state actor sometimes can and will kill that person, particularly in the modern context, if they're able to articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves or others. And so to pretend that this history and these social constructs are completely alien to us, where me walking down the street and shooting somebody in the face is the same as the cop confronting a thief and then getting into a fight and shooting the thief because they wouldn't surrender. Those are obviously two completely different moral contexts. It just takes more than 10 seconds to explain, which is why I'm not surprised that Dave Smith hasn't thought about it. End of rant. Let's read chat and then go back into the content. Yeah, I shouldn't have touched my fucking candy bar, right? So Jonah Boy says, I'm smarter when I'm high. Dave Smith probably. True. Christian Blair says, I can quite literally provide your response to Dave in this chat. Lol. Good. Yes, but I yearn for the machine. Yes. The show Handmaid's Tale pops up like today's possible reality. YouTube is life. Lol. I mean, I agree that we're getting into a more Christian nationalist authoritarian society. I agree with that statement. I don't know if I agree with the rest of what you're implying. John says that's gay. It is gay. Christian Blair says, Dave told Andrew that he'd become more religious, less agnostic since he had kids. Well, good. Good. I'm happy to hear that. That's actually good. Grassroots Tetramon says, Dave is agnostic as far as I'm aware, just more Christian sympathetic. Okay. I mean, that's based. That's based. I'm sure him and I could have an interesting theological conversation. And maybe, honestly, if he was like open to it and he wasn't trying to defend libertarianism, I borderline feel like this is the person that I used to be when I was a teenager. And I wonder if I could make these arguments to somebody, either him or somebody like him, and convince them of like statism, the religion of statism with whom he like so urgently criticized. Dave Smith content is not as good as cop fighting content. Well, I promise we'll watch that before we get out of here. Christian Blair says Dave Smith and Michael Malice are more than 40-year-old ANCAPs that had lived in NYC for more than half their lives. It's like Fabian being, wow, that's rude. Make it make sense. Libertarians are all right. Christian Blair, that was very rude, but very funny. I appreciate it, even though I'm not going to show chat what you said. Grassroots Touchamon says, shouldn't have touched my motherfucking candy bar. I agree. But most anarchist capitalists is for teenagers who are on their parents' health insurance. Yeah, literally 100%. All right. End of rant. Let's continue to engage with the content. My apologies for, going on a yap fest, but he said something so wildly stupid. I felt like I needed to address it in more than 10 words. Right. All right. Let's continue.
It's not us, but you think of like the nation and the nation state almost as being the same thing. That's us. That's America. But when we're talking about the government, we're not talking about America. We're not talking about the hills or the roads or the people.
Yes, we are. The people who make up government are the same people who occupy those hills, who use those roads, and they are members of the people. So, of course, there's like an infinitely stronger connection between the government and the people than he's giving credit for. And it's fucking annoying, especially in a representative democracy, for him to act like there's this massive disconnect. It's not. They are us and we are them.
Or the tradition or the culture or any of that. Typically, you're talking about the most corrupt members of our society who hold political power.
What's that Dark Eldar contraption? It's called a Theracane. I use it to stab the knots on my back. And then he just assumes every politician is corrupt. Okay.
And so with that kind of in mind as the backdrop, what I had said on Joe Rogan's podcast, and by the way, people who listen to the show know I've been saying this stuff for years. It's just I happen to say it on a big platform and a big debate. But it was specifically arguing with Douglas Murray over the term intentional, because he said Israel is unintentionally killing civilians. And I was like, no, that's bullshit. And in the same sense that if the example I used, which I've used many times before, but if somebody broke into your property and killed a few of your family members and then went back to their house and you tracked them back to their house and then you just blew up the building, and you went, hey, no, we didn't mean to kill all those other people in the building. I mean, we knew they were there. We knew they would die as a result of us blowing up this building, but we just wanted to get that bad guy. The others were like collateral damage. Well, like in any domestic situation, obviously, that you'd be charged with first-degree murder. But I'm not making an appeal to the law. I'm saying that morally speaking, as human beings, we would all go, no, that is intentional. You don't get to just say it's not intentional. If you knew there were women and children who were going to die as a result of this and you did it anyway, then you did it intentionally. Okay, so the essence of the point is that the concept of intentionality doesn't change because a government's doing it.
Yeah, it kind of does. So anyways, let's try to address his intentionality argument as strongly as I possibly can. And I'm sure it'll happen in the debate as well, but let's see if we can do it ourselves. Let's see if we can get mogged. Let's see if Dave Smith can get mogged by a chatter once again. Let's see if we can get him another mogged by chat award, okay? So does he have a point? Kind of. His point is that I think he says government and government simps, status simps, we hide behind the fact that we're trying to kill a bad guy and there's collateral damage in order to say, well, we never intended for innocents to die. But he is saying that that is substantively different than, like, let's say killing somebody in an accident, because we know that there's going to be collateral damage, right? Like that's what he's saying. And I'm perfectly okay with that. That's a perfectly acceptable assessment. However, I think what he's not assessing is also like the dynamics of real warfare, right? Where if there's let's say, use his exact example. There's a jihadist terrorist. He conducts a jihadist terrorist attack. He kills a few dozen of your people, and then he escapes back into Gaza. You have two options. You can hit him with a Hellfire missile, which will result in a dozen, collateral damage, innocent civilians who are dead, or you can let him go. Well, in this case, or you can send in special forces. That's like the third option, right? So in this scenario, the first option is let him go. Well, obviously, we're not going to let him go, because if we let him go, he's going to return on a different day in order to kill more people. So we're not letting him go. That's already off the table. So he can say that it's morally preferable to, but if you're not a pussy, then you understand that you're not letting him go. So you're down to two options. The two options are send in ground forces in order to try to apprehend him. That way you can identify friend from foe, or you can hit him with a Hellfire missile and knowingly kill a few dozen, civilians, right? So sometimes, as a matter of fact, oftentimes, sending in infantry in order to try to apprehend a terrorist will result in more death. Because if there are domestic security forces, and if there are people, let's say militia or civilians, who are sympathetic to the terrorist, then they will get in your way to prevent you from getting the guy. And so as a result, you will have two options. Shoot through the people who are sympathetic to the terrorist, which kind of makes them your enemy, right? Which could be morally justifiable. Or you can allow your men to be killed, right? There is no scenario on the planet in which any conventional military will volunteer for its soldiers to die, its warriors to die for the sake of enemy combatants and non-combatants. It's not going to happen anymore, right? Sorry, I just read anymore from chat. But that's not going to happen. So realistically, if he wants to say, well, I think it's morally incumbent upon governments in order to send in people to try to apprehend terrorists before they missile strike them, he can say that until the cows come home, and I'll accept it as like a somewhat okay moral analysis, if a flawed pragmatic analysis. But I think he just doesn't live in reality. That's my actual assessment, is that he just doesn't understand warfare. He doesn't think that war is necessary. He doesn't think that conflict or violence are necessary. And therefore he's, I don't know, kind of a pussy, in my opinion. Pusillanimous is the correct term. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Ken. So Grassroots says, I travel for work. This man has been 2 places ever. I am fine with having that collateral to save thousands of lives. Yeah, right. So it's the trolley problem, right? Do you kill one in order to save a dozen others? And he is saying, don't kill anyone, which I find pusillanimous. Guess who ain't civilians anymore? Womp womp. Christian Blair's kind of gets it. Then BizD says, and if they're using human shields, I'm playing devil's advocate. Yeah, of course, you have to make a judgment. Let's say that a terrorist is behind 30 people who are all defending him and will not allow you to take him into custody and will not allow you to shoot him. You have 2 options. You retreat or you shoot through the crowd in order to kill the terrorist. Those are the 2 options. And I'm telling you, in a circumstance in which there is the possibility of future violence emanating from someone who has already committed violence, governments are not going to let that person go, because not only are you telling that person that they have the opportunity to commit future violence without consequence, you are also telling other people that they can inflict violence on you without consequence. It's like the fundamental structure of reciprocal action. It's kind of crazy. Like I kind of take the Christian turn the other cheek philosophy when it comes to interpersonal relationships, because let's face it, there's lower stakes. But when it comes to warfare, I get to eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth pretty stinking quick. Because the truth is that if you don't go for eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, then you effectively are just surrendering your men to get slaughtered. Bizd says, don't know or care about this conflict. Yeah, it's in reference to Israel, Gaza. It's not a big deal. Dante says, agreed. If Israel could just send in the police to arrest terrorist leaders and have them stand trial in court, it wouldn't be a wartime situation. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I would be for that. If there was, let's say that there was a terrorist who was in Israel on the verge of committing a terrorist attack, but he was in an Arab neighborhood, and law enforcement or the military had easy access to that neighborhood where they could get in and apprehend the terrorist. I 100% would support an infantry incursion. However, I almost guarantee you, so does the Israeli government. I almost guarantee you that when they can apprehend, when they can assassinate using infantry, I almost guarantee you that they do. They probably use Hellfires, and they also use the shish kebab missile when they don't have a different alternative. So anyways, let's wrap up his moral analyses and then check out the debate a little bit.
And because it's being done in another country. Now, if you want to justify if you want to attempt to justify the policy, okay. But you don't get to say that the laws of logic and the laws of morals don't apply anymore. And so when I'm
what laws of morals? I would like to know the laws of morals.
Debating these guys, or when I was debating this guy on Piers Morgan yesterday, he just kept responding to this with, but you don't understand international law. You don't understand the laws of war. You don't understand. And it's like, no. You don't understand my point. These things are all social constructs. And fine, there might be some benefit to some and there might be some flaws in them, but that has nothing to do with the point that I'm making. Yes,
it does.
A fundamental reality.
No, it's not. I think this guy doesn't understand how words work, but that's okay. We'll see how the debate goes. Let's check it out. Smith on the reaction to his Rogan debate with Douglas Murray. John Spencer on one. Dave was epically dismantled by Murray. Is Israel intentionally killing civilians? Smith calls Murray a hypocrite. When is war morally just? Okay, I mean, we'll just give it a shot. How about that? It'll be easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Debate itself went. It does feel like people are living in.
Y'all are being savage. So Christian Blair says, Gesundheit. Well, thank you. And then Bizd says, blowing through the kids to get to the enemy, Connor. That's the law of morals. No, that's the law of like violence, right? Might makes right. There's a quote that I say all the time, and I'm not saying that you should look to this for moral guidance. I'm saying that you should accept this when it comes to war and geopolitics. It's from the Greeks. It's during a war where the Athenians massacre a city, and the city-state was neutral in the war between Athens and Sparta. And so the civilians are asking, why are you killing us? Why are you enslaving us? And an Athenian military leader says, it's because what does he say? He says, the powerful do as they can and the weak suffer what they must, right? And so that's not saying that that's good. That's saying that that's how it is. And so what you have to understand in almost all conflicts, all wars, is that the weak can protest as much as they want. If they don't have any capacity in order to inflict their will on the situation, they will be subject to the whims of the people who can inflict their will on the situation. And so as individuals and as a society, you should never be weak, and you should always maintain as much power, not like malevolent power, but you should try to maintain as much capacity as a form of power as you can. And that includes like being knowledgeable on weapons and being knowledgeable on violence and being knowledgeable on like law and morality and warfare. So Grassroots says, no, Dave Smith is not so smart, I guess. Bizd says, fine, but don't be obtuse to what he meant. I don't think I am. I don't think I am being obtuse. I think I've summarized his perspective relatively well. If you feel like there's a better explanation than what I summarized, then feel free to explain it in chat. I'll be happy to read it. So Christian Blair says, I hope the Spartan general said the same thing after the Athenians lost the Peloponnesian War. Yeah, he probably did, to be honest. I think that was the irony of the story, is ultimately Athens lost. So anyways, let's see if Dave Smith has anything interesting for us to go for. And Bizd, feel free, if you feel like I'm straw manning or missing Dave's argument, feel free to articulate it in the way possible, and I will do my utmost best to try to understand it.
different realities. When you look at the aerial footage of Gaza, that does not describe every single strike Israel has launched.
When were you last there at all?
I've never been.
You've never been?
Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now?
You just don't know the information you need to know to make that judgment.
If someone were to do that, you would call it intentional murder, right?
That's not true.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something. I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that. I think Dave is doing that. It's a shape-shifting thing. Comedian or historian?
In part, the problem is that we haven't reconciled ourselves to the idea that we speak one way in front of the world, another way behind closed doors, and that this is actually natural and normal.
These things are always like Pierce Morganing, which is fine, you know, where everyone's screaming over each other.
Well, Joe Rogan's debate between Dave Smith and Douglas Murray has dominated conversation for days now. Supporters have been spinning for both sides as if it was a presidential election debate. And some felt the president himself picked a team when he posted a glowing endorsement of Douglas's new book the very next day. Almost as interesting as the main debate were some of the issues it raised about the way that debate has transformed in the digital age. First is so-called credentialism. Should someone with old-fashioned qualifications get more of a say than someone who does a lot of research but ultimately has none? Do you need to travel to a specific country or experience a war to have valid opinions about what's happening there? And should the podcasters who now wield more influence than any TV network be more judicious about who they platform? Or is that kind of censorious, judgmental gatekeeping the very reason they got so popular in the first place? Finally, who won? Well, joining me to debate all this are two people with very different views on all of the above. One is John Spencer, Executive Director of the Urban Warfare Institute, who took issue with a number of Dave Smith's points and felt he was epically dismantled by Douglas Murray. And the other is Dave Smith himself, host of Part of the Problem, who's a comedian and libertarian commentator. And he felt, of course, that he remained epically intact, and will be joined a little later by Eric Weinstein. So let me start. First of all,
Biz D, I don't mind if you're saying that I didn't have a complete understanding of what he was saying, or if you felt like I was being kind of memey or whatever. But I would just need to know what you actually disagreed with, right? So I understand that you're saying that I'm following a rhetorical strategy that you feel was used in order to dismiss the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I understand that you're saying that, but I need to know what it is if you want me to contend with it. And then, damn, even Trump says that Dave Smith is a moron. No, that's not what happened, Jonah boy. I almost guarantee you that Trump probably likes Dave Smith more than Douglas Murray. But Douglas Murray is an Israel simp, no offense. And I'm kind of an Israel simp myself, a little bit. But he basically, I'm sure that Trump endorsed Douglas Murray because he's an Israel simp and nothing else.
Dave Smith, are you surprised, Dave, about the reaction to your showdown with Douglas Murray? And do you believe you won?
I'm not surprised at all by the reaction. I was surprised by how the debate itself went. But as it was going that way, I knew exactly what the reaction was going to be. I thought that was pretty clear. I think that, you know, I would say this, what I thought was kind of strange about it was, and I know probably both of you we could all think of examples like this. Like there's been many times where people were challenged to a debate and they refused to debate them. Dr. Hotez with Bobby Kennedy comes to mind for me, but there's lots of examples like this. And and sometimes that's reasonable and sometimes it's not reasonable. Like I think in the case of Hotez, he should have debated Bobby Kennedy. But at the same time, I've been challenged to debate flat earthers and people with 150 followers, and I'm not particularly interested in doing that. So sometimes you'll see people who go, they'll take the path of like, look, this person's beneath me. I'm not going to debate this issue. I have no interest in doing this. And then sometimes people will agree to debate. I think Douglas Murray is the first person I've ever seen try to do both. And it made for kind of an interesting spectacle. If you're asking me if I think I won, I mean, you can let other people can have their opinion on that. Obviously, I'm biased in saying that. I think that
No, Biz D, I'm not trying to ignore you. You said you were being flippant about 40K being killed. Just because I'm explaining the dynamics of urban warfare actually doesn't mean that I'm insensitive to the people who sympathize with the Palestinians and actually think that what Israel did was messed up. Just as an example, I'll try to pull it up. What does Gaza look like now? What does Gaza look like now? So there was not, I guarantee you, just through the nature of warfare, there was not Hamas in every single one of these buildings. As a matter of fact, what happened here is civilians were largely evacuated into southern Gaza, and Israeli tanks and aircraft destroyed 80% of buildings in the Gaza Strip. Like to my knowledge, 80% of structures in the Gaza Strip are currently destroyed. And so as a result, of course, there were civilians that were in these buildings that were preventable deaths that happened. And not just that, this is revenge. This isn't justice. This isn't lawful warfare. This is them saying, oh, you killed 1,400 of us, and we already told you to move to the south. Well, we're going to make this area uninhabitable for you. So when you return home after this conflict is done, even if you're a civilian, you're going to be living in rubble. And that's what you get for allowing, 1,200 of us to get slaughtered on October 7th. So that's, in my opinion, this is not military necessity. This is vengeance. And so I'm not unsympathetic to, they killed 10 times back. Yeah, what is it, like 1,200 dead, and, a substantive amount of them were, IDF, but also a substantial amount of them were civilians. I think it was like 800, 900 civilians, and they're up to 40K. Yeah, so they didn't even kill 10x back. They killed 40x back. And so, Israel is doing eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, but they're doing eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth and then some, right? Like this is obviously, that's crazy pants. That's a crazy pants amount of destruction. So, I'm all for the rules of war. I'm all for even understanding Israel's position. I'm not for this. I'm not for vengeance. Right? I'm not for revenge. I'm for justice as much as is possible. Yeah.
The overwhelming reaction that I've seen is much more that Douglas Murray lost than I won. I think I was there to debate Ukraine and Israel, and Douglas was there. He made it more of a bigger kind of watershed moment.
We're probably live for like another 30 minutes or so. My son does have karate, so I might have to leave a little early, but we're still going to get into the segment a little bit. This gentleman is from the Urban Warfare Institute. This gentleman is obviously Dave Smith, the comedian and libertarian commentator. This is Piers Morgan, who's a tabloid guy who now hosts internet debates. He's literally the Dylan Burns of the mainstream media, which is hilarious because he effectively stole and upscaled Dylan Burns' formula. I love it.
About the experts versus the podcasters, which was not what I thought we were going to do. But
Christian Valeris, don't worry. Just remind me when I'm signing off, and I'll show you the cop fist fight I wanted to show you. It was dope. It's a dope fight. The cop throws down and throws fisticuffs.
I think in doing that, it's hard to even say win or lose. You're going into an environment where you couldn't have worked harder to turn the entire audience against you. Obviously, by definition, the audience of the Joe Rogan Experience are on the side of the podcasters being allowed to talk about these issues. And as I said in the debate, I don't think the expert class has a very good track record.
So hold on, Biz D, you're saying that I'm straw manning, Dave Smith, but I feel like he's straw manning Douglas Murray, because we watched 40 minutes, an hour of the debate over the course of 2 or 3 episodes. And what the debate was Douglas Murray repeatedly saying that podcasters are allowed to go after sensationalist, creators and stories and people to have on their shows. However, when you have people who are mainstreaming nefarious narratives, like specifically Ian Carroll and specifically Daryl Cooper, they are saying things that are factually untrue that can be verified by other subject matter experts. And so as a result, if you are going to be poorly equipped for these conversations and you're not going to be able to push back competently, then you also need to invite the experts on. And I am kind of here to call you out on that. That's effectively Douglas Murray's argument. So the fact that after a 3-hour debate and after, I don't know, 2 or 3 days worth of Twitter discourse, Dave Smith is boiling down his opponent's arguments to, you are not allowed to have controversial opinions if you're a layperson. You're not allowed to have controversial debates if you're a layperson. I already find that kind of like disingenuous. Like he could be so stupid that he believes that, but Douglas Murray didn't say that, and he repeated his point thousands of times. Like I don't even know how you can still believe that this was Douglas Murray's point 72 hours, 96 hours after the debate. So this is either disingenuous or he's dumb. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it, for what it's worth. I've had you both on my show, of course, a lot, and I enjoy watching you go at each other. I've seen lots of praise for you, Dave, indisputably, a lot. I've also seen, and we've just got a little summary of some of the lack of praise for you. Dave Smith was eviscerated by Douglas Murray, posted Henry Hobson. This is what happens when bluster and shallow thinking go up against a considered intellect. John Daly said, watching someone like Douglas Murray absolutely crucify Dave Smith is a real treat. And Con Tomlinson, Dave Smith is ignorant, Douglas Murray crushed him. And the only reason I read those 3 out is it shows me that on social media in particular, when these kind of events happen, and I call them events because everybody watches them, when they do happen, there's very little middle ground. There are very little people who pop up on social media and go, you know what, on the one hand, I thought Dave made some good points. On the other, Douglas made some good points, and I really enjoyed the experience, which is probably what Joe Rogan thought. But no, we're in a very tribal world.
Oh, yeah.
Where before you guys even sat down together with Joe Rogan, they'd already decided you were going to be disintegrated, dismantled, and crucified.
Yeah, Biz D. So you say, I don't know much about Dave, but I suspect he's more of a useful idiot than a real Nazi. He's not a Nazi. He's a libertarian. I think he's actually Jewish. I think we Googled that the other day. But him palling around with Daryl Cooper and Ian Carroll 100% is not him being like, I believe in anti-Israeli, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. It's him just palling around with a bunch of conspiracy bros. And then because he's Jewish, he probably thinks like, oh, well, they're nice enough to have me on their show, so they can't be that anti-Semitic and they can't be that anti-Israeli. And of course, like he's anti-Israeli as well, like despite being Jewish. So the thing about it is like, I agree. I don't think that he is a nefarious authoritarian. I think he's a dumb, sorry if I'm being rude to any libertarians in chat, but I think he's a dumb, useful idiot libertarian who platforms conspiracy theorists and fascists because the left tells him he can't, right? That there's progressives on Twitter who say, Dave Smith, you can't talk to Ian Carroll. And he's like, well, I'm going to go talk to Ian Carroll. Don't tell me what to do. And then same thing with Daryl Cooper, same thing with Sean Strickland. He's like, don't tell me what to do. I'm a free man in a free country. And by the way, I agree with that sentiment. But if you're going to stupidly platform, fascists and I'm not saying fascist to be cute. I'm saying fascist to be like descriptive. If you're going to stupidly platform conspiracy theorists and fascist apologists, then expect to get heat. And I think Dave Smith does. So,
and similarly, a lot of people who like you and don't like Douglas Murray felt exactly the same way about what was going to happen to him. What does that tell you about discourse today? And what do we do about that, if anything?
Well, for the record, I will say, I mean, and I try to not live my life.
Hey guys, just because we're running out of time, I am running out of time, and I don't want to hear Dave Smith yap about discourse. I want to get to this guy because he's actually probably the more, intelligent and credentialed of the two. And so I want John Spencer. I want John Spencer. That's what I'm saying. So let's skip ahead.
Qualifies as an expert and who should be making declarative statements about certain wars, that question answers itself. And that's been construed, John, to mean that you believe that Dave Smith was not the expert in the room. Explain why you felt that Dave Smith lost this debate.
Sure. I wouldn't say it had anything to do with Douglas. I would have to say it was the statements that Dave Smith made during the podcast, which highlight, and I won't get into the credentialism as Dave's quoting 4-star generals or who's an expert, who's not. I do research. I think Dave tells jokes for a living. I had a problem with the statements he were made. And then how do you come to that conclusion, which really does get to the podcaster world versus other individuals on how did you come to that opinion or that declarative statement, like Israel is intentionally killing civilians? I mean, there's like 10 different ways you can do research. You can do comparative, case study. And I think this is what Douglas was saying. If you haven't been there, then how are you getting to your conclusion? You ethnographic, you can go there and do interviews in Gaza, like both Douglas and I have done with soldiers. What's going on? How are you doing it? You can do even historical archival data research. That's not what it appears that Dave does. And it seems to be more of a historical revisionism. Take a piece of data that you got and then tell a really convincing narrative on how you got to your conclusion. But as somebody who has students, I mean, correlation is not causation is that famous phrase. When that story is actually just a lot of correlation and inferences, how did you get to your conclusion? How do you do that research? Forget the expertise and the credentialism. You're making a statement like it's true. And I know Dave's anti-war, and that's great. But you can't be anti-factual. And Dave, without Douglas, just made a bunch of not true statements.
Now, I may be about to shock you with this, but tallow is an exception.
Oh my God. Give me the content.
That is really so.
Actually,
Jesus.
Inaccurate.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I think the over one, which is what me and Dave were talking over X, is that Israel is intentionally killing civilians, especially children. That's not a factual statement at all, because it doesn't even include the base information. So it's almost like, you know, you just don't know the information you need to know to make that judgment. And, you know, let's forget comparing it to a domestic situation like Dave continues to do on Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, others. Like, if somebody killed my kids and I know where he's at and I go to that apartment building, I kill everybody in it, that's murder. And that's what Israel is doing. And that's not true. Even you, Piers, have commented about Israel striking something and saying, look at the number of civilians, that's not acceptable. That's not how war works. It's not even how you would assess that situation, because it completely rules out what the law of war says about proportionality, about assessing what is
his name again? John Spencer.
The target. Who is that individual? What's his value, concrete value? And then, which a lot of people leave out, is what precautions did Israel take, like we just saw recently, of calling everybody in the building saying, look, the terrorist is using this building for a military purpose. You must leave. You must get out of this area, or all the other steps, these civilian harm mitigation measures. So that one's a really huge one, but there are other ones, like when Dave said that there are more children that have died in this war than any modern war. That's just, of course, Douglas called that out, but there is a whole list of them, from the blockade, from the occupation, like all of these things were just counterfactual and not a logic that leads to a conclusion, but he's really convincing, and that's what I have a problem with.
Okay, so I mean, I'm okay with what John Spencer said so far. However, I do think that this is the problem with charismatic. To be honest, guys, this is why I'm here. This is why Valor hired me. This is why Valor is doing what it's doing, is because obviously there are wildly charismatic alternative media pundits who have effectively taken what an audience wants to hear and they just regurgitate it over and over and over again. And then because it's a compelling narrative, it doesn't matter if it's ultimately true, because they've reinforced to an audience what they already wanted to believe. And so that's why I think you will see a push, even if it's not me, even if I'm not the most successful, even if Valor isn't the most successful, although obviously I believe in it and obviously I want it to do extremely well. You're going to see a push in alternative media where you're going to see credentialed people kind of coming down into the mud pits of alternative media in order to wrestle pigs. And it's because when pigs are left to wrestle by themselves, I think the world gets a little bit more muddy, right? So in a long-winded way, I'm not going to regurgitate everything that he said, but he's saying, I actually do analyses based off of like information and interviews. Therefore, I come to an assessment. What is your like pattern of research and analysis because it feels like you find facts that are convenient for a narrative that you already believe, and then you just use those facts in order to support your narrative. All humans are guilty of this to some degree, but I think that when it comes to like the skeptical conspiracy theorist people in particular, they will often use facts that align with their narrative, but just outside of that fact is something that goes against what they're saying. And so as a result, when they do that, either through stupidity or through lies of omission, I infinitely start like questioning that character and whether or not they're either stupid or nefarious. And so the main thing is that John Spencer addresses is that in warfare, there are civilian harm mitigation strategies. As an example, leaflets that are dropped in order to tell civilians to leave. And also, I think he kind of references the knock on the roof policy that the Israelis used to do, where they would drop a very small bomblet, effectively, on the top of the roof because the building was being used for a military purpose. And then basically everyone in Gaza learned through pamphlets, propaganda, communications, radio, all that kind of stuff, that within 30 minutes, that building was going to be destroyed. Now, whether or not 30 minutes or an hour is sufficient for civilians to evacuate, I'll concede that that is, automatically a question to push back on Israel with. However, that is a civilian casualty mitigation strategy that they technically don't have to do. That points to the fact that they are trying to reduce civilian casualties. So, I want to see with Dave if he just says, no, it's not good enough. No, it's not good enough. That's kind of what I want to get to.
All right, Dave, your response.
Sure. Well, okay. I mean, I do think that like you do a lot of this, as Douglas did, a lot of this poisoning of the well stuff and saying you tell jokes and I do research, and you could say this isn't credentialism all you want to, but it's really a lot before you start taking on an actual argument. In fact, it wasn't until the follow-up question that you pointed anything out. So to the analogy that I'm making, and as you were quoting me on Twitter the other day, I'm not saying that I'm not familiar, although I'm not.
Hold on. We got to point this out because it is funny. He didn't contend with the point of what he said early on. You can say that it's credentialism, but it's not. Credentialism is, I have a credential, therefore I'm correct. That's not what he said. He said that I do research, I talk to people, I do archival interviews, and I do statistical analyses. What do you do? Because it feels like you cherry pick facts. And so instead of contending with cherry picking facts, which I understand, like it's probably one of your weaker points if you're Dave Smith, he goes straight to the analogy, which is fine because honestly, that's the crux of what I want to hear anyways.
Claiming to have your level of expertise with international humanitarian law, or you can assert that war works a different way. I'm talking about something much more fundamental. What I'm saying is that Douglas is making the claim, and many others are, that Israel's killing of civilians is unintentional. And I'm talking about a very basic philosophical concept of morality, of intentionality, and that by what people mean when they say intentional, that if this was done domestically, we would consider it intentional. The point is that war, yes, look, there's been the Geneva Convention, there's international humanitarian law. It goes back to the mid-19th century, was codified into law after World War II. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a step in the right direction. But this is all a politician or a group of politicians declaring a word, and the fact that there are lines drawn on a map does not in any way magically transform morality or the basic philosophical concept of intent. And even in your example there, if I were to give out pamphlets, give out a warning, tell everybody I'd really like you to leave, and then they didn't, and I blew up a building, we would consider that intentional murder. Now, my point, I think a lot of times people object to almost what the implications of this way of looking at the world might be, but forget all of that for a second. I'm just talking about how human beings think about these things. And when you talk about an intentional killing, now, by the way, I should also stipulate that it's not as if that's the case in every single one of these strikes that Israel's taken. And we've gotten all types of evidence about this. And there's quite a number of cases, hundreds of cases, where they're waiting for terrorists to go back into a residential building and then attacking the building, suspected terrorists, I should say. But regardless, none of this is even really the point. The point is that on a very...
bruh, Like this is where I know I can succeed in alternative media. Okay, this is called a Gish Gallop. For those of you who don't know, okay, Gish Gallop is where you just put out a whole bunch of information, hoping that your opponent won't be able to draw you down on any single individual point of information. This is part of the reason why you might have noticed in the Tim Pool conversation I had a notepad, was because these people will just hit you with 10,000 unrelated different things and hope that you latch onto one, and then effectively you play like whack-a-mole with their ideas for an hour. So what would be good if we wanted to improve our discourse as a nation is Dave Smith would highlight, okay, let's just focus on the analogy. Let's just focus on this part of my point, which is that if we did this domestically, that would be murder. And then John Spencer, who is a subject matter expert, can explain why he doesn't believe it's murder. And you saw him shaking his head. I don't know if he's going to remember to bring up that point in a minute, because there's so much information that he's just spewing right now, right? Short, concise, to the point. It's a debate. It's a dialogue. It's back and forth. We're not here to see you on your soapbox, right? Biz D says, what two people would you have on Rogan for part 2 of this debate? I'd pick Shapiro and Hanania. Yeah, I'd have to think about it, to be honest. So yeah, studies. He means videos. Yeah, true. Hold on. I want to see Richard Spencer's response.
Very basic human level there, and I would also think this is completely incompatible with Christianity, although I'm not trying to lecture anybody about that.
Oh my God, that has nothing to do with the fucking point. Make one point and get out.
There's no micro and macro morality.
Yes, there is.
No micro and macro intentionality. These are human concepts. And if you are dropping a bomb and you know that there are women and children on the receiving end of that bomb, then that was done intentionally. And I think this is the reality of war. And I think if we're going to have a conversation about this, we should deal with it in reality.
Yeah, and also, John, I'll get you to respond to that. But I mean, it just seems to me, having
all right, I'm fast forwarding to
done
John.
such a defend magnitude, you got the kind of Israel of civilian Simeon of 50
model.
Here we go.
So look, yeah, that's the case study or comparative model that you could do the research on. How does this compare to anything else? And it doesn't, right? The 20 years of preparing Gaza for war, the 400 miles of tunnels, the human sacrifice strategy, because both sides actually have legal obligations. And when Hamas says, I need the death of my women and children, that's not right. So the data about what is the population. So one, I don't want to be, heartless about it. And every death of a child is terrible, but you're evaluating anybody who's below the 18 as a child, as in, that Hamas has basically children. I joined the military at 17. Am I a child? And Hamas deploys. The average age of a Hamas recruit right now is 16 and a half. We've seen them put weapons in hands of very young children. You have combatant and you have non-combatant. Is there any comparable status to the demographic of Gaza? No. Is there any comparison to where another country, Egypt, refuses to let even those that want out from the combat areas, and Israel, who took weeks to evacuate the civilians from the areas they're going into? So absolutely, there are so many here, but back to Dave's comment, which it stands on itself, explaining what he doesn't know about war or the laws of war, about them being codified and when they went into effect, or this is a simple question of morality that, war should be no killing of civilians. That should be it. You two militaries should go find your place to fight and just have it out. That's not the history of war from the creation, literally, of city-states going out and everything.
Again, I think
you want to get into the frameworks to judge.
No, actually, I don't think he's missing the point, but I'll let Dave Smith respond before we kind of need to wrap up a little bit, just because my kid has karate. Okay, so hold on. So I think John Spencer correctly called out the way that Dave Smith does research, which is looking for facts that support his narrative instead of starting with facts and then building the narrative in your mind. We're all guilty of this, but some people are more guilty than others. So bro said and a half like he's 7. Yeah. Well, 16 and a half, I'm sure they're actually measuring it, right? But, and you could view that as a propagandist piece where they're trying to reduce the age instead of saying between 16 and 17. You could 100%, Biz D, if you want to view that skeptically, I don't care. But these are factors that should be considered when you're analyzing the war. Israel is intentionally killing civilians, and if it was domestic, it would be murder. That was Dave Smith's point. So at least with the analogy. John Spencer says correctly that Gaza has been preparing for armed conflict for 20 years. They have 400 miles of tunnels. There are Hamas propagandists who will go onto Arab television and say that they are excited about civilian casualties. They love civilian casualties. They think it's martyrs because they're martyrs for the cause, and they'll be in Jannah, they'll be in heaven as a result of their sacrifice, and this will make the Israeli war machine bad. So, I mean, that's something that I didn't even consider, was the fact that they might not evacuate the civilians, right, intentionally in order to continue. Arming the children intentionally. We watched this on the stream the other day. There were like 12-year-olds who were getting, like 8-year-olds to 12-year-olds who were being trained in paramilitary camps on how to clear rooms and use small arms. We watched that on stream. Israel gave people weeks to evacuate. Now, of course, you could say that this is being done in bad faith, where Israel, says that they give weeks, but they really only give a few days, that they don't consider the disabled and they don't consider this. But technically, this isn't required at all. Like when it comes to armed conflict, you can technically just enter an area of operation, and anybody who shoots at you, you can shoot, and civilian casualties be damned. So the fact that Israel even bothered with that tactic, it kind of indicates that it's not, it's not as much about inflicting the maximum amount of civilian casualties possible, which is kind of like the inference of Dave Smith's point, is what I would say. But to be honest, I think I might hold this and continue it tomorrow, just because, like I said, my boy does have to go to karate, and I need to help him with that. But Christian Valeris needs his fight. Look at this. Look at this thumbnail. Isn't this brilliant? We're doing this for Christian Valeris. So Bizdy says, yes, I get it. Jonah Boy says, people want to apply superhero no-kill rules to warfare, and it's like, that's nice and cute, but try talking down a child soldier with an AK in your face. Yeah, you're not going to do it. Gaza ministry counted all militants as civilians. Lol. Yeah, sure. So anyways, this thumbnail is crazy. Believe it or not, this dude is not dead. So hold on. Let's watch this, because it actually becomes a pretty crazy fist fight. And Christian Valeris needs to get his jollies. He needs to get his violence jollies. So let's watch this. There's a crazy man on the side of the road. Ohio State Highway Patrol shows up in order to try to get the guy off the side of the road so he doesn't get killed. Watch what happens for the next couple of minutes.
Come on, buddy. Step away. Come on, you a devil. What's going on, man? What's going on? In the name of Jesus, watch out. In the name of Jesus, watch out. Watch out, get hurt. You're going to get hurt. In the name of Jesus, stop, bitch. Hey, get hurt. Jesus, Lord, bow down. Don't touch me.
In the name of Jesus, stop, bitch. Yo, I be asking this dude to pray real quick. I'd be asking this dude to pray. I'd be like, in the name of Jesus, I agree with you. Let's say some prayers, brother. Let's say some prayers. Demons be gone. Demons be gone. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Let's go walk over to this side of the road. In the name of Jesus, I want you to be safe. Like, I would be praying with this dude. I'd be like, let's go to the side of the road, brother. Let's go to the side of the road and let's pray about this.
Next time you tell me you're going to die. Next time you tell me you're going to die.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. 5 Team Cleveland. Send me another unit. He's on foot.
When somebody's being schizo, you watch this, he turns his back on me before he even knows, when the guy starts running on him.
Hey, you gotta go down.
You ain't dead. That's Jesus, bitch. That's Jesus, bitch. Oh,
get down on the ground.
Jesus.
Yo, I'm gonna start screaming that while I'm fighting people.
Jesus. Okay, let's see. Well, all right, listen how strong Jesus is. Go ahead. Listen.
Get down on the ground now.
Lay down.
Bro, but you see this?
I'm strong.
Is this the end of Watch Style Fist Fight? Yeah. Laugh my ass off, Giga Chad? Yeah. Dude, I'm gonna start fist fighting people and saying, in the name of Jesus, bitch. All right, so anyways, the bad guy gets into the cop car, and it's actually the bad guy who takes off. So this is the bad guy. He's doing like 200 miles an hour. He's not doing 200, but he's doing like 100, right? I got to wrap this up because I got karate in a second. But effectively, he just gets out here. He rolls the car. I think he ends up living right here. We'll do it right here. But dude, the main thing that I wanted to pull from that is, number one, it's a crazy fight, right? Number two, the fact that the cop tried to do the taser with a guy who was undergoing like excited delirium. And then when the taser didn't work, he just threw down and started doing a fist fight. That was dope. That was like some heroic shit. I would have never done that. I would have tried to pray with the guy. I would have backed off. I would have wrestled him. I would have maybe tried the taser. I don't trust tasers for shit, but I probably would have tried to like wrestle him and instead of trying to punch him, because let's face it, punches aren't always effective. And then, and then I would have not had the balls to do that. I basically would have been backing up the entire time and wrestling him the entire time. And I would have been waiting for backup to come so we could, work as a team in order to pin him down. That was crazy. That cop actually had like balls of steel in order to just throw fisticuffs down on the side of the road. I thought that was actually, I don't like his tactics. He pulled up too closely. He got into the fight too quickly. He didn't appeal to the psychosis of the man, which I know not every cop is going to do. That's just something that I would do to try to trick the bad guy into calming down. So that's not something that everybody's going to do. It's just something that I'm going to do. And then the fact that he threw fisticuffs, I thought was like praiseworthy, right? Not everybody's going to throw fisticuffs. As a matter of fact, some cops are going to say, I was losing the fight and I was worried I was going to get knocked out, so I pulled my gun and I shot him. There's some cops who will use that as a pretext in order to kill someone. I'm not saying they're wrong either. I'm just saying I applaud this cop for throwing down. That's all. Connor means the homeless people he still, I'm going to say, beats on his day off. Sure. God, listening to his audio only has been an experience. Yeah. So it's a schizophrenic guy, excited delirium, and he's fist fighting a cop, and he's screaming like in the name of Jesus the entire time. It was actually pretty incredible. In the cop car, yes, the schizo guy gets into the cop car and he speeds away, and then he rolls over the car and then he gets arrested. So Christian Blair says, I thought you were going to show us a video of a younger cop that fought a teenage banger because he resisted arrest. Cop got fired, but it was a base fight. It was legit real and real world End of Watch. He probably watched End of Watch and then thought that was a good idea. But yeah. So, of course, he's unwell. Of course he is. He's in an excited delirium state. He's either on drugs or he's actually schizophrenic. But anyways, I do have to run. I have to take care of my family. I parasocially love all you guys. Thank you to, the 30 plus people who dropped by. Thank you to the donations. I think, of course, Grassroots Hegemon was the star of the day, as always. However, if you guys, I think we'll be turning on memberships soon, but if you guys got money burning a hole in your pocket, it's always appreciated, never required. I do parasocially love you and yours for hanging out with us. And yeah. So parasocial love to you and yours, and I'll catch you later. 07 salutes in the chat. Bye for now.